Good morning, everybody. Give me 1 second. Send the live links out. Good morning, everybody. Today is August 26th, 2025. We're live again from Princeton, New Jersey. What we will do on this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using trend analysis, pivot point, cycle analysis, and time confirmation to find the wind direction, trend direction, and more. Today is Tuesday. The news we have overnight is stock futures slip as Trump escalates attack on Fed independence. The U.S. economic news for today is 10 a.m. consumer confidence coming out, as well as 11 a.m. there is a White House President Trump cabinet meeting that will be a news catalyst. The market is opening in 30 seconds. A quick legal disclaimer: please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situations. I am not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for entertainment and educational purposes only. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Scott. Good morning, 5M Partners. Good morning, Zach. Good morning, Captain. Good morning, people in the WhatsApp group. Please hit the like button as you come in. The market is opening. We are at previous day, 4 p.m. close on QQQ. Time is 9:30. Market opening below yesterday's 4 p.m. close on SPY. Testing 4 p.m. close on QQQ. Bears and bulls are both fighting. Good morning, Tanya. Good morning, Michael. Consumer confidence data coming out 10 a.m. Previous day, 4 p.m. tested. Time is 9:30. 9:30 roof, 9:30 floor. Bulls are coming in. Let's see if we get a consecutive candle for bulls. The bulls are winning for now. Time is 9:30 only. Time is 9:32. Consecutive candle coming in. Bulls and bears are both fighting. Previous day, 9:34 p.m. tested on QQQ. Previous day, 4 p.m. We are above on SPY. So gap filled instantly at morning. Still 9:30. Still 9:30. 9:35 is coming in 15 seconds. Okay, 15 seconds. Looks like they're bullish off of open. Let's see. Time is now 9:35. We're getting a slight pullback off the roof. It's the same floor, same roof. It's only been 2-3 minutes. pushing up, trying into 935. Wind is north. Time is 9:35. Time is 9:35. The wind direction is north for now. For 5 minutes, we are at the first 5-minute cycle. So the bulls are winning from 9:31 into 9:35. Time is 9:34. 9:35 pullback trying. Let's see what happens. This is no confirmation shorting. This is just a pullback off of 9:35. Let's see where this goes. This is the video earnings tomorrow. Big anticipation. Previous day 9:30. We are at a QQQ. Hmm. 9:35 rejected into 9:35. 9:35 is deciding what to do into 9:40 from 9:35 rejection state. Continue the rejection or bounce at somewhere in between. 9:35, 9:40. There's no bounce yet trying on QQQ. That's the only reason why I'm waiting to go along. (10 a.m. consumer confidence data and 11 a.m. big news coming. 9:35 bounce trying now. Time is 9:40 in 1 minute. 9:35 is still deciding whether to go lower or higher. QQQ trying to bounce off of 9:35. 9:40 is coming. 9:40 coming. Okay. Testing the floor. Time is 9:40. Time is 9:40. 9:40 is deciding what to do. Time is 9:40. This is a 9:35. Okay, now this is 9:40 low. Market is cycling. I did not go into a put. I was watching that. It spiked crazy fast. I can't go and put now. I'm waiting if they're going to bounce from the floor here or not. Time is 9:40. We are near the floor. We are near the floor. 9:37. Trying a bounce. Let's see. Okay. I'm going in a SPY put. The risk is crazy. I would not recommend. $940. Now they're draining calls a little bit. LOD breaking. Okay. QQQ LOD broke. Time is 9:40. candle or two. Bounce trying at 940. We set a LOD. They did not on SPY. Now there's a bear trap building off the LOD on QQQ for now. Right, we are at the midpoint. I did not leave into that. That might have been a leave. I got up base maybe $100, but now I'm in the cycle. Time is 9:40. 9:40 bounce. This is deciding what to do. Bulls are trapped. Bears are trapped. Bulls are trapped. Bears are trapped. Everybody's trapped that morning. This is either gonna floor hope trap everybody here, or it's gonna keep going south with QQQ a little bit. Floor hope trap playing out. Time is 9:40. 9:40 bounce that. 9:37. We are at the midpoint. Crazy candles coming on QQQ as well now. I'm down $100. Time is 9:40. By the time I'm typing and changing charts and looking, like, it's way too fucking late for me. I can't leave. Morning cycle. I can't even switch charts. I can't even type. Time is 9:40 and it's bouncing so fast off the floor. This is a bear trap and a half building, mad fast. Time is 9:40, or this will be the big ass confirmation to short and bull trap everybody. This is a bear trap for now, off of 2 minutes. Off of 2-3 minutes. Right at 9:39, signifying 9:40 bounce. I'm still in. The risk is crazy for calls and puts. But now the puts are the ones stuck from the floor. Time is 9:40. I'm in 642s. So right, literally at previous day. Time is, this is a 9:40 rejection happening. Let's see if it really rejects or not. QQQ is going higher. HOD break trying. Yeah, by the time I'm typing and changing charts, they already bounced. It's too fucking fast. QQQ broke the HOD now. Time is 9:40. Okay, so wind direction showing like this now. Changing. LOD, HOD, 5-10 minutes at the morning. Wind direction is officially north. There's a divergence at the roof. Time is 9:40. Trying to break the HOD on SPY. Time is 9:45. So 9:40 bounce into 9:45. 9:45 is up here. 9:45 is right here on QQQ. 9:45 rejecting on QQQ. 9:45 rejecting trying. No confirmation shorting off the HOD. The wind direction is north on QQQ. SPY, we are testing the roof. Divergence at the roof, making shorting dangerous, putting shorts at risk. There could be a big boom to clear divergence at some point, that is why. 9:45. Time is. We tested the roof again. QQQ at previously 9:30 open, 4 p.m. close. SPY at the roof. Consumer confidence in 15 minutes. Man, now I'm getting put burnt in the fucking morning. HOD breaking on SPY. 9:45. HOD broke. Now the wind direction is both showing north. It's maybe prepping for a 10 a.m. move. $9.45 rejection happening still. QQQ dumping. 9:40, 9:45, 9:45. Okay, be careful long. 9:45. They're selling crazy now. Off the roof. Let's see what happens in 9:50. Time is 9:45 down here. 9:50 coming. Maybe an algo range being created here, big time. On SPY. Maybe not. This could be a leave as well. We are testing the floor on QQQ. Oh, we're doing a different cycle rejection, right? 9:45 into 9:45, 9:40 into 9:45. Guys, hit the like button as you come in today. We have 67 people watching. President Trump and the White House cabinet going live today at 11, and we have 20 likes. Okay, let's get that up. 9:45, bounce trying at 9:45. Time is 9:50 in 37 seconds. The risk is there for shorts as well. Now we are at the floor and we are bouncing from the floor. 9:50. We're dumping big time. Trying now. QQQ might break the LOD on this. Why? There's so many fucking calls. Time is 9:50. Time is 9:50 and we're dumping big fucking time, okay? We're dumping big time. I called out, watch out on longs a minute ago in the WhatsApp group, and we are fucking breaking the floor. Time is 9:50. I'm holding this shit. Okay? Time is 9:50. Basically break even, but I already know they're gonna go here somewhere. I know this shit's coming. LOD coming. Time is 9:50 right now. Okay, most likely best safe exit happening. Wind direction is about to flip officially on south. Maybe. It did not yet. I cannot change it yet. It did not yet, but I think it's about to do it. Okay, I'm gonna leave into this. LOD breaking on SPY. Time is 9:47. This is best safe exit, most likely here. Okay, most likely here. LOD broke. I'm out. $1,080. Wind is south. Okay, everything flipped. The LOD just sat at the floor, but I don't give a fuck. I'm leaving. The risk is there now for puts, right? Why? Because the candles are fucking massive. The candles are massive. This is crazy. Okay, 9:40 dump into 9:50, right? We broke the LOD, so we could bounce here as well. We gotta be careful here. The wind is flipping up, down, south, right, and like it has in the morning, right? But the morning cycle literally does that. So I am out of my puts. I'm gonna call best safe exit at 9:47. We're gonna see what happens until the low of the 9:47 candle breaks here. All bears are gonna be trapped. So, right, until the cycle bounces, until the cycle confirms, until the cycle goes lower, until the cycle breaks the 9:47 candle, it did not break in my head. So I don't give a fuck what anyone says. You know, the risk is there for puts now. Okay. The MACD is bearish. The MACD came out of fucking crazy bearish at 947, right? 945 confirmation, and I said watch out longs at 946, right? And a big, right? And now we set the floor, and we gotta fucking be careful. We gotta be careful. The wind is south. That is true. They're going south even more. Time is 9:50. Holy shit, they're going fast. 641, 69. 641, 69. I need a confirmation or two. I need a confirmation or two. That is going crazy, man. That shit is at 1.4k. Holy fuck. Man. Now I'm feeling sad. Now I'm feeling sad. Now that is a crazy fucking print. If somebody printed that entire move, that shit literally went from $600 to 1.4k. Oh my god. Okay, we gotta be careful here. Now, time is 9:49, 9:50. Bounce trying. Yeah, don't call me people right now, please. Alright, I'm trading. Please, not morning time. I cannot do that. Time is 9:50. Time is 9:50. Consumer confidence data coming out at 10 a.m. Consumer confidence data coming out at 10 a.m. There's a massive amount of bears here now. 9:50 bounce trying at 9:49, not 9:47 for now. Let's see if there's a confirmation time that says that this bounce is gonna try for something. Time is 9:50. Time is 9:50. We bounced 2 minutes ago at 9:49. Good morning, everyone. Good. Victor said got puts for small profit. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Michael. Good morning, Venkat. Bounce trying at 9:50. Again, POC is almost there. This is literally in 2 big ass candles. Right, it was not a long at 9:47. They destroyed them, and then they went lower in for 2 minutes into actually 9:50, and then they bounced at 9:50 now. Now we are at the midpoint. This is still a 9:50 bounce, right? Until it becomes 9:53. So we need to, holy crap, that is a fast bounce. Okay, we gotta see. We need to see. Look at that best safe exit though, right? What the fuck did I say at 9:47, right? Oh, best safe exit, big red candle. What did I say down here? Best safe exit, big red candle, right? And what do? Wash out the late puts, wash out the late bears that chase, that hold, that are doing longer term, that get killed in cycles. That is a fucking massive cycle though. That is crazy buyback after a real quick dump. Crazy buyback after a real quick dump. Time is 9:50. We are at previous day, 4 p.m. close. We are at SPY previous day, 4 p.m. close. I don't think that's a coincidence. This is counting as a look below, spike down for now if we hold this, or possible retest for now. Time is 9:55 and 50 seconds. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Uh, 9:50 rejection trying. Wind is still south. We are testing the floor, but the puts are at risk until the low of the 9:49 candle breaks. So 9:50 rejection trying. Time is 9:55 and 5 seconds. There is an algo range being created for now. A big one. Right, 9:50, 9:50. Time is 9:55. I don't know if I want to draw it or not, but it is a massive algo range at the moment. Screw it. I guess we'll draw it since that's what hedge funds are doing right now. That's what big institutions are using. So puts are not good until the low of the 9:49 candle breaks, basically. They are getting washed. $642, 42, 641, 56. We are breaking out of the top range of the algo candle now trying. This is a 950, 950. Wow, okay, no algo range. The time is 955, so this is a 950 bounce into 955 happening. No algo range. Screw the algo range. Smaller time, bear trap, big time to the roof. We are testing the roof. Dude, the morning cycle is crazy, man. Time is 9:55. That is crazy power. Time is 9:55, and we are testing the roof from the floor. Right, the LOD. We are near the roof in 5 minutes. We are near the roof on QQQ, almost too. Crazy pop. Now, let's, like, you know what I mean. This is the HOD hope, and then short or either. This is gonna run the HOD, change the wind direction again north, and it's gonna bear trap everybody off the morning. There's a big possibility. The possibilities are both though. This is why I say the low, until the low of the 949 candle breaks, you don't even think about puts. There's a reason why, right? I say that because you don't fucking know how far they're gonna go, how much, but all you know is there's hella puts here and they got burnt. Or they're getting burnt. Time is 9:55. That's just the reality, but like this is crazy, crazy work off a morning. Crazy work off a morning. Okay, 9:55. Consumer confidence data coming out in 10 minutes or 5 minutes, guys. So, you know, secure your positions, make up your minds, close your positions, whatever you have to do to risk analyze, risk manage, because we have big data coming out in 5 minutes. Big data coming out in 5 minutes. Let's do a vote. Who thinks this is going to go break the HOD? Who thinks we're going to see some sort of a pullback? I'm doing a poll. I think this is going to break HOD. Option 1. Rejection from roof. Option 2. Okay, rejection coming. I'm going to go in small put. Okay. Tiny ass put. $820 I'm in. Small. Rejection from the roof is playing out already, guys. Time is 9:55. This is a 9:55 rejection into 10 a.m. possibly. 10 a.m. coming in 28 seconds. Or this is a 9:55 rejection into 9:55. Algo range going to be created. 9:55 is going to bounce. I don't know. We could see a pullback to the midpoint and then some sort of game. We could game at the roof. We could do whatever. Right? We could do whatever. We are at POC. QQQ. Bounce trying. There's an algo range being created here. 9:55. Unless it dumps into 10 right now. Time is 10. If this candle low breaks at any of these moments, into 10:02. Okay, never mind. There could be another cycle too. I don't wanna speculate right now, so I do not want to speculate right now. This is a algo range being created here. At the roof, 9:55, 9:55. Okay, let's see what people voted. Zach said break HOD. Michael said data. Time is 10. They're showing bearish into 10, right? Is 10 gonna blow up is the question. I'm gonna leave if one of these candles are red below, signifying 10. They're showing bearish into 10, just like yesterday, right? Or just like FOMC, right before it, or since 9:55. There's a lot of bearish trapped here, so time is 10. The risk is absolute for puts right now. This is some weird stuff going on. We are at an algo range. Time is 10 a.m. We could see a big green candle here. We could see anything here. And we could see nothing here too. Or a big red. Okay, I'm going to leave into this. Come on. I'm at nothing. Theta, same profit. I went in for it. Come on. Look below. Look below. Time is 10. Any of these candles are going to make a big move into 10:02. Any of these candles. MACD, not bearish, not bullish. It is still bullish kind of, but anything could happen right now. Bulls are trying to show into 10. Candle MACD's growing the last minute. 9:59. 9:58 showing us best safe exit. Call is trying to push into 10. Time is 10. Man. Testing the top range of the algo now. Bear burning. Insane moves in 2 minutes on options. Time is 10 a.m. QQQ went higher into 10. 9:55 pull back into pump into 10. Oh. 642.79 being tested on SPY, trying to break the roof now into 10. MACD coming in super bullish from 9:58 into 10 a.m. Time is 10:01. QQQ is pushing every minute, trying. SPY is at the roof. Doing the same fucking shit yesterday. $1 range. They got me in 642 puts again. This is fucked. They got me in 642 puts again. They're chopping like crazy. Just like yesterday. We are at POC on SPY and QQQ. Time is still 10:02, 10 a.m. This is the data, folks. Just because we don't see a big move breaking down right now, doesn't mean that data is not out. Data is out already. Time is 10:02. This is 10 a.m. This is set up for 10 a.m. Might be nothing, but now time is 10:05. It might be nothing, but something is going on. It might be nothing, but something going on. Not doing anything, showing. MACD coming in bullish. MACD is coming in bullish at the last couple of seconds. We are at POC on QQQ and SPY. SPY trying to run off POC now. QQQ trying to run off POC now. Time is 10:05. In the last minutes they might. Time is 10:05. MACD volume still coming in bullish. Breaking the roof trying now. Time is 10:05. Or testing the roof again. Breaking out. Time is 10:05. HOD set. Wind direction is now north. Okay, now the puts are going to be burnt for quite a while, showing officially. The wind direction just changed again. On SPY, not QQQ. All we're doing is just playing with this algo range, whatever this is. Right, we're creating liquidity here, big time right now. To go higher, to go lower, whatever it is, right? They're gonna go lower, most likely. Because they're showing HOD and they're building liquidity here. So maybe again here and then bounce. I don't know. But it looks like they're barcoding with the previous thing, 9:30 and 4 p.m. maybe possible on QQQ. I don't know why they're not breaking out, right? If they broke out HOD, they would be flying on that to burn all puts, but they're not. So data happened. Maybe this is another bear trap, and then it's gonna go boom at later, but I don't know. This is showing that they're not gonna run at 10:05. The time is only 10:05, so barcoding here, doing nothing. It could be anything. It could, use this volume to go down here. It could use this volume to go up. Nobody knows right now, right? Nobody really knows. They're using volume to go down, most likely. Time is 10:10 with the divergence too. So I don't know. QQQ. Time is 10:10 and 40 seconds. I don't want to make anyone like bias or get hurt right now. So you make your own deductions. As of this moment, it's very dangerous. All right, it's chopping like crazy like yesterday. Chopping, but we're going up, we're going down, we're going up, chopping in 1 minute candle. So time is 10:10 and 25 seconds. Time is 10:10 and 25 seconds. Let's see. We're still at POC. Candle going back, candle going back down, chopping like crazy. $10.05 bouncing into 10:10. 10:05 bouncing into 10:10. It is very, very dangerous for everyone right now. I'm not even playing with that much, so just getting everyone involved with the same thing. Into 11. Looks like into 11. And bulls are continuously pushing. There's another algo range that I don't want to draw, but it's at the HOD and down here at 10:05. Right, the MACD is continuously coming every single time they need to hold it up at the roof, right? To hold it up at the roof or break the HOD continuously. Wind direction is I don't want another. I don't want to draw it, but like I guess I have to. But there's another algo range that people can't or don't see. But this is basically 10:05, and this is basically 10:05 again too. Right, but like it gets really confusing when you draw too much. But I mean, what can you do when they're literally using it? So price level, price level. We're just in the middle of everything. One of them is not going to be algo range soon though. So, okay, break in HOD again. Time is 10:10. Yeah, I'm going to delete this. This is too much. Wow. Time is 10:10, breaking the high of the day. So liquidity being used to go up, not down. For now. QQQ broke the HOD officially now with SPY. High of the day being broken together. Wind direction showing north together. Algo range broke out, and then we're back inside. 10:05 was a fake algo range. Wind direction showing north on QQQ and SPY though together. And we're almost back at POC. What the fuck is going on? Is this going down or up? Like, what the fuck? Man, now they're going down, but like, this is crazy work. What the fuck? We're literally at the middle now. Time is 10:10. We are at previously 9:30 open on QQQ, cutting it down like a butterfly knife. Butter knife, I mean. What the fuck was that? That is crazy. What was that? Yeah, break out and then pull back like crazy, like nothing. That is so mean. We might get a big drop here. This is crazy. There's so many bulls at the top now. SPX put the call ratio, everything confirms. This is fucking nuts. There's a lot of puts down here too though. So I don't know. I think somewhere down here would be best safe exit most likely. Time is 10:15. Big red candle coming, so I mean there could be a lot of puts here too. Already. Time is 10:15 and we are inside the 10:10 candle for now. Most likely we're about to drop through though, I think. That might be biased, but we'll see. Nobody knows what could happen right now. Right, this could be again used to go higher. Nobody really knows. This could be, all this volume I said was most likely being used to go lower, but they're not. They went higher on that. So I don't, you know what I mean? Like they could flip this instantly. Nobody really knows. This could have been a fake pullback, and then bears get scared, they leave, and then they go massively up. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? Time is 10:15. They're creating another algo range on the roof, and a 10:10, 10:12. But I think this is dangerous, basically. Whatever they're showing here, they're going to be using. 10:15 data. Not doing much for us. This is probably the setup for the move into the White House cabinet meeting. 10:15, 10:10 bouncing. The MACD coming in crazy weird. This is the confirmation to either short or confirmation to go long, most likely happening. But they're doing weird MACD, weird volume to make cycles, create cycles basically is going on. I'm telling you, when people are the most, right, having a hard time, when people are the most annoyed, is when they do it, is when they make moves, is when you need to pay attention and deduct the most, basically. So it's always like that, and it's always been like that. It always will be like that. So you gotta always watch what they're doing, and decipher it basically. They're data burning everyone though for now, for sure. Time is 10:15. So 10:15 is up here. 10:10 is down there. It's going up, but it's so weird looking. The candles are going like up, like spiky up. Like what is this? Data's doing big time work on puts mostly. Big time work. Time is 12:20. So 10:15. 10:20. 10:20. Q. Trying the roof. SPY. Already at the roof. Look at SPX. The SPX 5-minute candle has been chopping, but up, chopping, morning open, dip down, 5-minute, dip down, 5-minute back up, above POC, showing SPXs. Q. Breaking out, we're testing the roof, breaking out now, HOD breaking. Wind direction is damn north, to north. A 5-minute candle as well into 1020. It's just going up so weird and slow. So weird and slow. 1020 pullback coming off the HOD after they set the HOD. They keep doing that, right? Keep setting the HOD, dumping. Keep setting the HOD, dumping or pulling back. It's kind of dumb. People are printing from here to here, and then, yeah, as soon as they set it, they pull back, which is retarded. And we're below the algo range, top of the algo range again. I guess this is called a chopping for now, though. At 642.79, 642.79. 1005. $9.55. Yes, same thing could be said that they're using here. $9.55 on QQQ is also a level to watch. Looks like, even though they're showing bullish. Let's see. Why is it important? That is really on previous day 4 p.m. close. Time is 10:20. Every single candle going higher. Every single candle breaking out of this range. QQQ not even looking back. Time is 10:20. Bulls are stepping it up. The 5-minute on SPX look good, but chopping up. Chopping up. Time is 10:25 coming in 35 seconds. So looking like this. We're 10:25 coming though, at least. Man, what a push now. It is 10:20 for now on QQQ. 10:25 is here. Going higher into 10:25. Okay, so it is something like this. Just making it look very confusing, but it is north for now. 10:25. They switched the wind, they switched the wind, they switched the wind, and they're holding it, so gotta respect that the wind is north. Time is 10:25. This is 10:20 pullback, 10:20 rejection into 10:25. Push into 643.24. 643.24. SPY is green by 0.11%. For some reason, I don't even want to do SPY. I want to do SPX. For some reason, I feel like the same shit about to happen like yesterday. News coming out at 11. There's no confirmation to short, just going higher. Wind direction is north. I might let it run a little bit more and then take one or two SPX puts from the top and see. 640. We broke out of that range we're playing with. Now we're at 643. 642 is being dumped like nothing. Time is 10:25. 10:25. QQQ going higher into. So all new shorts getting destroyed into. More happening. No confirmation to short cycle. Time confirmation. The only thing is this algo range. I really like. Only thing. News coming out 15 minutes. I'm gonna go in 2 SPX puts right now. Okay, I still have my SPY puts, which is bad, but let's send the SPX put to call ratio in the group chat now. Time is 10:30. The cycle is happening. Nothing yet. Cycle confirmation happening. I'm gonna do it. I'm getting 2. Alright. I literally got in before this. I'm up $100 on this, but yeah, I'm gonna hold this for a little bit. This is technically no confirmation shorting. 10:25 into 10:30 happening. There is no confirmation shorting. This is most likely a leave into a candle. I thought it was going to be a confirmation because it was going to spike green and then do it, but this is basically one single cycle, so it's going to be a leave into one of these massive red candles if they do it. If they don't, it's going to be a leave here. Time is 10:30. They could bounce right now and a confirmation is going to happen, or it's going to bear trap everybody right now. I got in right here, but honestly, it looked like a confirmation, but it is not. It is not a confirmation. There's no confirmation shorting basically. Why? 10:25 into 10:30, 10:30 trying to bounce. This thing could run up into 10:35, negating this cycle, right? It does not have to reject. It does not have to reject. In 30 minutes, President Trump is coming live at the White House with the cabinet. The White House cabinet meeting will be live at 10 a.m. today. This is the confirmation happening. This is the 10:30 bounce happening. Now we need to see what happens, whether it confirms the rejection or whether it confirms the bear trap and go higher into 10:30, 10:35. This is basically what I had to wait for, but I already went in literally here. So if they reject here, you know, it doesn't even matter, but they could go higher here and then confirm. Nothing says that we have to confirm here. All I'm saying is that this is the cycle confirmation happening. You know what I mean? The MACD's dying bearish, but this thing could be bullish instantly. So all I'm saying is 10:25, 10:30 bounced, 10:30 is here, 10:35 coming out in 2-3 minutes. Only reason why I did it was because literally it feels like I'm at the top. Algo range is here. If we do pull back, it will be somewhere safe exit, but the wind is north. All puts are getting destroyed. Nothing says that we can't go like this. So take that into consideration as well. Nothing says that we can't go higher into 10:45, 10:55, 11. And the moment President Trump comes on, something else happens, and then this is a later big time play. So now it is a bear trap playing out. Okay, HOD testing on QQQ. This is basically the HOD. This is the HOD. So there's no confirmation shorting. Okay, no confirmation shorting on QQQ. SPY. Right, this thing could break up too into 10:30, 10:35. Nobody knows. It's basically being biased and speculating, thinking it's gonna go right now, now, and you know what I mean. This play. It does not have to do it now. They could literally wait until President Trump comes on. You know what I mean? Like nobody knows. But all I'm saying is there's setups. All I'm saying is that's a confirmation to short. That's most likely best safe exit. 642.78 coming right now. I'm gonna hold this shit though because I'm greedy as fuck. The risk is crazy to hold. Is best to leave in a max profit cycle and see what the fuck happens. To be honest with you. I might actually leave this though. I'm at 1.65k. I'm actually up big. Right, I'm actually up big. Like $200 now. So I'll leave at 642.79. I have my dog shit poo poo puts that I'm still stuck in basically. But holding that, thinking I'm gonna make more money, you can get fucking killed. Time is 10:35 right now. This thing is bouncing at 10:30 trying. Time is 10:35. This is 10:30. If they push, it is 642. 79 best safe exit. MACD coming in bearish. They're dumping with the divergence. Not dumping, pulling back with the divergence. Okay. Here we go. I'm at 1.7k. Bounce trying. Nobody knows if this is fake or not. Bounce trying though. MACD coming in super bearish. Most likely best safe exit coming out in 2 minutes into 10:37. We're about to get at top of the algo range touch most likely. fuck. I'm so sorry, guys. I was talking for literally 15 fucking minutes. I am so sorry. I was literally saying confirmation short right here, 1025, 1030 into 1040, 1035 fake into 1040. I was calling this out the whole time. I don't know if you guys are hearing me. I literally said 1030, confirmation 1035 into 1040 playing out as well. I am so sorry. I don't know, my mic was muted. I said in the WhatsApp group I'm out for 1.7K, $1,740. So my bad. I had no idea I was muted, but I literally left somewhere here. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yo, bro, I don't know, my mic was muted, but I was literally saying, yeah, this we could bounce. Well, like this is looking fake. I was like, we're pushing down. This is best safe things at 1037 coming, and I was like, fuck it, I'm holding into 1042, 1040 signifying. My bad, bro. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Yeah, my mic was off. My bad. My mic was muted. Thank you so much for Zishan saying that. Yeah. Please remind me if my mic is ever muted like that, because yeah, that is very important. I still have my really bad puts, 642s, but I left all my SPX puts. All right, 1.5K at the pure top, and the WhatsApp group, I was like, oh, in the first confirmation, I'm gonna short blah 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 because of the SPX put to call ratio. The setup kind of looks similar to yesterday. And look, 1030, 1035 confirmation short into 1040. Holy fuck. Who's printing big time right now? Who's holding into 1042? Oh my god. I literally knew they were going to do that, but I did not hold. Oh my god. Who is printing big time right now? Time is 1040. This is the confirmation short that we were talking about in the WhatsApp group. I was like, I'm going to wait for the first confirmation. Right? And I did it before because of the SPX put to call ratio. But literally, look, 1040. 1040. Alright, MACD coming in crazy bearish. I'm still down like 40% on my 642 puts, so I don't know if those are going to come back. I might want to leave, but yeah, those are being played with big time. Because I bought in for literally like 76 or maybe 80, I don't even know, 80 something cents, and it's at 72 cents, so yeah, 52 cents, so yeah, it's not doing great. Those things are being used for a big move right now, but new money puts printed because there's so many calls up there. 1030, 1035 confirmation to 1040, 1040 balance trying at 1041. Top of the algo range tested. And I'm so glad you guys were saying your mic was muted because yeah, I literally had no idea. I was talking for about 10-15 minutes the whole time here. Man, I was like right here. I was like 1037. I was like, yo, I'm gonna hold for a minute or two. Most likely we're getting a big red candle here, and then I literally left it somewhere here because I don't want to be greedy. But yeah, that is crazy. Just like
this is my favorite classy gift to give.
Live stream starting soon at the White House. Looks like cabinet meeting. 1040 bouncing into 1045. Time is 10:45. Bro, I was sweating too. I was sweating waiting for this. Time is 10:45. We are at the top range of the algo from 9:55 earlier. We are retesting, we are breaking out, we are whatever, and we are doing. Time is 10:45. We hit VWAP though, that is crazy. We actually hit VWAP. I did not think we were going to hit VWAP that easily, but there's some bigger cycle happening now. Okay, time is 10:45. 10:45. The president will be live with the White House cabinet for about an hour or 50 minutes again. 10:45 is at the top range of the algo. We did not test the bottom range of the algo or the top range of the algo on QQQ. They are bouncing from 1040. They are still bouncing. Time is 10:45 into 10:47. So, holy crap! New HOD on QQQ. This is nuts, right? Who thinks lower? Who thinks higher now, right? They just created a new HOD on QQQ. This is nuts. The big doji candle coming on SPY. Time is 10:45. This is making shorting dangerous. This is a divergence at the roof. This could be the ultimate short though, to the bottom range of the algo range. This could be the ultimate short to 955. Okay, I'm gonna go in 1K SPY put right now. Okay, I'm doing it. Risk is crazy. SPX. 1K SPX put, not SPY. Screw SPY. The risk is astronomical. I bought it for 1.1K basically. 1.1 something. Let me know if the volume is too loud. I'm gonna leave in 1 minute. Time is 10:50. In 1 minute. Time is 10:50 in 1 minute. I'm gonna leave in the next candle. Time is 10:50. I'm at 1.3K almost. 1,260. I'm up 11% now. Alright, I'm leaving. $100 basically. I went from 1,180 to 1,200. Wow, big green candle coming up. 10:47 standing as best safe exit. They're fucking algo ranging crazy here at the top range of the algo candle. Big fucking time. I left because VWAP touched. This is a 10:50 bounce until 10:55 comes. That is crazy. That is a fucking crazy candle. That's why I left though. 10:47 is literally 10:50. You know what I mean? Because like, why the fuck would I literally stay in profit and hope for more when I literally got that move real quick? So they're ranging like crazy here. I didn't know it was gonna range here. You know what I mean? I thought it was gonna drop too, but like I can't fucking hold that. If I hold that at 10:47 into 10:48, thinking, oh, it's gonna go, and I get crushed, like you could instantly get crushed. So I did not get 11% profit, by the way. I only got like 8% profit or some more shit, but still, literally. $10.50 bounce into 10.50. 10.50 is deciding what to do. Into 10.55. Time is only 10.50, and 10.50 is in the middle of the 10.50 candle, right? What is a 10.50 candle? 10.50 candle is 10:47 a.m. 10.50 candle is 10:48 a.m. signifying 10:50 a.m. 3 minutes, 2 minutes before it, right? Into 10:55. So if you think about it in the bigger picture, we are inside a 5-minute candle right now, deciding what to do, whether to go higher or lower into 10:55. So this, the only thing I could say is, watching the candles for the exact time, leaving on exact time, is literally experience. There is no way somebody could, literally like perfect that unless they practice, get wrecked, win, get wrecked, win. They suffer and they remember the suffering for something else. That is the only way. But the majority will never. Because the majority will never even begin to try, because all this is supposed to be impossible to figure out anyway. But all I'm saying is, that is the strength of all this shit. Even though it looks super confusing right now, there are sometimes, most perfect times, when a deduction is the real direction. Most perfect times when the real direction is literally shown by cycle time. It's just our eyes and our opinions and our minds are making it, not our minds are making it, more swayed than not. They're burning puts and they're burning calls now. Just like yesterday, we're not going lower, and we're staying at the roof almost. QQQ, and we're not going higher either. Until they make a real move, they're burning everybody. I mean, if this is where we're staying, right, then it means this is where we want it to be, or, we don't want to go higher, but they allowed the market to go higher so that they could get people more involved on calls, get them to lead puts or whatever it is. But they have to do certain things to the extreme or not, so that people can hope, speculate, or be biased, so that they can do the real moves. Right? Remember yesterday, literally the thing dropped in 2 minutes. I guarantee you 99.9% of the people in the world sold everything into like 330, 350, whatever it is. Only like 0.00001% of the people held into 358, 359, 4 p.m. right? And I was the one calling out at 355. I was like, oh, these people could drop it still continuously. Watch out how long they could drop it into 358, 359. I didn't buy put, right? But even me deducting and talking about it, the risk is I don't want to lose $500, $600 at the end of the day, right? But if I took that risk, I would be up literally 1.5K, 2K in 2 minutes. It's just like, bro, the deductions are there. It's just the risk is also there. The analyzations are also there. And sometimes, they print like crazy using deductions. Sometimes you're deducting too much and it's a hope factor. But yeah, sometimes it is literally just what it is. But honestly, it is what is going on. So, which makes it the reality, right? Whatever is happening, we have to just accept that it's happening, because we can't stop it, right? So time is 12:55, 12:53. We are still at 10:53. We are in between the 10:50 candle. We are deciding what to do. We have 94 people coming in now. We are waiting for the White House to go live with the cabinet meeting. So hit the like button, please, and let's prepare. Little pullback off the 1025 HOD to below the algo range. We are chopping at the top of the algo range, creating a wedge. So that was a bull flag, right? And I agree, that was a bull flag. We're just in a bigger bull flag. We are not in a bull flag breaking out, going nuke. We are literally in a way bigger bull flag. Channel and higher, but we are going higher, technically speaking, in terms of the charts. Chopped and higher. We're gonna make this white. Should we even draw this trend line down here? Wedge. See, who thinks this wedge is gonna break up or low? And now break up trying, right? This might be a breakout. This might be a break up, fake out. This is something happening. Time is 10:55. I mean, something going on now. 10:55. Wedge breaking out. 10:55. So it's bigger cycles playing. They're dumping calls from earlier, and then when there's no calls, they may go for roof. They may go for roof. But yeah, this is literally super fast. The MACD coming in super bullish and super fast at the end too. QQQ looking different. 10:55. Divergence at the roof and yeah. 643.01. That is one hell of a cycle, whatever is going on right now. We are at the roof again. It's trying to reject off the roof again. No, yesterday was so nasty though. Yesterday was so nasty. They literally, buying time is 11. Time is 11. 10:57 is inside the 10:55, 10:56 candle low. 11 is inside the 10:56 candle low for now. So crazy cycle happening at the roof of QQQ. And this is some wild stuff. Some range being created on QQQ now. MACD coming in bullish. Super weird candle. We are playing with this wedge breakout, whatever this is. Super nasty moves going on now. Josh says Fed Governor Lisa Cook refuses to step aside, setting up legal battle. Really? Interesting. Interesting. This is so scary. My mind wants to. My mind wants to short. I don't know why. Candle looking crazy. Some people may want to go long on this, but like big doji candle on the 5-minute. Okay, that's all it is. Big doji candle happening on the 5-minute, and there's going to be a decision basically into 11. QQQ going lower. Time is 11. This looks like free money puts. Time is 11. QQQ breaking lower. I'm gonna do it. 1 SPX put. We have President Trump coming live. $880. $890. I think it's a leave in this candle. Time is 11. Time is 11. Just going slowly lower now. Slowly lower. The old puts from earlier. I'm at break even. These weird motherfuckers. Okay, there we go. Come on. Push it! Push, 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 push it! Push it, push it, push it! Come on, baby girl. Come on, baby girl. Time is 11. I'm gonna run with small money. I still have my old puts, that's why I don't wanna like risk crazy. I'm at 1K almost. Push it, push it, push it, push it. Okay, I'm leaving. $950 filled. What the fuck?
Hold on.
You're still purchasing your lenses from your optometrist?
What are you doing? Come on.
Walk with me to the glory that is 1-800-CONTACTS.
It's quick.
Affordable.
Easy to use. It'll take you 5 minutes.
Big
You
ass
got
bear
5
trap
minutes,
coming.
And you're
That shit went to 955, but that is crazy. They're not doing anything until it comes on.
Why would
Time is 11:05. Everyone's trapped. It might be 20-30 minutes until he's literally live again. Time is 11:05. These are weird ass cycles. Weird cycles. Bounced exactly at 11:01. 11:11. One lower. Weird. 11:10 coming up. I'm hoping it goes and hits QQQ, top of the algo range, honestly. I'm hoping. Time is 11:10. Time is 11:10. In 5 seconds, it's 11:10. 11:10 within 11:05 candle above VWAP. Most likely best safe exit coming up. Things are looking like it's about to do it. Things are looking like it's 10:10, 11:10. We are right on VWAP on SPY. $11.10 is going lower on QQQ now. Come on, dude. In the next 5 minutes, it's now or never. Relieve them puts, it's now or never. Now or never. Time is 11:10. Candles are headed lower. Okay. Spike down coming. We're already in the middle of it. We are already in the middle of it since 10:55. The next point is 6:42:30 somewhere. Pretty sure we are in the middle of it right now. Time is 11:10. Maybe 5, 10, 15 more minutes. Destination being reached. Time is 11:10. There's a lot of bears here. Maybe they bear trapped them too. I don't know. Time is 11:10. Come on. 10:40 is right here. Did we break that low or not? If 10:40 breaks, it's a clear sign. It is not yet. 11:10 is bounce trying. We are still in a bullish cycle showing since 10:40. Not on QQQ, but on SPY. Smaller cycle things that I'm pointing out, but if we truly pull back, then yeah, we might go to previous day 9:30 open on QQQ, but we're not even there yet. We're not even at the top of the algo range, so forget that statement. Forgot Dr. Steinmont. But the only reason why I'm saying that, right, is if that happens, QQQ would turn red, SPY would be neutral, and it would make everything different, and it would make different stories happen. is 11:10 bounce happening at 11:09 showing. Big red candle coming on SPY. Previous day 4 p.m. close touching now. I'm gonna leave into a minute or two. Time is 11:11. Come on. Let me out, baby. Okay, bottom of the algo range, everything touching. Previous day 4 p.m. close touching. Time is 11:11. I told you we are halfway in the move right now, right? And look at that fucking candle. Right, I told you we are halfway in the move basically. QQQ, SPY, QQQ looks strong. SPY, MACD looked completely bearish in the 5 minute and the candle pulling back after 4 p.m. touch instantly. So this is crazy work. Absolutely dangerous stuff happening. They showed big red candle and then pulled back instantly off a 4 p.m. close touch. Are they bull trapping? Are they bear trapping? What is this? Man, what is that spike red candle? Throws everything off. Throwing everything off. QQQ is still looking strong. It's weird.
Well, see, they got it blocked off. But they're going into
There's not a lot of move though. There's really not a lot of move. 642.62 to 642.34. 11:10. Time is 11:15. Puts trying to be crushed. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio. President Trump and the White House cabinet is not coming live yet. The put to call ratio has changed a decent amount now. Time is 11:15 and we are testing the top range of the algo after we hit the previous 4 p.m. close. Nasty work going on. Options data burning out. Maybe it was hope thinking it was going to really do somewhere here, but yeah. Time is already midday. 11:15. Maybe I should have called the $300 loss. No, I'm literally halfway down. Since 9:55 in the morning, that's the crazy part. Like, time is only 11:15 and like it's only down 50% because the range is not big. We're playing with 643s all fucking day long today. Keep bouncing at above 642, right? We're literally above 642 continuously all day long. So maybe then puts are destroyed. I might want to leave. Time is midday. 1-2 p.m. coming up. Just when everyone, all the smart money leaves. All the wrong decision puts and calls. Time is 11:15, 11:20 coming. It's a way deeper flag, right? Happened. Flag breakdown almost too. If the algo range touches, that's a flag breakdown. This looks like a V-shaped recovery from 935, 950 to 1020, and then we boomed up on that bull flag on QQQ, right? Bull flag on QQQ, and SPY broke down already. QQQ literally did not break down yet. That's what it looks like to me. Time is 10:20 and 20 seconds. 11:20, I mean. Time is 11:20 and 15-20 seconds. They're going up and down like nothing, man. Candles are going fucking crazy. This is a liquidity graph to go lower. We're going lower. Please go. Come on. Let's go, baby. Relieve me. Come on. Bottom range of the algo tested at 11. That is fucking nuts. At 11:15. What the 11:15, 11:15. Perfect touch. Right? Perfect touch. What just happened? Perfect touch. What is that? Man. What the perfect touch.
I'm actually going to set this in there now. I'm just not going to set it up. Okay.
Time is 11:20.
At Momentum Volkswagen, we make buying a car simple, seamless, and stress-free. The way it should be. With limited time offers across our lineup, there's never been a better time to upgrade. You'll get transparent pricing, no hidden fees, and a team that's with you long after you drive off. Can't find the car you want? We'll help you track it down through our nationwide
11:20. They're
inventory.
burning everyone. They're not even coming lower. Just algo range, literally. Just algo. I can't even explain how perfect this is. Just I don't know what's going on. This is 50-50 at this point, in midpoint of everything. Right? QQQ could do whatever. It could be bullish because it's staying on top of this. It could be bearish. It could touch that. Nobody really knows. We're in the middle of everything right now. Bears are trapped big time on 950. Bulls are trapped big time on 1025. The time is 11:20. We're at the middle of everything. Just chopping up, chopping down, chopping up, chopping down. I did not leave into that spike too, dude. It was literally at 60 something cents, and I don't know what's wrong with me. I just I'm thinking it's more is gonna come too when shit like that happens, but yeah. That is a crazy algo touch. I really thought we were gonna maybe break down below and then fake out, but no such thing. Something different's going on. Time is 11:20. 11:20 in the perfect algo range too. So you could call this as nothing going on. You could call this as everything going on until we come live. If they are going down south though, like they're taking their time, they're cycling up and down so much, and that means there's a lot of bears, which means they don't want to go down too much, I think. So, you know, maybe somewhere down here would be best safe exit, but I really don't know about breakout LOD unless some crazy news comes out and some crazy play happens. But we are literally, now we're at the top of the algo range. That is disgusting. 5 minutes down, or 2 minutes, and 5 minutes up. MACD coming in bullish since the low of whatever that candle was. Now the bulls are taking control into 11:20. And this is hurting me. 642. I'm down 50% again from 955. 5 minute cycle, we brought up literally 65 cents. Going up and down like nothing. The MACD and volume today is so so trappy, just like yesterday. So crazy and choppy. Right, coming in bullish, but like weird, and like weird, like so weird. MACD is super bullish here. Well, let's see what happens with that. We are doing nothing today, as of right now. No moves. No moves. Yeah, NVIDIA, big news coming out tomorrow. That is true. His earnings or something. Big move playing out tomorrow. Look at that drop in the morning, and then big pump up, and deciding what to do. We are way above POC2 on NVIDIA. Time is 11:25. So 11:20, standing here. 11:20, standing here. 11:25. Yeah, keep your eye on NVIDIA. SPY rejecting, QQQ trying to push into 11:25. We're at the top range of the algo. The wind direction was south from 9:30 to 9:50, right? And we saw the wind change, and we saw the wind change going north too, and the wind was north from 9:50 to 10:25, and the wind is south or neutral from 10:25 until the cycle confirmation says We are gonna come back up. We're gonna test the roof. We're gonna break the roof. We're gonna stay in between the two pivot points, or we're gonna go test the LOD. We are basically in between the midpoint and showing the roof. That is what we're doing. We are in between the midpoint and the roof. Pull back from the top range of the algo happening. MACD tried to die, but building on QQQ still. MACD dying. Bears are coming into 1130 looks like. Bears are here into 1130. Bears are coming into 1130. Bears are here. Time is 11:30, right? 11:26. Chopping like crazy on QQQ. Candle dropped big time off the top range of the algo into 11:30. 11:30 is inside the 11:25 candle for now. Deciding what to do in between. In between. Let's see if we get a follow through or not, right? We've been building liquidity here for a long time now. We are anticipating the White House news coming out. We are anticipating, but they are not doing nothing. No live. Time is 11:30, right? Big red candle and then a big green candle buyback showing possible barcode right at VWAP. Possible barcode right at VWAP. The MACD completely turned off bullish, yet we're still bullish. That is incredible. Let's type in chat, who thinks this is a bear trap or a bull trap? Time is 11:30. This is 11:30. Cycles are wildin'. Cycles are wildin'. This could hit top range of the algo range on QQQ. They have not. That was a hope factor. Hope, bounce. So it could, but like the volume, MACD is slightly helping. More than not. Time is 11:30. The candles are coming in massively, and then they barcoded lower into 11:30. I don't know. 11:25 into 11:30. GoFlex says bull trap. Chris says bull trap. Yours says small bear trap. Captain says bull trap. We have one person that voted bull trap in the WhatsApp group. I voted bull trap with him too. We'll see. Let's, 80% of the population in our community right now is bearish. So, okay, top of the algo range hitting now. This could be best safe exit. Most likely. I'm wanting more. Okay, 11:30. Now the bulls are trapped, right? The bull flag is breaking down on QQQ. Previous day 4 p.m. close and 9:30 open is open to be touched. We are bouncing at the 4 p.m. close on SPY again. So now it's fair game, right? Time is 11:30. 11:30 QQQ touched the top of the algo range. Now we are deciding what to do truly into 11:35 into 11:30 into 11:35. I mean, Michael says bear trap because for the last 1 hour they have been mentally challenging us to buy puts. That is absolutely true. If you look at the last 1 hour since 10:25, every single candle has been let's go lower, buy puts. So that is true. We have just hit the
11:30 target since 10:45. So fair game. Massive green candle, massive red candle. Let's see. Time is 10:30. Bounce into VWAP. We are at VWAP. That is absolutely true what he just said. So time is 11:30. We have 104 people watching. Let's get the like button up, guys. We have 40 likes for the day. Let's push it up to like 70. Okay, 104 people. We could easily push that up real quick. Okay, the White House coming live in, I have no idea when. Right, they should be coming live before 12 noon though. That's what I think. But they clearly don't have to. They're coming on whenever they want to. We are at the top range of the algo on QQQ. 570.68. Okay. QQQ 11:30. QQQ 11:30. 11:31 bottom is holding on SPY and QQQ. 11:35 low is holding. This is interesting stuff, right? There's a lot of bears, there's a lot of bulls for the day. Everybody is strapped big time. So are they going to chop everyone and then close it, or are they going to go high, really high, or are they going to go really low, right? There's basically a lot of people trapped everywhere because they're doing weird cycles and then pulling back, chopping like crazy. So 11:35, that is 11:35. We went lower into 11:30, bouncing into 11:35. Crazy work. We are at VWAP. Let's see where the POC is on SPY. POC on SPY is where we were a little bit above VWAP. So wind direction is showing north today. We are green today. It's just there's not a lot of strength, right? We're barely green today. If you look, we're dipping red, stopped it, dipping red, stopped it, dipping red, stopped it. So we are barely green right now. QQQ is green by 50 cents, right? Chris says Trump moved to tomorrow. Really? Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna check the White House schedule. White House. Whoa, that is a big red candle. Time is 11:35. We are at previous day 4 p.m. close. 11:35 is going lower. Previous day 9:30 a.m. touching. Okay. Please just do it. It says it's still on the White House calendar. Cabinet meeting at 11. Yeah, where are you seeing this that they're moving the cabinet meeting to tomorrow?
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have a new post here from President Trump as he's weighing in on the Cracker Barrel controversy. Here is what the president just put out here on Live Now from Fox. Cracker Barrel should go back to the old logo.
He said there's a tweet from Truth Social, President Trump. How could I see his live Truth Social post? Maybe it's like a really early news. Everything is saying that Trump will be soon meeting his cabinet. It must be like a really early news or something, because I don't see it. Candle coming in green off of 11:35. 11:40 time is. Not going lower, just barcoding here. QQQ did go lower. Weird stuff. IWM must be holding up SPY or something going on here. Man, it's crazy how they don't can pay out the shit. Perfect data burn, literally. Pretty crazy. Time is 11:40. Ashley said he truthed nothing about his meeting. Does anyone here have Truth Social really? Like, honestly, I was thinking about getting like 2 years ago when he first made it, but like I can't believe that's like the real main, thing he's using now. Time is 11:40 and they're bear trapping trying. 11:35. MACD coming in, bullish. Everything is flipping again. Previous day 4 p.m. Previous day 9:30 bounce. QQQ. SPY. Bottom range of the algo bounce. I don't know if anyone knows a direction right now. I don't think there is a direction right now. Maybe it's north. I don't know. It's not south right now though. They're severely not showing. TOC. Keeps bouncing perfectly at the bottom right there. That is crazy beautiful, but like, yeah, that is crazy how it's perfectly doing it every time. $642.29 perfectly. No sellers stepping up. All these bears getting trapped. 10:25 into 11:35, 1 hour. That is true. Somebody called that out in chat. That is true. We gotta watch that out. There's a lot of bears here, more than bulls. I don't know. Maybe they're targeting the overall bulls, but like they're also targeting the overall bears. So both getting burned until real direction happens. Time is 11:40. Yeah, he definitely is coming live today. All the mainstream news media is waiting. It's just he's taking a long time. There may be a long time until it happens, just like yesterday. It was like a 40-minute wait, 30-minute wait, and then the thing lasted 50 minutes. So there's a bit of a wait, and then we'll get an intermission, and we'll probably be in the office.
John, you should have seen, what's his name?
11:40. Perfect bounce on previous day. 9:30 open as well, almost like QQQ. Insane chop. I put in like $830 or something. I don't even remember earlier, and I've just been waiting and waiting. Yeah, I've literally just been waiting and waiting. And at here, I'm at 60s, like maybe 600 something. Still a $200 loss, which is nuts. Because of theta, right? Look how far QQQ is not going to basically where it was at 950. Look at how far SPY went. And even then, with theta, because of the range that we're playing, right? Literally no money coming back. We're stuck at 642.3, 642.29.
Who'd you come from? Where were you before here? Before here? I'm actually A1 over at Nat Stadium. Oh, okay. Audi Field, and then I was in the music industry.
Someone said that bottom bounce is literally 90 cents. Ridiculous. That is crazy how it's only 90 cents. And we pulled back 45 cents or something. It's so dumb. 60 cents. I don't even know. 30. A dollar maybe. We pulled back $1. 11:45 time is.
I kind of capped out. I could hear my doctor in my head going. That's how I filled up. Ignite the fairway. Jiminy Cricket, you don't even have a club in your hand.
Time is 11:45. We have 100 people watching and 50 likes. Let's have like 20% more. Hit the like button, pretty please. Time is 11:45. The market is showing people we're not going to do anything, right? We might even do the move after 12 at the end of the day, or we might even do it. Now I'm not going to say after hours, but yeah, they're clearly showing that we're not going higher, we're not going lower. We are consolidating big time for 1 hour here. Sadly, we are. 1 hour. POC. VWAP. We are in between all the EMAs on QQQ. Time is 11:45. The 5-minute may be pulling back bearish side, right? It is. The 5-minute is pulling back bearish side since 11:35. We are at the middle of this little pullback. This is (50-50). Bears and bulls are both fighting at the middle. Insane. How long have we been playing here? says the cabinet meeting is set to start at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's what the Associated Press says. So if it was set to start at 11:30, it's been 15 minutes since then, expect to wait another 10 minutes.
Where are you going?
11:50 time is. We are stuck. POC, VWAP. $11.50, 11.45 rejecting into 11.50. Small as hell candle. We are just at VWAP. Nothing really going on unless the candle stack, unless it's a big ass candle, unless all these lows break off. Crazy ass rejection happening now. We are at the top range of the algo again on QQQ. The bulls have no power. The bears have no power too. This is literally just dancing around up and down, right? No one's showing any power right now. They're just literally just trolling, trapping. Just going down on, going up, going down on anything. On going down, going up, going down on POC, going down on top of algo range on everything. Going up and down on everything and anything right now. Time is 11:50. If the candles stack here into 11:55, all these lows break, and then something happens. Until then, nothing's happening. MACD is just pulling back bullish. Literally, the MACD was pulling back bearish 5 minutes ago. So, the candles are stacking. The 5-minute candle stacking. Bears are stepping it up, trying. The 5-minute MACD for 1 second, right? Look at the 5-minute candle and the MACD for 1 second. Chopping here like crazy, but gotta see how that candle closes. 20 seconds. Let's leave it here for a sec. 5-minute candle closes in 15 seconds, folks. You guys see this candle, right? 950 higher than 945. Let's go look at the 1-minute candle, okay? You see this? 950 higher than. It would be better if this is 1147, but this is what I mean, right? This is signifying 1150 bounce at 1149, right? And you go look at that in the 1-minute candle. 5-minute candle, 1150 bounce at 1149, somewhere down there, right? Does that make sense? This is how you decipher the candles, and sometimes they represent differently, sometimes they represent like this, but yeah. 1150, if the low breaks, if all these lows breaks, the bears are gonna come. The candles are stacking, the candles are consecutive, the MACD is turning bearish, but if all these lows break. I think if they break, they're gonna break in 1 single minute. But like, you know, I don't know if they're gonna break it. I'm saying if they break it.
they're gonna show this. They're gonna continue to show this until just one time it just does it, or it's never gonna happen. Either or. That's the setup. That's the environment. So Tosh or Ashley said, I believe he's speaking. Let's see.
I'm sandwiched between the two generations. I'm helping to give caregiver responsibilities to my
POC.
dad.
What was originally the anti-terrorism.
Nothing yet. Fox 9. CNBC. $11.50. 11.50 bouncing off a POC. Now the green candles are stacking big time now. Top of the algo range. Time is 11:55. These people are nasty. For now, just bouncing, 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 up, down, up, down, up, down for now. Whoever is scalping up, down, up, down, up, down is printing, right? But everybody that's in right now is literally getting tossed around. Like a doll. Like a little plushy doll. We're getting tossed around right now, and they're having a fight on the bed. This is literally crazy chopping for the last 1 hour and a half. An hour and a half. Since 10:30, right? Time is 11:50, so it's been an hour and 25 minutes. An hour and 30 minutes almost. QQQ is at 579 too. SPY is at 642.72. The only thing is, it's looking bearish, and everybody in the world is getting bearish, and that literally means they're gonna have an alternate cycle. The counter push up on the 5-minute candle. I don't know. Now it's trying to break out, right? The top of the algo range. Anything could happen here. This could be real. This could be how do you know? This chopping like crazy. All we're doing is we pulled back. We went to the midpoint of that pullback continuously. And we went to the floor and we went to the midpoint continuously. 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, literally every single 5 minutes. This is a choppy day. 1-minute candles were choppy earlier, right? And now look at the 5-minute candles being choppy. That's what's going on. Candles are chopping. Time is 11:55. Time is 11:55. The MACD volume trying to push it north. Breaking out of the algo range. Breaking out of the algo range. Time is 11:55. 11:56. That might be a best safe exit candle. Let's see if that continues. The MACD is bullish, but the 5-minute is going nowhere at the moment. Except that the 5-minute MACD is pulling back. Time is 12 o'clock. Pulling back to the top range of the algo. I might leave at the low again. I don't know. I don't want to stay in SPY at least. I'll probably take like a $200, $300 loss and I'll just trade new if it does test the bottom again. I think it's being kind of dumb holding through all of this shit, so. Time is 12. Time is 12 o'clock. Guys, it's an expected time for the live streaming. Right? They do an expected time and then go live whenever they want. So. Time is 12. And boom, trying. Right, they burn the calls and then the calls are getting relieved in 5-10 minutes. They're burning the puts. Time is 12. Since 11:50 at the minimum. 11:50, 11:35 we can confidently say. Wind is saying, let's go test the roof. That wind direction is south or neutral since 10:25, meaning the cycle could decide to come back up and test the roof. We don't know. Burning all bears, right, since 10:30 into 11:30, but they're just taking their sweet time into 12. Just did it over in the long term.
Mikey Sherrill voted to raise taxes on New Jersey families, and she has no idea what to do as governor.
If you could pass one piece of legislation, what would it be?
Wow, I would love, that's a really good question. As a
Okay, this is the White House's stream. They're clearly not beginning shortly, but this is the
White House stream. Candles coming in, bullish into 12. Testing the roof. Trying MACD, everything bullish. So now they know he's coming on live soon, and they're pumping this thing to burn all bears into 12 o'clock. Looks like time is 12. We are at the roof almost. Or we are at the roof on SPY. Right, we were wasting our time at the midpoint, roof, midpoint, roof, midpoint, roof, midpoint, and now we're at the roof again. Even more roof than earlier. Time is 12:05. Time is 12:05. This has the most amount of people, so we'll do this one. 13,000 people waiting on CNBC. Like 1.3K, I don't even know. It's a lot of people though. Time is midday, 12:05. Calls went up 50% since 11:50 into 12:05. QQQ running into 12:05. SPY is not. Nvidia is bullish since 11:35 as well with the market. Send a picture of the SPX put to call ratio in the chat now. There are more calls than puts than where we are, but the thing can go higher a little bit more. Does not have to see a rejection here, but it is about 70-25. And then above us is 90-20 or 80-20-ish. Time is 12:07. 12:07. 12:05 into 12:10. Small ass cycle. 12:10 is here on QQQ as well. Do we get a breakout green candle, clear the divergence, and then something happens? Or what? Or what? There's a divergence at the roof. And they are continuously not going. This could be interpreted as something like this for now, I guess. Time is 12:10. MACD pulling back. Okay. I'm gonna go in one SPX put right now. $870. Risk is there. Time is 12:10. Getting squeezed up. I'm getting squeezed up. No cycle pumping on QQQ almost. This is 12:05, 12:10. So maybe small cycle pumping on QQQ. Okay, but on 12:05 into 12:10. Technically the same high. There is no confirmation to short right now. No confirmation shorting. No confirmation shorting. This is time is 12:15. There he is.
We're trying to stop the war and the killing in Ukraine. So we're selling missiles and military equipment, millions and millions, and ultimately billions of dollars to the
Time is 12:15. Market is booming.
Very friendly, and we have a great relationship. But that was an amazing trip. So they're funding the entire war.
Market is booming
We're not
into
funding anything.
12:15.
I think it's an important point to make, because a lot of people don't understand that. And we will continue to do that.
All
And we're
perks are
trying to
burning
get
out.
as much as we can for them. They want the American product. The American military product is by far the best in the world, and that's what they
HOD
want to
about to
get. They have
break
lots
off.
of options, but that's what they want to get. So the factories are doubling up and tripling up, where they make the Patriots and other really, you could say, defense and offensive weapons. The wages for blue-collar workers are now rising at the fastest rate in 60 years, which is so important to all of us around this table. The average American worker has already seen a $500 wage increase this year, and there's no inflation, because there's been decreases, tremendous decreases, with thanks to Doug and Chris, some of the people, the great job they've done with energy. Thank you very much, and Chris, thank you very much. I see you down close to $60 a barrel, and you'll be breaking that pretty soon, and that has a huge impact. So we have
643.19
groceries are
SPY
down.
is.
Energy is way down. Energy is way down. It was $4 and $5 for a gallon of gas. Think of that, for gasoline, and now it's probably $2.25. There are some places it's $2. It broke $2 in a couple of locations in the South. In places like California, where they charge such high taxes, it's higher, but it's still much lower than what it was a year ago. So energy's way down, groceries are way down, eggs are way down. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. You've done a great job. Appreciate it. When we came in, the eggs were through the roof. They were 4 times higher than they've ever been. And my first question from you people, well, what are you going to do with eggs? I said, what's the problem with eggs? That was caused by Biden, or whoever was operating the auto pen actually caused it, I guess, because I don't think he knew too much about eggs. Factories are booming compared to before I took office. Domestic auto production is going to be, it's going to be so thrilling in 2 years when you see the numbers, because they're building plants all over the country. They're all coming in because of tariffs. They don't want to build, they don't want to pay the tariffs. And if they build their plant here, they don't pay the tariffs. And they're pouring into our country, and you know about AI, and you know about but the auto plants, that's the good old-fashioned stuff that I love. The auto plants are pouring into the United States of America. They're coming from Mexico. They're coming from Canada. And they're coming from Europe, all over Europe. And it's been pretty amazing. So factories are booming. And when they actually open, right now they're booming in terms of construction. This is something given to me by Mark Zuckerberg. And you'll see, this is AI now. These are, I never understood. I said, well, because I built shopping centers, and for $50 million, you can build a very nice shopping center. So I never understood when they said $50 billion for a plant. I said, kind of a
HOD
plant is
broke on
sad.
QQQ as well.
But when you look at this, you understand why it's 50 billion. So this is one he's building in Louisiana. That's Meta, Facebook, as people understand it to be. But look at that, that's the size of Manhattan. So that's superimposed over the island of Manhattan. It takes up a big part of Manhattan. I think they say 81% of Manhattan. So these are big things, and they're going up. A lot of them are going up now. I don't know that big. Actually, Mark is building 4 of them, and others are building similar places. And when these things open up,
I want to take another put, but that's
we're leading
fucking
China
crazy
now in
what
AI,
just happened.
substantially leading China. And the reason is because we're letting them build their own
Alright, I'm adding
electrical
one.
facilities. We would need
I'm at
double the
1.4K.
energy that we. If you take all of the electricity that we produce right now in this country, you'd have to multiply it times 2 or maybe 3 times. So 3 times more than we have right now for everything, to operate your toaster and everything else. Okay, 3 times more. And the way we are able to succeed, because China goes out and builds these massive plants. They're right now building 58 coal, in this case, almost all coal-fired plants.
Look at that 1 minute
Coal is
candle,
back in
gap
this
up and
country
gap
too,
down.
by the way. You know, there's a reason they use it, because it's good. It works for them. And we
Gap
call
filled.
it clean coal. We don't call it coal. We call it clean, even very clean coal. But we have coal going up. We have nuclear going up. Nuclear is very much in vogue now. It's safe and inexpensive and great. We don't allow windmills. We're not allowing any windmills to go up. I mean, unless there's a legal situation where somebody committed
Time
to
is
it a long
12:20.
time ago. We don't allow
No
windmills.
confirmation
And we
shorting.
don't want the solar panels.
We're just
that
at the
I was
HOD.
speaking with the secretary about, because they
Wind
take
is
up,
north.
you know, thousands of acres of our farmland. You see these big ugly patches of black plastic that comes from China. And the solar is, you know, I like solar in some ways, but for firing up your big plants, it doesn't work. It's very unstable, but it really takes up your farm. The farmers are saying, you know, they're building
Active
these
volume,
massive
everything is bullish.
blotches in the middle of the
But
fields.
we have
all
been
over the
since
country. It's so
11:35.
crazy. It's so crazy. So we're not heavy into that at all. And the windmills, we're just not going to allow them. They're ruining our country. They're ruining everyone. If you look at, I hate to mention countries, but you look at
40
the UK,
minutes,
what's
45
happening in the UK,
minutes.
they have energy costs have gone through. It's because of wind. They want to do everything.
12:20.
Close up the northern parts of the country. They have oil. It's tremendous. And they
KKD
close
going
it up
higher
and
into
they're
12:20
building windmills
itself.
all over the place. And I tell them, you're my friends, but man, you're going to have a bad awakening very soon. It's going to be very bad. They're ugly. They don't work. They kill your birds. They're bad for the environment. And if you look at them from a house, your house is worth less than 50%. So I'm trying to have people learn about wind real fast, and I think I've done a good job, but not good enough, because some countries are still trying, and they're destroying themselves.
My shit's
Those
going
are
down
countries
even
that are
more.
really
That's
destroying
crazy.
themselves. I hope they get back to fossil fuel, because right now, Chris, whether we like it or not, fossil fuel is the thing that works, and then you can add nuclear with it and other things, but fossil fuel is what works. If we're going to fire up those big
6450 is
monster
getting dragged
factories.
down crazy.
But if you look at comparing everything before I took office, domestic auto production is up 18,000 cars a month. And we haven't even started yet, because a lot of these plants aren't built. It's up 18,000 because Ford, General Motors, and a couple of others, Stellantis, they're taking their existing plants, and they're, as quickly as they can, they're adding on to them. So when their plants open, because they're building big, modern, beautiful auto plants. But think of that, we're up 18,000 cars a month, and essentially all they've done is try and utilize their space correctly as their big plants open up. It's going to be, I hope they remember
Might be
that it
pulling
was
back
this way. I hope
slightly.
this table gets a lot of the credit for what's happening. It gets all of the credit, because this would have never happened. We were going out of business in every way. We were losing. All the car plants were leaving this country. Now they're all coming back in, and they are coming from Canada, and they are coming from Mexico, but they're coming from Germany, they're coming from all over the world. Domestic steel production is up by 100,000 tons of steel a week. We have a 50% tariff on steel, aluminum, and various other things. Copper just got brought into the picture, and that means people are going to want to make steel here. We just made a deal with U.S. Steel.
Still
As
at
you
the
know,
roof.
we
No
have
confirmation
an
to short.
outside company come in, spend $17 billion on building new
1220
plants.
bounce
do
shrine.
everything. It's great, and it stays right here in America. So
Still
we're
trying to go
doing
parabolic.
amazingly well on steel.
Wow.
And domestic oil
Going
production is
parabolic.
up by more than 300,000 barrels a day. That's a lot of barrels, and you're going to be talking about that in a second, I think, Chris and Doug. These two people have done a fantastic job, and we have the oil price down to about $62 a barrel. So just so you understand, because a lot of you like to talk about costs and prices, but I watch so much fake information.
Crazy.
Product costs are down. Energy is way down. Energy brings things down. You know, with energy, that's what happened with Biden. He stopped our program, and then he went back to it when he realized that it looked like you're going to be paying
12, 20.
numbers that nobody's ever seen, like $7 a gallon. You're going to pay $7 a gallon. They were up to $7.5. So then he immediately went back to the Trump plan that they
SPX
terminated.
puts are eating it.
But it was too late for them. It was too late. They blew it. They had a great thing going. I gave them something great, and they blew it. Since the inauguration, we've created over 500,000 new private jobs, and if you notice,
No pullback,
when
just
the numbers
parabolic.
come out, government jobs are going down and private jobs are coming up, and that's what really fuels the country. It's easy to hire people and pay them for doing something that maybe is not very productive, but government jobs are down, actually substantially down, and private jobs are way up, and these are the jobs that make money, create a better life. Meanwhile, we've reduced the number of federal bureaucrats by 84,000. So we got rid of 84,000, and I think the job numbers, you're going to see the new job numbers are going to be through the roof because of all of the different businesses that are moving into our country. And not just production businesses, autos and AI, but any business you can think of. In the world of furniture, as an example, North Carolina, I went there many times when I
shorting
took
happening
a lot
on
of
QQQ.
hotels and things, and I'd
SPY
go to
rejecting
North
off of
Carolina and
1220.
buy the greatest, they
Time
were
is
the greatest,
12:25.
most talented people.
Here it is.
And then
Time is
China came along and
12:25.
took all of those jobs.
I'm at
away. They would have
1.5K.
tariffed them. China wouldn't have taken any of the jobs, but we had presidents that, honestly, and I like some of them,
Come on.
but they didn't know what the hell they were doing from a business standpoint, from running the country. And North Carolina, the most talented woodworkers that you've ever seen.
One single red
I'd
candle, they
be
might
there
be
and I'd
leaving
watch
smart
them and
money.
say, "I'd
This
like
is a
to have
confirmation short
a
on
rail of
QQQ,
that
not
chair.
on SPY.
Maybe can you fancy it up a little bit? How about this, sir? And it handed me a thing. It was like they were artists. They were unbelievable. And that business was stolen from us by others, not only China, but by others.
I'm
All
at
of a sudden, you're ordering
1.5K
furniture
almost,
from
1.44K.
China. It was not even close to being as good, but they couldn't compete with it. If we would have said costs 100% or 200% tariff, you wouldn't have lost one job. It's so sad. But we're going to rebuild North Carolina furniture and other places, South Carolina too, to a lesser extent. They make furniture, but furniture, we're going to put a very substantial tariff on. We've already announced it. It'll be done pretty quickly. And when that happens, everyone's going to start. I just tell you, North Carolina, go out and start getting the grandchildren and the children, start teaching them, because some of those incredible artists that I knew as young people,
Bounce
they're
shrine.
older people now, but they still have the talent and they have time left. But they're going to be teaching their sons and their daughters and their grandchildren, and it's going to be a beautiful thing to see. It's going to happen like magic. It's going to happen without question. It's not like, gee, I hope it happens. It's going to happen. The results of Ford that just announced, it's going to
Okay, this is
create
best safe
4,000
exit,
new
folks.
jobs,
Time is
American jobs.
12:25.
Hyundai, 14,000 jobs. General Motors is moving
I'm still in.
production of the Chevy Blazer,
1.6K.
Equinox from Mexico back to the United States where it belongs. Don't forget, we lost 55% of our auto production over the last 35 years. 55%. We were the auto capital of the world. Like there was nobody even think about challenging us. We lost 55% of it to Mexico, Canada, China, a lot to China, and other countries. And it's all coming back.
12:25
We will be
bouncing.
bigger. A couple of years we'll be bigger than we ever were. we'll be more dominant, we'll be bigger. We make great product too. We're starting to make really great product. We're going to be bigger than we ever were. We're going to be at the level that it was when we were the only one that really, we sold to the world. And we're going to be back selling to ourselves and other parts of the world. It's not going to be the same, but it's going to be equally as important as it was in the heyday 30 years ago. But we lost more than 50% of the automaking capacity. In fact, the unions, the auto unions, as you know, the top guy didn't know me, didn't like me, and now he likes me. He says, man, I can't believe what Trump has done. But the auto workers voted for me. They understood better than anybody else. The auto workers, the
dying
Teamsters
bearish
voted for me.
at the
Teamsters
middle
are great.
of
They all
the
voted for
5-minute
me.
drop.
No Republican has ever gotten the support
Market
of
is
the
cycling.
Teamsters and the auto workers. And now the head of the auto workers have been so amazing. I watch them on television. They can't even believe what happened. And I told
Market
them all
is
what was
cycling.
going to happen. We secured new market access for American agricultural
Time is
exports all over
12:30.
the world. Our secretary is doing a great job.
Time is 12:30.
And we have negotiated historic trade deals with the United Kingdom, China, Indonesia, Vietnam, the Philippines, Japan, South Korea, who was here yesterday, and the European Union. Foreign nations are now paying hundreds of billions of dollars straight into our treasury, and numbers that nobody's ever seen before. As you know, we made trade deals with a lot of countries, and many of those countries, just to be able to sit at the table, are paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We made a trade deal with the European Union. They were rough on us for a long time, and now we have a very good.
I was
deal
barely in
made
profit
with
here.
them.
Now I'm in another cycle
Trillions of
waiting.
dollars is coming into our country. Trillions.
I was up maybe
Far
$100,
beyond billions,
120
trillions
maybe.
of dollars. When you say
Maybe.
scale,
I was at like
it's a pretty short period of
1,650 or something,
And they have to buy
1,680 or something
$750
maybe.
billion worth of our energy product. Energy is great. We have more than anybody else, and we're using it. But the European Union is a done deal, and Japan is done. I
Time is
heard there was a problem
12:28.
with South Korea, but we met yesterday, and they're done. We didn't do anything. We just kept the same deal. He honored the deal they wanted to see. Well, I don't even want to say it, but they wanted to see if they could do something. But they honored the deal, which is nice. And we cut the previous record-setting trade deficit, I hear just came out. We cut it in half already. We haven't even said, we've only been
12:30.
here
Not
really for a
rejecting
few
yet.
months because, you know,
Or is it
it
stay
takes you a little
rejection?
while to fix up the Oval Office and do those things.
This is either a confirmation
Prepare
to
for
short
the-
on
to
SPY, or it
prepare
will
for the
bear
battle,
trap
right?
everybody here and go
So
higher.
we really only been here for a very short period of time, and we cut the trade deficit in half. Is that right? That's a fantastic. I didn't even
Rejection
think
trying
about
off
that.
at
And
12:30.
remember,
Rejection
these
trying.
are things
This
that
could
are
be fake if the
being
low
done.
of the
These
12.25
things, you know, all
candle
these
low
numbers,
breaks,
they're
and
not
it would be
open.
best
When
safe
they
exit,
open,
and it will most
you're gonna
likely
see
be target
things happen
area.
in the United States that nobody's ever seen before, including our country in its heyday. And I had the greatest economy in the history of our country my first 4 years, despite COVID, which was a very unfortunate situation for the whole world. We did a great job with it, never got the credit for the job we did. Operation Warp Speed, people say, is one of the greatest achievements ever in politics or in the military, because it was almost a military procedure. But everybody, including Putin, said that Operation Warp Speed, what you did with that, nobody can believe it.
30. Time is.
And we did a great job, but it was a horrible, horrible pall over our country. We had a very dark cloud over the world. That was a very, very bad thing that came out of Wuhan, which I said it came out of Wuhan. That's where it came from. And China suffered greatly, but everybody did. But we did a good job with that, as good as you could possibly do, and we came back, and now we're stronger than ever before. If I didn't win this election, this country was gone. I'm telling you, economically it was gone. None of the things that we're talking about would have happened. The whole world was robbing us blind. Friend and foe. They were stealing our jobs, our money, our factories. They were stealing everything. We would have been a shell. We would have been a bankrupt, broken shell. And that's the way it is. But we're doing just the opposite. Stronger than we've ever been. Last month, in a landmark achievement, I also proudly signed the largest working class tax cuts in American history. So the bill.
Yeah, truly, this is every
I'm not
single
gonna
day,
use the
guys.
term great, big, beautiful.
Every
That was
single
good for
day there's a
getting it
big
approved,
ass news catalyst. He speaks
it's
every
not
single
good
day.
for explaining to people what it's all about. It's a massive tax cut for the middle class.
Nothing
It's a
happens here until the
massive
low of
tax
the
cut for
1025
jobs.
low breaks. The bears are
And,
not in control here.
And it's, I mean, think of it, no tax
Just
on
showing
tips,
red candles. This is
no
the
tax
1030
on
rejection. Let's see what
Social
happens.
Security. So seniors, I don't know how you can vote for anybody else. And
There's still no
you're
confirmation
just
shorting
think of
anywhere.
that, and
It
no
already
tax
happened on
overtime.
QQQ and then it
So
bounced.
you work
It
overtime,
already
you have to pay tax
did
on
it from
overtime.
12:20 and
That's
then it
good.
bounced.
The Democrats don't know what they're gonna do. So they have like this soundbite. You know, they have all these sound bites. They send it out. I don't know. Some guy sends out a word and everybody uses it, including the fake news. Some of you are here right now. I'm looking at you. And it's death. They use the word death. No, it's actually life. It's almost like a newborn life. It's not death. That's their soundbite.
Gapped up
The
QQQ.
bill is death.
Gap filled.
It's not- We strengthen Social Security. We strengthen Medicare, Medicaid. The job we've done on Social Security is, if the Democrats got in, Social Security is over because the country's going to fail. There won't be any Social Security. And I made that pledge to you. We're going to take care of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and we're doing that in spades because the country is becoming so successful again. And it hasn't been this successful. I think in the end, it will
Just
never
the
have
bear
been
trap
this
off at
successful.
1225 for now.
Close with what's happening.
Market
Every
deciding
American
what
is
to
seeing
do
a
into
tax cut.
1235.
As a
Time
result
is
of the bill, the average
1235 now.
police officer will keep an extra $1,000 a year, at least in overtime, and the average waiter or waitress will keep nearly $2,000 extra in the fact that they would have had to pay that kind of money on tips. And I never realized that the government was so strong on that, but waitresses, waiters would tell me that the government would go after them. It was horrible. That's how it all started with me. It just was incredible. And the biggest thing was, again, the $4 trillion that they found. I said, well, that was nice. They should have announced it. I could have told them that. And I don't know. It should be simple. A lot of people didn't understand it. Actually, a lot of good people didn't understand it. But now they're saying, you know, Trump was right. They've never seen anything like this. And I don't know what it is, Scott. They didn't understand what we were trying to explain to them.
Getting
was gonna
squeezed.
happen. Everybody's moving back to the United States because they don't want to pay a tax. If they're not here, they have to pay a tax. And it didn't seem that complicated, but it's working at a level that nobody can imagine. You know, this is working $4 trillion.
Bulls are holding
it's a big
1235
number.
with
It's
their
a number
life.
that nobody ever heard of before, but $4 trillion's exciting. But that's nothing compared to what's happening, because these places haven't even opened yet. Some of them haven't even started hiring yet. They're under construction. So it's construction jobs, but it's not the big number, and the big numbers, when they open, they're going to be very successful. It's a revolution. We're also working on things to ensure
QQQ
that
moving
the
now.
awesome
SPY
power of
moving now at the
artificial
last minute of
intelligence is used to
1235
benefit
trying.
all
If
Americans,
nothing happens
including
until the
American
low of the
workers and
1229
also
candle breaks here.
American children.
Nothing
In that
happens
spirit, our
until the low of the
wonderful First
1229
Lady
candle breaks here.
has just
It's still in a
announced
bullish
a
cycle since
presidential
1229
AI
signifying
challenge.
1230.
Yeah, very good
Inside
challenge,
candle.
I can tell you. Put her heart into it, which will inspire the next generation to stay on the cutting edge of this vital technology. This is the new internet, the new computer, the new television, the new everything, all put together in one. This is why when I show you a picture like that, I mean, I show you this. This is a factory superimposed over the island of Manhattan, and you have many of them being built right now all over the country, or soon to start. Some of them. Some of them have started. This one has actually started. That's in the great state of Louisiana. But the First Lady is working very hard on this, and it's an important initiative. And Melania, when she puts her mind to it,
1235,
nobody
one
can do better. There's
candle,
nobody.
trying some
So,
sort of a bounce.
Every young person should go to ai.gov to learn more, ai.gov to learn more, and you'll see it's a great challenge. I think it's going to be a very modern kind
Why
of
is it
challenge
done?
that involves AI, which is very exciting to people, so I want to thank her.
Time is still
There's a lot of money for
1235 for
children.
2 more minutes.
We're putting America first, and we're going to be putting the America worker first. And, you know, the Republican Party has picked up 4 million new people, 4 million. The Democrats have lost 2.5 million. Other than that, they're extremely happy. No, they're very depressed. They're very depressed. And their new box that they've fallen into is crime. There was a consultant on one of the shows this morning I was watching. I thought he was very good. He's a Democrat consultant. And he was screaming, no, no, don't let him do this to you. Don't let, it's another trap. It's another trap. What he's talking about, like men playing in women's sports. They said that's an 80-20. No, it's a 97-3. It's 97-3. Like transgender for everybody. They fought for it. They're still fighting for it. I saw a guy today, a politician that you all know very well, fighting like hell for men playing in women's sports. You don't understand. They're human beings also. Well, I agree they're human beings. But you can't have a 7-foot guy playing basketball with the women. You know, just one of those little problems in life. And we all have our place. That's okay. I've got my place too. But this guy's screaming, it's another trap. And this is the worst of all. He said, because this is crime. Trump is saying he's against crime and they're for crime. No, he's going, it was funny. No, it's a trap, don't do it. And then I saw this poor stupid Chuck Schumer, the guy. He looks like he's aged 100 years. And I don't like getting into looks. You know, looks don't mean anything, right? When you're in politics, looks don't matter. I look at Pam, I would never say she's beautiful because that'd be the end of my political career. Laurie, secretary. But I will tell you, this is the best of all. And they're going to fight me. Like this slob of a governor.
Channel them like crazy. We're going up slowly, trying.
Guy got thrown out of his business by his family. I know the family. I was partners with the family. Nice family. I like the family, but he was no good. They threw him out. He's governor of Illinois, and he goes about Trump. We don't need his help. Chicago is the way. These places are really bad. Crime in D.C. was the worst it ever was. You know, they make up stories. Crime in D.C. was the worst ever in history, and now over the last 13 days, we've worked so hard. We've taken so many, there are many left, but we've taken so many criminals, over 1,000. I watched a man from Maryland who said to me, sir, you're the greatest president. You're doing an unbelievable job. What a great job. Governor Moore, has anyone heard of him? He's another hopeful for president. I don't think so. But I met him, and I didn't realize it was on camera. Did you see they caught him on camera? I was at a game, I don't know, like the Army-Navy game or something. And I met him in a hallway. And as usual, you do your job very well. One of these great cameramen had it on tape. But I met this gentleman. I never met him before.
Bears are coming.
Sir, you're doing a great job. You're doing an unbelievable job. Thank you very much. But then he goes on television.
The low of this candle has to break. 12.25.
And a lot of people are so the line is that I'm a dictator, but I stop crime. So a lot of people say, you know, if that's the case, I'd rather have a dictator. But I'm not a dictator. I just know how to stop crime. And you would think that Illinois would have such a problem with crime, such a bad governor. He should be calling me, and he should be saying, could you send over the troops, please? It's out of control. It's out of control. In New York, it's out of control. Not as bad as Illinois, by the way. Not even close. In California, you would have not had the Olympics had I not sent in the troops, sent in the National Guard. They did a fantastic job. We have the Olympics, we have the World Cup coming. I got them in my first term, and I was really sad because I said, oh boy, I got them, and I won't be president. And little things happen. Thank you, God. Little things happen. Think of it. You could ask Johnny. Johnny would tell you he's the head of World Cup. He's a great guy too, great commissioner, but he's the head of the World Cup. He said Trump is the only reason we're doing this. And the sad part is that I was not going to have it. I would have to be, probably I wouldn't have even been invited to the game depending on who's president. Right? And I got that. I did not get 250.
Did we
okay?
pump on Trump
the
finally?
250th anniversary. I did not get. I'd like to claim it if I might, but I didn't get that.
Setup
That
is
was
always to
whether I
pump
was
into
president
him
or not, it
coming
was
on.
still 250.
Come on.
I'd like to take
Okay.
credit for it. What I will take credit for is we're going to have a better celebration under Trump than you would have had under some stuff. That I'll take care of. We're going to have a safer place, Christy, because of
12:40.
you and Tom Holman and everybody. Right?
Rejection and a bounce.
But so we have 250 coming up.
Deciding into
We have the World
12:45.
Cup coming up, which is like having 45 Super Bowls.
Bears
And,
coming
we have the
to
Olympics
die now,
coming
or
up.
bulls
So we're
coming,
gonna have a very
showing
exciting
off at
3.5
12:40.
years remaining. We're gonna have a very exciting. It's gonna be done. It's gonna be done properly. So, I just want to tell you, our country's in incredible shape.
Big
Our
U shape now.
military is strong and powerful and respected.
Yeah, time is
We have
12:45.
some
There's weird
fantastic
candles happening now.
decisions from the Supreme Court that let us put the people into the military and other businesses that are best for the
12:45
job,
is
as
here.
opposed to some woke reason that
40
is
seconds.
killing our country. That was a very strong, very powerful. You can now go into a company based on your ability, as opposed to being forced in based on some factor that cannot make our country great. That was a big decision, very, very big decision. And we've had a lot of great decisions, and we've all made some great decisions sitting around this table. I want to thank Scott. Unbelievable what's happening financially with you and Howard. And Vice President's
At the
involved
roof,
in everything, and
12:40.
he's been great. And
5
Marco
and
has
6
been
seconds, 12:45.
Really, I think you're born for this job. I don't think you should ever run for another office. I don't think you should, really. You're so good at this. He is so good, and everybody likes him. You know, everybody likes him. But everybody, much more importantly than like, I think you would say, is respect. They respect Marco. They respect all the people around the table. So what I'd like to do is, I'd like to go around the table.
What a
You seem to
glaze.
like it. Your audience seems to like it based on ratings. And I want to mention, about crime, because we have a young lady here, Iris, of Epoch Times. You're Iris, aren't you, huh? And I heard you were very savagely mugged in the city, and you're not going to let that happen under this administration. That was last year. And would you like to mention what happened?
Of course. So first of all, thank you, Mr. President.
You want to listen to this?
For having me here to share my story to the room and to the broader public. My name is Iris Tao. I'm a White House correspondent for NTV, the sister media of the Epoch Times. So more than 2 years ago was a Saturday morning in broad daylight. I was on my way to work, and a young man with a black ski mask pointed a gun in my face.
And my
and
SPX
threatened
put
me
is
to
almost
hand
getting
over
cooked
my
too,
phone,
to the point of
my
no
wallet,
return.
my
They're
laptop,
showing this for like
and when I refused, he
50
used the
cents
butt of
above.
his handgun to strike me across the face, in the cheek, where what some people call pistol whip,
QQQ pulling back.
or running away. And that has deeply traumatized
Time is
myself
12:45.
and my family. Ever
Here
since,
comes
I've never
QQQ
dared
pushing
to
in now.
walk in the street of DC at night, ever, and my family
Weird.
was extremely worried. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for what you're doing right
Thank
now.
you, for
because
being honest.
Such incidents involve not just me, but also my family. If he had shot me, I could have died right there in the middle of nowhere without
Look at the weird ass pullback now in
at the
QQQ,
age
right?
of back then, I think 23.
Right.
Just
Look at the
started my
MACD
career
coming in
here DC
super
without
weird.
even starting a family. And now I'm very
That
blessed
going
to
up
have this
super.
So you had a gun pointed at your head, and you
yeah.
probably figured that he's going to pull the trigger, because these are animals that don't know what the hell, they couldn't care less. The pulling
Time
the
is
trigger to him is a
12:45.
very minor event, and I'm sure he's done it before. So how did you, and you
Turning
did
into a
refuse
dump
to give
almost.
it, which would probably, maybe somebody would say that was not the right decision,
Candles need
right?
a stack.
But you refused, but I understand that. So, and then he hit you real hard.
Yes.
It's really amazing that you weren't shot. That was.
I'm very blessed, and that's why having this opportunity to stand here to share my story today, one, I'm very grateful
MACD
for God,
drying up.
to still survive to this day, but also to
No
Mr.
consecutive
President,
candle
thank you for
coming.
now making DC safer.
Thank you very much.
For us, for our families, for my parents, on my behalf of my parents, and now my baby on the way. Thank you so much.
QQQ went lower. I didn't know.
And there are other reporters and journalists, and good people, and you don't have to say it, but that have also been attacked violently, and not violently too, pretty badly. But, and I bet you see a big difference in the streets right now. And this is only 12 days, but people are telling me they're going out to dinner now. They haven't, I told my friend, but I have a lot of friends that are going out to dinner all the time now in D.C. and they weren't doing it 12 days
Might
ago.
be pulling back
They would
bullish.
never even think. One of my friends went
Here we
out
go,
5
QQQ.
times. It was 4 times the last time I
Time
talked.
is
Now it's 5
12:45
times.
still.
He said, I love going out to dinner, and restaurants are starting to open again. A lot of them closed because, you know, nobody wanted to go into a restaurant. Nobody wanted
No
to get to a
confirmation on
restaurant or
SPY.
even sit in the restaurant.
Confirmation
But
on
you see a big
QQQ.
difference now, don't you?
I do pass by
QQQ dropping.
on my way home, and I do feel a lot safer seeing the trucks.
What is going on right now? QQQ is going, SPY is not. That is so weird.
Like I'm hopeful about DC again, and one day hopefully we can raise our family here.
Thank you very much. It's nice, and those are tough trips too. Those are not
Time is
politically
12:45.
correct
Now they're
trips. We
going.
don't have
Okay,
politically
now they're
correct
pushing.
anymore.
Now
We have
bears are coming.
Tough guys, tough people.
I'm gonna leave into somewhere
including
here,
some
most
tough women.
likely.
But we
In a
have
minute or
tough
two.
people.
Time is
and when you look at
12:47.
them,
They might even do it in
I'll
this
tell you,
one
they
single
showed
candle.
one
Time is
scene where
12:47.
a bunch of
Signifying
Tren de
12:50.
Aragua guys or whatever, maybe MS-13, maybe MSDNC, okay? Because to me they're worse. I think they're worse. MSNBC
12:45
maybe
into
is worse than
12:50 on SPY as
Tren de
well.
Aragua. Real scum, real dishonest people. But anyway, they went into this gang. I think it was Tren de Aragua, Venezuela, and they weren't nice to this group of people. The gang was calling them sir. Yes, sir.
And those
yes,
two green
get outta
candles
here.
are
Get
so
the
out
hell
of
outta
nowhere.
Here, you're no good. Get out of here. And
I mean, I
yes,
guess we're at
yes,
the
sir,
midpoint
yes.
of this
These are
drop
people
or
that beat
pump,
up people
so
all day long. And they're calling these soldiers, that's what they are, they're real soldiers. There's no games. I said, you don't have to be politically correct. And you know the way they used to spit in the face of the soldiers, where the soldiers stand like this, and you'd have some guy or some woman sometimes screaming at them from 1 inch away. They're standing there, and they're told you cannot do anything, and they start spitting, actually spitting in their face. And I said, you spit, we hit. And they're totally authorized to do that, all of those things. But your story is great, and there are other stories here, but they
You
don't have
spit,
to tell
we-
them.
what
But
is going
some
on?
people are ashamed to tell them. They don't want to tell them. But it was like a jungle, and it's not a jungle anymore. And it's going to get so good
QQQ,
that
12:50 time
this
is.
will be the safest
SPY time is
capital
12:50.
there is. It'll be one of the safest places in our nation, anywhere. And right now, it's one of the most unsafe places, but not now. 12 days ago, it was the most unsafe place in our nation. And they have to stop issuing false crime numbers because, I mean, I heard the mayor, and I like the mayor, you know, fine. I don't care if I like her or not. If she did her job,
I'm sorry
I
guys,
wish
I'm
she
doing
were
this for a
horrible
thumbnail.
person who did her job.
Say hello in
She's
chat.
probably nice,
I'm doing this
I
for a
don't care.
thumbnail so I
want
could,
her to
you
do
know,
her
grab
job.
the Trump
But they issue
cabinet
false
meeting.
numbers. She said crime is down, you know, before we got, now they can say crime is down, crime is very much down. But what they did is they issued numbers. It's
Come
the
on,
best of
now I'm
30
hoping,
years.
okay?
Not
Now
the
I'm
best,
hoping
it's the
somewhere down
worst.
here. I am truly
It's
hoping
the
now,
worst,
but like
much
I
worse.
want a
And
fucking
they gave
payout.
phony numbers, and then they fired
Right,
the
the
man
call's
who
gotta pay out. Call's
didn't
gotta
wanna
pay
write the
out.
phony
Just
numbers,
let
so
me
they fired.
pay out is
I
what I'm
guess that whole
thinking, but they don't
situation
have
is
to
under
clearly.
investigation.
QQQ is
Because
going
it's
to the
a very
midpoint.
important thing
SPY
for
is
them.
not.
If they're going to give these phony numbers,
Alright,
but it's a
IWM might be
false-
holding everything. This
it's a
shit is
false
weird.
feeling that you
Right?
get crime, you have to do
IWM is at the
something
tippy
about it. You
tits
can't go around
top.
saying,
It's
"Oh,
fucking
Washington,
weird.
DC said,"
Right?
if it's not.
IWM is so
It's
bullish
gotta
right
be
now.
very
And
safe,
QQQ
very
is pulling
simple.
back.
It's very
SPY
safe
is
right now.
not.
You're going to go out, have dinner. People are going out all over the place. They're walking. I have people that work in government, strong, tough cookies. They can take care of themselves. But
Time is
it doesn't help
12:50.
to have big, strong muscles. And I work out. If a guy's over there with a gun, shooting
Man,
you
I don't know
in
if
your
I should
face.
leave or
You
fucking
can
stay.
be the strongest
I'm
guy in the world.
scared
Guy has
now,
a gun,
man.
shoots you in the face. It doesn't matter how much you've worked out, how many weights you've lifted, how hard you work.
Let's
And,
fucking go. Okay, time
so
is
we have the
12:50.
toughest
Here we
guys
go,
and we
guys.
have the
Bears are
best
fucking
guys.
coming.
And
Come
I'm
on, baby,
willing to
go.
go to
Push it.
Chicago,
One
which is
fucking
big
candle like
trouble,
that, and
but
I'm
we
out.
have
I don't give a
governor
fuck where
that
they go.
refuses to admit he
Come
has
on, time is
problems.
12:50.
Huge problems.
What the fuck was that
Baltimore, Wes
spike?
Moore was telling me I want to walk with the president. Well, I said, I want to walk with you too someday. But first you got to clean up your crime, because I'm not walking in Baltimore right now. Baltimore is a hellhole. And this guy, I don't even think he knows it. He's another candidate for president.
12:52, 12:53. Maybe best safe exit coming, folks.
But if we didn't go into Los Angeles, you wouldn't have the Olympics, in my opinion.
No cycle dumping on QQQ now. This is not good for shorts. Right, this is no cycle dumping almost.
Thank God they're here. You could see us.
As we're going up, no cycle going up almost, right? No cycle going down. You can count this shit as
sheriff, and he said it loud and clear. And you know, they're suing us for going in and cleaning up crime. And yet their own sheriff said, on the first or second night, he said,
QQQ went way lower.
That was going to be, you were not going to have the Olympics because, or the World Cup, because that would be, there wouldn't be anything left. They shouldn't have lost 25,000 houses. The water was turned off from the Pacific Northwest. And I was after them in my first administration. Turn on the water. Turn it on. Nobody could have believed this could have happened. But they had no water in the fire hydrants. They had no water in the sprinkler systems that people put up in their ceilings. There was no water. And yet we have tremendous amounts of water. They send it all into the Pacific Ocean.
12:55
trying
is
to
here.
protect the little fish.
All puts are fucking in danger. All calls are in danger.
And it's not, shouldn't
somehow
be protected because they have
because of data.
it shouldn't
They're
be a
cooking.
protected species. But I think that's
cooking
actually
everyone
just
in
an
a
excuse.
fucking
I
cauldron.
actually think these people are sick. There's something wrong. So we send hundreds
I have
of
SPX,
millions
so
of
I have no
gallons of
problem with
water
closing
a
in the
day
close.
into
I
the
just don't want to get
Pacific
washed
Ocean.
out. That's the thing.
They turn a valve, and the valve
I'm
heads out.
fucking washed
and
out.
we turned the
on
valve
SPY,
back.
so
I actually had to do it using force. We turned the valve back.
I want to make like a $500, $600 profit on this. To
have.
be honest with you, so I can
Because
just
they should.
fucking leave my SPY, and it won't
I'm
even be
telling
like I
Gavin,
was.
this conversation, turn the rest of the water on.
I should have left that 600 to be honest.
Things are done that are so sad in this country. Lack of common sense. I like to say the Republican Party is the party with common sense. We're smart, we're sharp, we're this, that. They're smart, but they're radical left.
Gap down on QQQ. Might gap fill now.
But they're radical left, and they're destroying our country. But they're not going to destroy it anymore. So we picked up
Holding the
millions
gap
of
and
people in the
pushing lower.
Republican Party.
There's
They
a
lost
QQQ
millions
1
of
minute gap
people.
here.
And I think we're going to do very well in the midterms. And I just want to say one other thing, and that's medicine. The cost of medicine all over the world is much cheaper than the United States because for years the world pushed us around, including our friends. And you go to Germany, you go to England, you go to different places, and you go to a store.
We might go a little bit lower and then
sometimes
gap fill
10%
instantly. That
of
is
what we
also
pay
true.
in the
We
United
might gap
States.
fill right now.
Because they said, nope, we're not paying any more. You charge the United States. This went on for 25, 30 years. And I invoked
MACD
favorite
volume
nations.
is
I said, I want
slightly
to pay
bearish.
they're paying.
Not a
And
lot.
Bobby Kennedy is doing a good job, and Dr. Oz is doing a good job. And I asked them, I mean, other than the basics that they're doing on autism and other things, which we got to solve that problem because it's crazy what's happening, it's out of hand. But this is the most important thing that can be done is favored nations, Bobby. And we're not talking about a 25% cut or 50. We're talking about a 1,500% cut. Because people go to Europe to buy drugs and they come back with drugs, prescription drugs, normal, not, I don't mean the bad drugs, I mean
gapped up.
prescription drugs. Because you can buy them for
At the
10%,
same gap.
15%, 20% of what. So
Filled.
they're going to go up in price. And I told the countries, and I get along good with all of them. And you could ask I get along good with all of them. But I said, you know, I told them, I said, you're going to go up a little bit because it's the world. It's the world. So more people in the world than we have. We're going to go down a lot, and they're going to go up a little. And it's called equalization. We're going to have equalization. So we pay the same price
going on.
as the lowest drug sold anywhere in the world.
Puts are spiking. Why?
I think, Bobby, that's going to happen pretty soon. The companies are ready for it. They had to go for years. I was with a very great gentleman from Eli Lilly. I think he's an incredible executive. I mean, I'll mention the company and I'll mention him because we had this argument my first term, and then we had it in my second term. In my second term, I wouldn't stop until I won the point, and he threw up his hands. He says, "You're right. I can no longer defend it." I can no longer defend that a pill that's made by Johnson & Johnson in a factory, in the same factory, in the
No
United
money.
States
There's no
versus
speed
a
in
place
this
in
thing.
Europe or other places, including Canada, by the
Slow
way.
as shit.
You could buy it for 10% or 15% or 20%, the cost of what we're paying. Well, we'd pay 5, 6, 7 times more money. He said, it's the hardest part of my job, defending that. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm saying that we have to get down to business. And that's a great company. He's done a great job, and I appreciated it. And it really broke the ice because they were saying, well, we have to do research and development. Well, you have to do it for Germany and all these other countries too. Well, they think the United States should bear it. I mean, I heard this stuff and I finally said, it's over. Now, you have to have somebody that can get these countries to do it. I told them, if you don't do it, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on everything you send into our country. That's much more money than what we're talking about. Then we have to get the drug companies to do it, and they'll do it because we have tremendous power over the drug companies too. So we're going to get it done. I just hope we get it done fast, Bobby, because this thing should go fast. But we're going to get, the cost of medicine is going to be 1,000%. Think of that. Not 2%. And I just tell this last story. When I was in my first term, in my last year, I was so proud of myself because drug prices went down
What
for
a
the
show.
first time in 28
This is
years
cycle is
under
stupid
my
now.
administration.
This cycle
You know how
is
much it went
stupid
down?
now.
1/4 of 1%. And I was so proud of that.
Look at QQQ
And
and
I held a
SPY.
news conference. I think you'll be able to find it.
What was that?
Congratulating myself and my administration because for the first time in 28 years, drug prices went down 1/4 of 1%. That isn't tiny, but it still went down. And I thought it was great. And then I realized, you know, it's a very complicated business and formula. You got to be very smart. I said, we're really getting ripped off by the whole world. The whole world is ripping us off. And what happened is I got on this kick, and I got the drug companies to agree, and I got countries
Man, and
to
the
agree,
MACD's pulling
countries
back
to
now.
agree. And they're not agreeing because they think I'm a nice person. They're agreeing because I will put charges and costs and tariffs onto them that will be many times more than
Killing cause,
what
they're
they're
killing
going to be
cause, they're killing
So,
cause, they're killing
the companies are
cause.
there and the countries are there, and we got to get it done,
This
Bobby.
is
We got to
sick.
get it done, and we're going to have the biggest price of that. Now, that's going to
Sick.
lower Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. This is going to lower everything because drugs go for everything. It's going to have the biggest impact, I think, of anything that can possibly be done. But your costs are going to be going down for medicine, for prescription drugs, will be going down at levels that nobody ever thought possible. And that's going to happen in a matter of a very short period of time. And we're all set with the countries.
Look at the
and we're all
5
set
minute
with
though,
the,
it's a doji, so
with the companies.
you gotta be
So
careful
you
when you're
need
going
to-
long or short.
And the
I
middleman
think
gets cut
something is
out.
going on.
Under this scenario, the
Weird
middleman
ass
doesn't exist
going on
anymore.
left and
That was
right.
the other thing. They always blamed the middleman. I said, who are the middlemen? Nobody knew who the middleman was.
1
You
minute
know,
candle bullish on
they had the most complex formula. It was genius.
QQQ is
But
bullish,
they didn't get
SPY
away
is
with it.
doji.
So I'm counting on Bobby. Do you want to start, Bobby? Maybe we'll start with you. You can start with that and then go on to what we're talking about.
We are deep into MFN negotiations, most favored nation status negotiations with 14 companies. Howard Lutnick is a breath of fresh air, and I think he's going to help us get across the finish line with the
You hear that,
leverage
Hal?
that we have from
That's
tariffs.
They're smart. Don't let them get away with it, Howard.
Well, the combination of Bobby's MFN and the 232 Pharmaceuticals, which we launched together, when you put those two together, it really gives Bobby the tools to go execute your plan. So I'm supporting Bobby as he executes his plan.
This is such a goofy ass cabinet meeting. I love our president, I love our country, but man, the things that I'm hearing right now.
Comes back to this country, and particularly rural America, and I want to mention a big deal
On TV, so
right now. We spend 7% of Medicaid dollars
Show.
on rural hospitals.
Showmanship.
They're getting the short end of the stick. It's about $19 billion a year. Under the Rural Transformation Program, we give them an extra $10 billion a year. So we're raising an infusion of cash for rural hospitals and rural communities by 50%. It's going to be the biggest infusion in history, and it's
Can you guys hear me well, by the way? Can I turn this up a little bit, or is it too loud?
We can't survive as a nation if we don't honor our rural communities, which are the source of our values, our virtues, our character, our economy, our food. And you are bringing that back. You are bringing those communities back. I wanted to talk, because you mentioned the wind farms, we now have an interdepartmental coalition, a team, which is Doug Burgum and Howard Lutnick and Chris Wright and Pete Hegseth. We're all working on this issue. And Lee, sorry, Lee. We're all working together on this issue. We're meeting together.
MACD is neutral on SPY.
Right now,
QQQ is
11
bullish.
wind farms planned that were launched during the Biden administration.
Spike candle
Between
coming
Maine
out
and
north.
Virginia, it's 1,130 towers. These towers are twice the size of the
Do
Washington.
you guys remember that spike candle going down?
Blades on them
They're
are
And that
massive.
spike candled up.
It's so crazy.
The blades are 350 feet long, one blade. One of these blades
Alright,
blew
there's an
up
algo
on
range here.
Nantucket
Some weird
last
shit
summer,
going on here.
and the water was filled with shards of glass, of sharp glass, so it's dangerous to swim. They had to close the beaches, but they have indemnified themselves so the local communities can't sue them. None of these projects are bonded. If you build an oil derrick in the Gulf, you got to put a bond down. There's no bond for dismantling them. That's one of the tools that Doug is now using to challenge some of these projects. None of the
Something weird's
cost
going
of
on, right?
energy from
You
these
guys can
projects
see it
is
as well.
39 cents a
12.50,
kilowatt hour.
12.50,
The
and
average cost in this
12.52.
country is 17 cents per kilowatt
Aligning
hour.
perfectly
And
with the
natural
bottom of the
gas is
1225,
3 cents.
aligning perfectly with
So
everything we've
it
been
is
talking
the
around
most
here.
expensive energy. I've been representing commercial fishermen for 40 years. They are so excited about what you're doing.
Yeah,
this
I like
spring
Robert
because
F.
their
Kennedy.
fisheries are being wiped out. As soon as they begin construction, the groundfish fisheries just disappear. The fish leave the area. They've killed 160 whales in the last 2 years. So they're wiping out the whale population, the Atlantic whale population, the big whales, the
Algo
minkies,
range.
the gray whale,
Algo
or the
ranging.
humpback whales, the right whales. And you are going to save the whales on the East Coast because of this. You're going to save these economies.
Important to watch
that are
what
based upon
QQQ is
commercial
doing.
fishing.
Somebody take a look
Let's say
at
one other thing about
IWM, please. I
fishing.
will look at the video.
We are
Get
now,
past
the
that.
South Asian nations are now dumping shrimp in our
1250 as
country.
well. We are chopping
Shrimp is heavily
IWM.
contaminated. We just stopped
Chopping.
a shipment that was contaminated with cesium-157, which is radioactive. They're farming these shrimps, and they use bactericides and antibiotics and all kinds of chemicals, and the shrimp are so contaminated that the European nations won't take them, so they're dumping them all here, and they're putting out of business. We have the most sustainable, highly regulated fishery in the world. What our fishermen do is a good thing. And all of the
Crazy work
trawlers in the
now in
Gulf and
QQQ as
Alaska
well.
are being shut down because we're getting shrimp dumped here. So we have now increased FDA inspections of shrimp to make sure that Americans are not eating
ranging as well.
contaminated shrimp and putting our shrimpers out of business. I talked just very briefly, we have an historic agreement on pre-authorization. We brought together 80% of the insurance industry, which has agreed to, for 80% of diseases and injuries, give immediate pre-authorization so that when you go to your doctor's office and he prescribes you a new knee or whatever it is, you will immediately know whether
That
your
is
insurance
105.
company is going to pay for it. This is an historic agreement. People have been trying to do it for decades, and we, because of your leadership, brought the insurance industry together and got them to voluntarily agree to do this. Similarly, we've made another historic agreement with
The MACD
personal
trying to
health
come
care.
in bullish.
The 60 biggest tech companies in our country have all agreed to allow Americans for the first time access to their personal data, which they own, which these companies have been monetizing without permission.
We are
You're going to
testing
be
the
able
bottom
to
and the
see
top
by
of
next
it.
year all of your health records on your cell
What we
phone.
did earlier, we click on
It's
the
going to
same
save
thing.
lives. It is going to fuel an infusion of technology into that space where people can access those records. They can compare their diet to what they personally need, and we'll have personalized medicine. We are doing price transparency. You passed this during your first term, and then the Biden administration refused to enforce it. We've now brought it to HHS under your leadership and my leadership. More enforcement actions than during the entire 4 years of the Biden administration.
Right.
So we're going to have that kind of price transparency. I'm working with Linda on forcing medical schools and the MCATs, the people who administer the MCATs, the people who do accreditations, to put nutrition into medical school education. Right now, 25% of the doctors in this country do not feel competent to give nutritional advice. 70% of diabetes cases can be reversed or ended if you just change people's diet. And the doctors don't know how to advise it. They only know how to prescribe the drugs. We're going to change that. So if you come out of a medical school under the Trump administration, you are going to know about diet. And then finally, most importantly, the Big Bobby Challenge.
SPY gap down 1 minute.
Update.
Below the previous,
I got 5 minutes.
below the top of the elbow range happening.
Push-ups, 50 pull-ups, and you try to do it in 10 minutes. I got 5 minutes and 48
Things are
seconds.
confusing.
Beat me, I'm still bitter at that. 5 minutes 25. The cabinet leader is Scott Turner. Go ahead.
You beat me.
You got 5 minutes and
1 minute
15
gap down,
seconds.
time is
I'm
1:10.
waiting for reports from the rest of the cabinet. The only
Time is
exemptions
1:10.
currently existing is if you can hit a 50th administer, which President Trump did with Bryce and DeChambeau, so he's the only one.
Someone's about to get caught. I think. This is so weird.
Bobby, autism, if I could, just, I don't want to go too long because we have a lot of people, but the autism is such a tremendous horror show, what's happening in our country and some other countries, but mostly our country. How are you doing on that?
Time is 1:10. SPY gap down here. There's a gap at 643.35.
Finding interventions, certain interventions now that are clearly, almost certainly causing autism. We're going to be able to address those in September.
It's such a big day. I'm looking forward to that day because there's something wrong when you see the kind of numbers that you have today versus 20 years ago. And those numbers, what are those numbers, Bob?
In 1970, the biggest epidemiological study in history was done in Wisconsin. They looked at 900,000 children, and they were looking for autism. They knew what it looked like, and they were very, very precise about it, and they found an incident rate of 0.7, in other words, less than 1 per every 10,000.
This is the longest fucking hold ever.
Today, our most recent numbers are 1 in every 31 kids. It's probably actually much worse than that because California, which has the best collection system, is reporting 1 out of every 19 children, American children, has autism, 1 in every 12.5 boys. So it's gone from less than 1 in 10,000 in 1970 to 1 in 12.5 boys.
Think of those numbers. So there has to be something artificially causing this, meaning a drug.
No,
or
100,000%.
something. I know you're looking very strongly at different things. And
100,000%.
So 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 31 or 34
That is
or 12
crazy.
if it's a boy. Can you imagine that? 1 in 12.
1 in 12 is crazy. Why?
It's not even believable.
What are we drinking? Or what are we eating, man?
And that was 1 in 10,000 not so long ago.
Okay, pushing down.
Been hearing
Bears are
these
coming
numbers,
now.
and they get
This
worse
has
and
to be
worse and
somewhere
worse.
here is best safe
There's
exit,
gotta be
guys. This is a
something.
push
I
down.
think
Okay, I'm gonna
there's
try to leave.
nothing, including
At
favored
2K.
nations and everything else, is nothing that can be, if you can find out.
Nah, that's
the
being
reason
greedy as
that
fuck.
that's
Alright,
happening.
1.9K. I have a sell order.
There's some things I think it's.
Some crazy
I
shit.
think
They're
we-
gapping down
I
with the
think
1
we maybe
minute,
know
and they're
the
bull
reason.
trapping everybody
And I
at the
look forward
roof,
to that
and they're pushing
press
down. Now the
conference
bears are
and
here.
that
I
press
told you the bears are here. They just take their
Thank
sweet
you,
ass
Bob. You
time.
did a great job.
Time
Linda,
is
how about
1:10.
it?
That
And we
is
want nothing
fucking
less
crazy. What is? Look
than
at that fucking
$500
cycle.
million
Okay, time is
from
1:10.
Don't negotiate, Linda. They've been-
Come on,
they've been
hit
very
fucking
bad.
VWAP.
Don't
You won't.
negotiate. Go ahead.
You won't, motherfucker. Hit VWAP.
Mr. President, thank you very much.
Time
Since
is
we are
1:10.
focusing
That's
on
crazy
today
work
on
thinking about
Labor
VWAP, by
Day,
the way.
and
This
I
is
know
best
that
safe exit
Kelly
right now.
and Lori are both going to
This
echo
is
some of
best
the
safe
things
exit
that I've
right
said
now.
as well.
Crazy work.
We are really focusing, on our workforce. But finding with great joy around the country is that states really are being innovative and working more with middle schools and with high schools.
This is the craziest fucking hold ever.
Hands-on learning, there are pathways to jobs that are happening now. And if we see more and more of our community colleges working with our middle schools and our high schools so that high school students are graduating not only with a diploma, but a certificate that they have worked with, perhaps with a Toyota or another company that is coming in, public-private partnerships. And they're learning on the job so that when they graduate from
I'm
high
still
school,
in.
they're
There's a
ready to
crap ton of
work
bulls
for
stuck at the top.
because
Look at
we
the
know
MACD
with all
volume
the
coming in
wonderful
bearish.
jobs
This is
that
the
are coming
final
back
move.
into
This
the
is it.
country, through AI,
Best safe
through
exit is
just
here.
our normal jobs, and we need electricians, HVAC operators, etc. If we don't have
This shit is hope.
training, we're not going to have
Just know that. That shit is hope. Okay, VWAP.
So governors are really
Algo range.
excited about this
All there though.
prospect. I've been now to several states and
I'm at 1.8K. I'm trying to leave at 1.9. I might be fucking greedy right now.
they're just all on board for getting this done. I think it's one of the best things that we're hearing relative to
Bounce trying
the
at
job
110.
market. So we're just kind of focusing on that for today.
So we're bringing education back to the states, to put it in a more simple fashion. We're going to let the states educate our children again. And, you know, we're rated out of 40 countries, we're 38, 39, or 40. So obviously, it's not working what they've been doing for the last 30, 40 years.
Big bounce
And
coming.
if you go back, the best are like
Why big candle,
Norway,
big bounce.
Denmark,
This is 1/3,
Sweden.
2/3, 3/3 playing out now.
Some of the other, Finland, they're very highly rated. If you go back to, just take a look at anything you want to do, you just look at us in the past. If we gave Iowa or gave Indiana or gave, and I don't say every one of them, you know, a guy like Gavin Newsom's not going to do well. Certain states won't do
Big ass
well.
fucking candle.
But even California, you cut it up
Look
into
at that
sections. You have
big ass
Riverside,
candle.
You have this, you have that. You cut it into 5 sections. And, you know, if you had a good governor, you'd be able to do well.
Let's see.
But certain states will be able to compete with Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and everyone. It'll be just as good. So I figure you have close to 40 of those states. And then you'll have 10, you'll have 5 that won't be very good. You have 5 disasters, and we'll have to work on those disasters. But for the most part, we will have education that will go zooming up in those charts, just like we have in everything else we've done. And I think it's one of the most important things we're doing at this table. So bringing education back to the states where you have the parents running it, where you have the school boards that are local. We have people running from Washington that have never even been to the state that they're in charge of. They've never even been there, and I don't think they care about it. So we want to close up the Washington buildings, sell the
Minus
buildings off,
115.
let somebody else get rich
There's
with
a
real
SPY,
estate.
1 minute
because,
gap here.
it'll be a crime-free city.
That could fill, that could be hope.
By the way, speaking of that, anybody murders something in the Capitol, capital punishment, capital punishment. If somebody kills somebody in the Capitol, Washington, D.C., we're going to be seeking the death penalty.
Damn.
And that's a very strong preventative. And everybody that's heard it agrees with it. I don't know if we're ready for it in this country, but where you have it, it is, we have no choice. So in D.C. and Washington, states are going to have to make their own decision. But if somebody
115
kills
bouncing,
somebody,
big top,
like you could have been killed,
110.
very lucky you didn't get killed,
SPY
it's
gap
the
not
death
filled
penalty.
yet.
Okay? Fantastic job you're doing. Thank you, Linda. Very much appreciated. How are you doing with the colleges, by the way? You're doing some pretty good work
Puts
in
are at
terms
risk.
of getting them to treat
They are
people
trapped.
fairly.
Off of
Well,
110.
interestingly enough, since we've been negotiating with some of the Ivy League schools, I have presidents of universities calling every single week. They want to sit down and talk to us about all of the
Sure.
steps that they are taking because they would like to not come under the same investigative program, and so it is having its desired effect.
That's great.
If I shot across the bow, the big guys, kind of step in line and don't mean
The
business
gap
and
did
they
not
have
fill.
disagreements.
They might push back down. Okay, the bears are still there.
Well, they misbehaved, and some of these schools are getting billions and billions of dollars, and they misbehave, so that's it. So one way or the other, we're going to win that whole thing.
Gap did not fill.
Got to straighten them out. Okay, thank you. Great job. Lee, please.
Mr. President, the Trump EPA has a special Labor Day message to America's workforce, especially our auto workers, our coal miners, our steam fitters, our pipe fitters, and the list goes on. See what a difference a year makes. A year ago, the way that the Environmental Protection Agency was operating, the choice was made to protect the environment. We would have to strangulate the economy. That's the way that the EPA operated for years. There was a binary choice. We had to choose one or the other. The Trump EPA completely rejects that. See, we choose to protect the environment and grow the economy. And a very special shout out to Russ Vogt and his team at the Office of Management and Budget. We give him a lot of work. He's happy to do it. Dozens of different deregulatory actions. We just announced a proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding. All of the light, medium, and heavy duty
There's a 1 minute SPY gap above.
that followed. It is the single largest deregulatory action in the history of the United
MACD
States
is bearish on
government.
SPY.
When you add up the dozens of different actions
MACD is
that
bearish
we
on
have
QQQ.
announced that we're working through, in one agency in 1 year, we'll do more deregulation than entire federal governments.
This could
have
fill,
done
this
across
could
all
be a hope
agencies
for
across the
basically
entire
an hour or
presidency.
30 minutes, and then they could
what we
fill
are
at the bottom.
accomplishing would not be possible if not
Or
for
later.
the support of the rest of this team you've assembled around this table. The
Time is
well-oiled,
1:20.
well-wired
1:20 is
machine
trying
of the
to
White
bounce
House,
at 117.
led by Susie Wiles, and the DCOS
115 is
policy
bouncing
shop,
on
led by
QQQ.
Stephen Miller. They have been amazing to work with. I was just in Iowa with Administrator Loeffler, made an announcement with Secretary Rollins to reverse the deratement on diesel exhaust fluid systems. Mr. President, you said you wanted water flowing faster, working with the Secretary of Energy, we've done our part to do that, to get gas cans flowing faster, to stop that annoying start-stop feature in vehicles. See, people out there might say, well, why are you focused on all of these little things? If it's little to you, it doesn't mean that it's not a very big deal for millions of other Americans. The charge was clear when you called me in November and you asked me to do this job. Clean air, land, and water for all Americans. Unleash energy dominance. Advance cooperative federalism. Permitting reform. Make America the AI capital of the world. Bring back American auto jobs. What we are accomplishing now, again, wouldn't be possible if not for your leadership. I'm grateful to the American people for electing you and our amazing Vice President. I was just in Mexico City announcing and signing on behalf of the Trump administration an agreement with Mexico for a permanent solution for the Tijuana River sewage crisis, which you have been
120.
so outspoken and passionate about in our conversations. It would not be possible if not for Secretary Rubio, Deputy Secretary Landau, U.S. Ambassador to Mexico Johnson. The team at the State Department has been incredible. The work with the NEDC on permitting, to be able to get new pipelines built, to get new factories started. And the list, it's amazing. So, somebody out there might not realize the relationship between the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Defense. The amount of work with Secretary Hegseth and the Army Corps, from responding to the LA wildfires, to getting more water flowing in California, which is also something that Secretary Burgum is involved with, to helping the farmers, the ranchers and landowners to revise the waters of the United States definition so they don't have to go hire an attorney or consultant to tell them whether or not water on their property is subject to federal regulation. Thank you for putting this entire team together. It's an honor to be at the Trump EPA, where we choose to both protect the environment and grow the economy. It's a very happy Labor Day for America's workforce.
And Lee, in Los Angeles, if you could, because of the fires, Lee was there, and as you know, we have very strict federal rules having to do with the rebuilding of those houses. And Lee was able to get the approvals done for everybody immediately. It was so fast, nobody could believe it. And the mayor and the governor still haven't gotten them their approvals. And they're gonna have riots out there for that reason. These are great homeowners. They wanna build a house, they can't get approved because you have the mayor, Bass, who
Time
has
is
no idea what she's doing,
1:20.
and you have a governor who is just
117
such a
bouncing
bad
into
governor.
120.
And the people are unable to build their house. The
120
toughest
is
permit to
starting
get was the
122.
federal permit by far. And yet he got them all in a short period of time after the fire. How long did it take?
Well, Mr. President, you came in, signed an executive order, and told the EPA that we had less than 30 days to complete our hazardous material removal, which the initial response, once all of our heart rates went down a bit, was just to figure out how to get it done. We got it done in just less than 30 days. The Army Corps of Engineers then comes in for the debris removal.
Bear
The
trap
federal
drawing to the
government
gap fill.
Clearing over 13,000
Basically
properties that
there,
were
10
destroyed
cents away,
because of these
4
wildfires.
cents away from the
It
top.
got to the point today where property owners all across Los Angeles, they're grateful to the Trump administration. They're happy that we did our part, but they are desperate to rebuild. And there is not a single green light approval that they are waiting
Time
for
is
from
1:25.
the Environmental Protection Agency. The
50
EPA
seconds.
and the Army Corps of Engineers proudly have done our work. It's important for those local officials to let these property owners build on their land. It's their property. It doesn't belong to the mayor of Los Angeles. And they need to represent their people better. They're ready to build.
When will they have their permits from Los Angeles?
Well, here's the problem, Mr. President, is that they have been ready since the moment we were done with the federal part. I mean, I was visiting a week after. Actually, I thought my first trip was going to be to Los Angeles. However, the moment I got confirmed, the vice president said,
Time
"You're
is
going to
1:25.
Palestine right away."
This is a
So
crazy
that actually
long
ended up being the
cabinet
first
meeting.
visit because the vice president's so passionate about that from the great state of Ohio. Then we went to Los Angeles from there. We're talking about the beginning of February.
1:25 is here.
We were meeting with property owners already. They were already all set up. They had the contractors. It was the beginning of February, and they were waiting for green lights from Los Angeles to be able to go onto their property and start rebuilding. Some of the same people who were waiting for a green light ready with the contractors at the beginning of February are still waiting now in the middle of August. Let these Californians rebuild.
We were talking about also taking away some of the properties and building low-income housing on those properties. They're going to have problems like they've never had before. These people don't know what they're doing. So we have all our permit, everything the federal government has to do was done long ago. They should have been, I went to a town hall with Lee, but we were
Getting greed trapped.
there, and the mayor was saying it would take 2 years, maybe 3 years to get this approved. I said, no, not 2 years, 2 days. They should have it in 2 days. And I toured the site and I met 100 homeowners, all standing in front of this site a couple of days after the fire, and they were ready to go right then. They wanted to just
Gap
build
filling on
right then.
Qtron. We're SPY.
And the city won't let them do it. Los
No, I got
Angeles,
fucking
I don't
greed
think it's that
trapped.
they won't. I think they're incompetent.
I wanted
Okay, to
fucking
be honest
more.
with you.
And I did
I
not
think they
leave in
just
this
don't
massive
know how
ass
to go.
candle that I was like, oh, I'm
It
gonna
is so
leave it. I
badly
have to
run
leave
by
it.
Newscomb and by Mayor Bass. Mayor Bass, she was in Africa during the fire. She knew the fire was starting to rage, and she decided to take a trip to Africa. These people are they're just bad. You know, you talk about make America great again. They can never make America great again, but we are doing that. Congratulations, you found some interesting things, Tulsi.
Gap filled.
She's becoming a bigger and bigger star every day. She found a lot of good things. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. As we approach Labor Day weekend here, this is just such a great opportunity really to recognize your leadership as a true champion for
125.
working people. And I know we'll hear as we go around the table here how your focus singularly on putting the well-being and interests of the American people first is that common thread that we're seeing in your policies being implemented across your administration. For ODNI, number one, our focus is and must always be making sure that our intelligence community is focused on our mission, keeping the American people safe, secure, and free. We're doing great work on this front. I'll point out our National Counterterrorism Center, led by Director Joe Kent, are working across different agencies with Homeland Security, DEA, FBI, and others to catch terrorists, both those who are trying to come into our country, those who may already be in our country. They are finding the worst of the cartel bosses and making sure that they're not able to continue to wreak havoc and terror in our communities. Secondly, Mr. President, you have charged me with the mission of finding the truth and telling the truth to the American people. And we've exposed some of the worst examples of the weaponization of intelligence in the last several weeks. I will continue down that mission and that path wherever it leads. Transparency, telling the truth, is what will drive true accountability for the American people who deserve nothing less. And lastly, Mr. President, all of us are charged with being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I've gone through a reorganization for ODNI that we've announced in the, last week. We've cut nearly half of redundant, unnecessary functions within ODNI, saving taxpayers over $700 million a year. We will continue focusing on our core mission in keeping the American people safe, and appreciate your leadership and your focus on this most critical task.
And you've also found many bags of information. I think they call them burn bags. They're supposed to be burned and they didn't get burned, having to do with how corrupt the 2020 election
I went to the
was.
bathroom for a second.
When will that all come out?
Mr. President, I will be the first to brief you.
125, testing the HOD.
You're right. We are finding documents literally tucked away in the back of safes and random offices in these bags and in other areas, which again speaks to the intent of those who are trying to hide the truth from the American people and trying to cover up the politicization that was led by people like John Brennan and James Clapper and others that have caused really immeasurable harm to the American people and to our country.
Great job. Thank you. We look forward to hearing it. The public looks forward. Thank you very much. Administrator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, everyone knows there's no stronger advocate for hardworking American families than you, sir. Thank you for the largest tax cut in American history for working families. The average family of four is going to save about $10,000 take home pay more a year. And what we're seeing is an increase in the child tax credit, the increase in
Look at the MACD coming in crazy bullish.
families are going to benefit from this
Oh my
bill,
God.
and small businesses. There's no bigger
HOD about to break, honestly. Yep.
because small business makes up 99%
HOD breaking.
of all businesses in this country. I've traveled to
What
nearly
the
half of our states, 24 unique states. I've made 40 state visits. In fact,
Time is
I was with our
1:30.
Vice President and a small business manufacturer in Georgia last week. I was with a trucking company in Ohio. I was in
Okay,
Michigan.
now I'm cooked.
Cycle manufacturer. The return of Made in America is going to be driven by small businesses because 98% of all of our manufacturers in America are small and medium businesses. 600,000 factories that employ 5 million people. And as Secretary Midday
Hi today, 1:30 now. On SPY.
that's going on in professional and trade schools is real. I've visited them from Utah to Maine to Georgia and seen this revolution in education happening. So small businesses need skilled labor. Now that you solve for inflation, for the taxes, every Democrat voted for a $4 trillion tax increase on the backs of hardworking Americans. And so you prevented that. And now we've got fair trade. And thanks to Administrator Zeldin,
Got a cup of
we're
water.
seeing deregulation. I mean, this diesel exhaust fluid crushed farmers and construction and other heavy industry. So rolling that back makes a real difference for small business. And your domestic economic agenda is amplified through small businesses, which is why small business optimism is above its 53-year average, finally. And so Main Street appreciates it. What Main Street wants now is a rate cut. They feel burdened by high interest rates. They would grow, hire, and expand more if they could, but the interest rates are really hurting them. And finally, I want to say thank you for your executive order on debanking. We're about to announce a major investigation on debanking. It happened to you and your family. It happened to me. It happened to thousands and thousands of Americans. And unfortunately, disproportionately on those that have conservative values, on Christians, on pro-life, on 2A businesses. And so we're going to be talking to the banks about that. The SBA operates the largest government business loan program in the federal government. And we have a network of 5,000 banks. So we're going to be making sure that that never happens to anyone again.
Great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Christy?
Well, Mr. President, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to work for you. And you committed when you ran for president to make America safe again. And today, the average family in individual that lives in this country is safer than they've been in years because of what you've done. We've got 3 months in a row now with 0 illegal aliens coming into this country, and I want to thank Pete and the Department of Defense for all of their help. They're down at the border with us still, helping us keep that border secure and make sure we know who's coming into this country. You've arrested and brought to justice hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens, of criminals that have perpetuated violence against American people. Sir, you had 1.6 million people voluntarily go home to their home countries that were here in this country illegally. Because of your strong message and you enforcing the law, they decided to go home on their own so that they could come back the right way someday and be American citizens. But what I think is one of the most remarkable statistics is that under Joe Biden's administration, 88% of new jobs went to foreign-born individuals. Under your administration, 2.5
People need to be careful.
Americans have jobs today that they didn't.
We are green by $1 today.
Have those jobs because you created opportunities. You made this country safe. You opened up the economy. You enforced the law. Now people can get up and provide for their families and go to work every day and be confident in that. And the last thing I would say is that it's incredibly important to know that every one of those illegal aliens that has gone home, they were costing us about $8,700 to $9,000 a piece in what they were taking out of our social programs, out of Social Security. You've saved this country billions of dollars, about $15 billion just in what those illegal aliens were costing us in social programs. I've cut over 450 different contracts at the Department of Homeland Security. We're getting rid of corrupt ones that were not efficient for taxpayers, weren't focused on our mission of keeping us safe. And we've also renegotiated and brought in our biggest vendors and said you have to do better. And we've saved the taxpayers over $13 billion doing that as well. So we're continuing to be accountable to taxpayer dollars, but sort of focused on doing the mission of what you've committed, and that's to keep us safe and to make sure we put Americans first.
Well, great job, and great job on the border. We had millions and millions of people coming in. To think 3 months in a row, 0. That's some job. Thank Tom and everybody. Pete, good job. Not surprised. Thank you very much. Chris, please.
Sorry about that, Mr. President. Like Secretary Noam, I'm thrilled to be here to work with you on the simple platform.
Alright, I ate lunch real quick.
Which was to bring back the American dream.
I'm still here.
Bring jobs and opportunity for
Yeah, so I mean,
across the country.
the previous day 4 p.m. close is not that far away. People need to be careful here, becoming super bullish, okay? Especially if they were short earlier, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
You correct for inflation, there are
we gotta be careful both ways.
This is a huge expense. This
I should have left at the bottom right here, to be honest, but yeah.
We should celebrate that.
135, bounce
Natural
trying.
gas has become our main industrial
133.
fuel powering factories around the country. Natural gas prices are quite low in this country, and they're lower than in any country in the world. The reason for that is the United States produces 2 times more natural gas than the second largest natural gas producer in the world, and 4 times more natural gas than the number 3.
Why is QQQ not going to HOD too? Isn't that weird?
So you opened up
SPY ran into 130 and QQQ didn't yet.
together with the work of Secretary Bergen,
So are they
Administrator
waiting?
Selden, Secretary Lutnick,
They're just not
Secretary
gonna do
Rollins.
that.
You know, we've made it easy to produce energy in America again, and those benefits are flowing. I could go on about this stuff forever, but let me talk about one specific area of energy, electricity. That's in the front of people's minds. When the day you were inaugurated, we get hold of all the data. We can look at the resource plans of utilities across the country. What you inherited when you arrived was a plan over the next 5 years to close 100 gigawatts of reliable electric generation. So that's 100 large power plants. Now that was offset with the plan to build 22 gigawatts of reliable electricity generation. Their plan was to close more than 4 times as much electricity generating capacity as they were going to build in that 5-year period. How do we lead the world in artificial intelligence if we're shrinking our supply of reliable electricity? How do we reshore steel and aluminum and automobiles and semiconductors and all those
Why is
jobs
he
that Americans
smiling
want
like that?
back in our country, when we're degrading and shrinking our energy system, we were going to hand that leadership
Time is
to China in
1:40.
artificial intelligence, not just to our economic loss, but to our huge national security loss. Your team around this table, and almost everyone around this table is involved in it, is just to completely pivot dramatically. We're stopping the closure of all these plants way
If the
before
candle is stacked
their
here,
retirement
then there's
date.
some.
Some plants get to their end of life.
They have
That's
not.
a small percent of the plant
Okay,
closures.
the
Most
MACD
of
is
those were just
bearish.
political nonsense at
We
the
made an
cost to
HOD
American taxpayers.
and pulled back.
So we have
If the
rapid,
candle stack
new
at the
construction
MACD
of power
volume
plants
stacks,
over in the
then we
United
have
States.
something.
We're doing
If
everything
not,
we
we
can
not.
with suppliers who build the equipment for these power
Time is
plants. They've got to build their
1:35.
factories bigger to build power plants.
1:40 is
in
here in
America.
12
People
seconds.
thought those days were past. We weren't going to build big
1:40
things
is
in
here.
America anymore. We're just going to keep sending it over to Asia and overseas and just buy other people's stuff. Totally nuts economically, totally nuts for national security, and of course crushing
140
for
bears are
working
pushing lower on
Americans, for
QQQ as
keeping
well.
Americans that work with their hands.
SPY candles are
But we
maybe
seeing
going
a
to stack, maybe not.
revitalization
5 minutes
of
says
those people, of that optimism. You showed
not
that
yet.
picture of that plant being built in Arkansas. Dozens
Yes,
of those
candles
under
are stacking now.
construction, just in
Candles are
artificial
stacking.
intelligence.
Bears are coming.
But
Candles
the
are stacking.
reshoring of steel, of aluminum, of plastics, of fertilizer, semiconductors. Like this, America's the land of opportunity. How did we get
5
to
minute
become
candles
this
are stacking.
awesome nation? Because we believed in the American dream. and
MACD
we
is coming
believed in it.
bearish.
But the wealthy in our country and the coastal
Time is
elites that
1:40.
live away from where stuff's actually made,
I want
they just
fucking
lost
VWAP.
their way,
I want them to
and
extend this
politicians
cycle and
just
go
let 'em have
lower.
it. Your tireless campaign and your relentless messaging.
This is
made
the news
people
cycle.
realize the
This
American
is
dream
going
is
higher from
dead.
110
It's just
into
been
130.
smothered,
So
and we're unsmothering it and setting it loose. God bless your efforts. God bless your assembly of this team around this table. We're bringing the American dream back.
Thank you, Chris, very much. Great job you've done. Appreciate it. Lori, please.
Mr. President, everybody here who spoke works at the Department of Labor, clearly, which I love. They have all the correct talking points, but I think that's a testament again that we are all
time is
working
1:40.
together every
We're at the
single
bottom
day.
range of the
We talk to
1250
each
algo
other
range.
often, and the workforce, the skilled workforce, the education factor,
This thing could
retirees,
bounce
it's
here
been
right
so
now too.
important because they all touch the Department of Labor, and I have the opportunity to work with every single one. If you all haven't stopped by the Department of Labor, Mr. President, I invite you to see your big,
Come
beautiful
on.
face on a banner in front of the Department of Labor, because you are really the transformational president of the American worker, along with the American flag and President Roosevelt, because we're bringing business and labor together. And I was so honored to unveil that yesterday, and everybody is taking note of that. You also mentioned crime, and I think it's been important for my colleagues to recognize that now American workers can return to work and feel safe. That business owners aren't shutting down their businesses because they're afraid they can't protect their workers, and now it's open for business again, and it's starting right here in our nation's capital. Many things have been mentioned about consumer
Candles are
confidence,
stacking on
about
QQQ.
unemployment
They
as
are
well
not
as
on
steady,
SPY now.
and more than 2 million net jobs for native-born Americans has been key under your leadership. 84% of the workforce
candles are
and
now
jobs has
stacking
been
back
produced by
again.
the private sector. I think that was the mission of this administration and the Department of Labor.
Going lower
And
into
I will
140,
continue to save for a
145
little bit
coming out.
longer until I
This
bring
is
you tonight a
140
big,
deciding what to
beautiful
do into
bill, because it
145
equals
basically.
one big beautiful workforce. And Congress passed this legislation. It probably will be the single most important bill that they did sign, because it is protecting our American workforce by expanding Pell Grants and child care and reduction in taxes, that they can keep more of
They're
their
not doing it on
dollars.
SPY. They're doing
I
it on SPY
am,
now. Come on,
at the
140
Department
time
of
is
Labor
140, and this is
announcing
siding
$30 million in grants
into
for our skilled
145.
workforce, that I have an MOU
Just
with
do it into
Secretary
145.
McMahon.
Come on.
I have an MOU with Administrator Leffler. That's important to share the data
This could
points
signify
of how important this
142
is.
and then bounce at
In
140,
June, we
or
awarded
it could
nearly
signify
$84
a
million in
decision at
grants for the
140 into
capacity of what?
145 happening right now.
Registered apprenticeships, an executive order to have 1
Here we
million
go.
active apprentices across this nation.
Come on,
We've already
baby
registered
girl, go hit
35,000
VWAP. I want
in the last
fucking 2.3K now.
One of the other things
Come
that
on,
we've
baby
done
girl.
is
Fucking
the
roll her down
administration's
now
guidance
in
on
1 minute.
cryptocurrency. And thanks to
Come
your
on.
leadership on that, we've rolled that
Time is
back.
1:40.
And of course, we're going to see the 401k, the
Time is
investors in our
1:40.
alternative
QQQ extended the cycle lower
partner
after
with our
SPY made a
agencies, again, as I mentioned
bullish run
before, is important
into
as we
HOD.
work together. I have
Okay.
visited, I'll be 31 states on my 50
If this is
states tour by
truly
the end of this
bearish,
month.
we
I
go
vetted,
to previous day 9:30
with,
open,
Secretary Duffy, with
and
the South
HOD
Korean
will be
President
bear
today,
trapped,
as
bull
we move
trapped
through
into
the
VWAP.
shipbuilding.
Previous day
We
4
will do that
p.m.
in
maybe
Philly,
as well.
And then I'm off to New England to
Some
talk
crazy
to those
talk,
states
but yeah, it
about
could be
how
somewhere
important
here.
the apprenticeship program is. But while I visited Hexel in
Time is 1:41.
Salt Lake City, 100% domestic
This is it.
carbon fiber for the Department of
140 is
Defense
deciding
to
what to
produce.
do into
They are
145.
announcing another $1 billion
At the bottom range of the
investment for
algo.
your executive order on advanced
This
manufacturing.
is
So it
fucking
is
it.
working. Everything that you have
145 coming.
since
It's
you were
deciding
elected,
what to do
and since we all can put into play, has been working. Ohio,
into
McDonald's has
145. Come on,
invested
VWAP, come baby.
375,000 new
Baby
jobs
girl,
for
hit
shippers.
VWAP. Give me
I
kiss.
visited as well,
VWAP
and
kiss.
jobs help in protecting, that
Give me
industry for
VWAP
our
kiss. Come on,
American
baby girl.
fishermen and shrimpers.
Roll her down.
Minnesota, I toured Cambria. When we're talking about ports,
Okay,
countertops,
candles are
all made in America.
coming in
And
thick.
again, in Oregon, where we are
On the
expecting
5 minute,
a
but it's
crackdown.
so
Thank
slow,
you for what
oh
you
so.
are doing with your agents on ICE, and thank you for
145
the
coming
prosecution
in
that I
45
believe will come to
seconds. This is
Portland,
the moment of
Oregon,
truth, and they're going
crackdown.
lower. Time is
But while there's
145.
certain
VWAP
people,
coming
I
at
was able to
143.
visit,
Most likely best safe exit coming
Buckeye
right now.
Pacific, really a trading
Most
floor for
likely
timber
best
industry.
safe
So we
exit
still
coming
wanna
right
focus
now.
on great,
143. I'm gonna leave
hardworking
50%
businesses.
into 143. I'm
Mr.
gonna see what the
President,
fuck
I couldn't be
happens.
more excited to ring in Labor Day in Erie, Pennsylvania for the Labor Day Parade. I will be there to welcome it. It is an honor to serve this country.
Time is
It is an honor to serve,
143.
under your administration as the Labor Secretary, and we will kick off.
I'm at
and Republicans
1.6K
will own Labor Day
again.
not Democrats. We will own it because we are, and you are the president of the American worker. So thank you for everything that
Thank
you've
you
done.
very much, Ron.
Absolutely.
You're doing a fantastic job, and I will tell you that
If this
Lauren
breaks,
was
this shit's gonna
recommended
roll
by
so
the
fucking
Teamsters.
fast. I'll tell you that right
And
now,
I
bro.
said, "That
This whole
doesn't
bull
really
cycle
work,
to
does
the
it?"
HOD is
And
gonna
it
be
turned out to
completely
one of our
bull
best
trapped. So
choices. So I just want to thank you.
that
and
might be
Sean,
hope too, though. I don't
who,
know.
As you know, recommended you very strongly. You really turned out to be a gem.
I was able to
145
talk to
here.
the president on the phone the other day. He called and we visited, and he said, "But I know that you were,
This
you
thing
know,
could
a little
bounce
bit
big
middle of the
time in
road and
bear
not so
trap
sure." I
too.
said, "Mr. President, I have been a Republican." He's like, "What?"
Two sides of the story.
Wait, what? Now I like you even more. So,
You're doing a
I
great job.
appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank
Lauren.
you.
Thank you. Pam?
President,
I'm at $1,650. I might leave. I might leave.
But today, because it's Labor Day, President Trump, if I could focus on public safety.
I've been holding for so long, though. I mean,
domestic, but from our foreign
baby wanna roll
and Secretary McMahon, I know you know
downtown.
kids are out of school this weekend.
Breaking the 110 now. 110 now. Bears are full control now. Bears are in full control, I think. 89. Yep, we broke it by 1 cent. Now VWAP coming. Has to. Time is 145. Time is 145, guys. If you don't want to take the massive risk, book your profits probably at right 144, most likely.
So get a designated voter
143 best safe exit showing. Let's see what happens, okay? 143. Let's see what the happens here.
Wherever you're out this
Come
weekend,
on.
people need to be safe.
I've been holding for so goddamn long. I'm at 1.7K now.
Secretary Rubio,
I've been holding for so goddamn long. Please don't bounce. Come on. 145.
Yesterday, there was a big win. El Mayo pled
143 is showing best safe exit, technically showing, but this broke the low here, so I'm expecting VWAP to break down now at this
And
point.
there's even a narcos.
Well, I'm expecting VWAP to touch, but that could be a hope as
Well,
well.
now we know the ending. He's going to die in an
VWAP,
American prison.
955,
They are one
algo
of the
top,
worst,
all hope.
El Chapo and El Mayo, some of the worst narco traffickers in our world. And he will spend
Weird.
life in prison now. And that's so important because those guys and others throughout this country, throughout this world, have brought into our country drugs, cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, methamphetamines. It's killing our kids. And we have to stop that. And that's what you've been doing not only in D.C., but around the country at your leadership. And over the weekend, parents need to know, with kids out of school, with people out on our highways and on our waters, do not take a pill from anyone you know.
Alright, I'm
don't
leaving
know,
soon, guys.
do
I'm not gonna
buy
be fucking
anything on
greedy
the
this
street.
time, you
It
know what I
could be
mean?
laced with something
I'm not gonna be
toxic.
fucking
We've
greedy
seen
this
so
time.
many
I'm about
fentanyl
$1,750. I'm
And
targeting
when you were here in
1.8K.
DC, we showed
I was
you
targeting
pictures of some of
1.9
the
earlier,
drugs that had
but
been
no.
seized right here in
1.8,
DC.
$1,830. I'll
Packaged
take
for
it.
children. Packaged
Come
for
on.
children.
And people are dying from these around our country. So thank you, President Trump, for your leadership. and for
1,800.
letting
Just hit it, please.
Americans know that it's now a safe place to go. But parents also have to know, college kids have to know, to be vigilant and not take this
I
trap.
know it's about to.
Because
It's
you
just
could be
taking its
thinking you're
sweet,
taking
sweet,
Xanax
sweet,
and
sweet,
Adderall,
sweet, sweet,
anything,
sweet time.
and it could be laced with something very lethal. So
Or
thank
maybe
you,
that's so.
President
But yeah.
Trump. Thank
And
you,
you've been
President Trump.
fantastic this last 12 days in DC. The job you and your whole group has done is,
All of us.
everyone's talking about it all over the world. I
Crazy
hate to have
shit.
to talk about that, but we have to.
Okay, I sold one.
It's
$840.
a very safe place again, and the work I've seen how
$830. Sold one.
Well, from the beginning, in all fairness, but this focus on DC is so important for the country. So, great job, and to everybody.
And
great job.
President, it's a team around. We're all working hand in hand, side by
I don't
side,
wanna be
all of
fucking
our
greedy.
agencies together to make America safe and DC safe. And Iris,
moving
congratulations
so fast.
on your baby, and I'm so glad that you're safe now.
Thank you.
150 here.
Mr. VP, would you like to say something?
Yes, sir. I'll be brief, but I want to congratulate you and the entire team on all the things that have been
145,
accomplished.
150
You'll hear,
here already.
A lot of it. You've already heard some of it.
You
But
just do it at the
I thought
last
it'd be
second.
helpful, Mr. President, just to take stock not just of what we've accomplished, what we will accomplish, but of the mess that we inherited, because I think it makes this first
Safe
Labor Day
exit,
a bigger and more special
642.79.
occasion. You heard, I think, Christie talk about this, that all of the net job growth
Maybe this is
under
the best
Biden
safe exit already, I don't know.
had gone to the foreign born.
You fucking
Now that
greedy.
net job growth is going to American citizens who deserve opportunity in their own country. That's a great accomplishment. You'll hear, I'm sure, Scott talk about the success with tariffs. People forget that we inherited the largest peacetime deficit in the history of the United States of America, and now, because the president is not letting foreign countries take advantage of us, we're collecting hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars over 10 years in tariffs from countries and companies that were formerly taking advantage of the American people. You heard Pam talk about the public safety and the success that we've had there. I happen to believe that maybe the most sacred thing that we can deliver to American workers is the ability to live safely and comfortably in their own neighborhoods. Public safety is not just something that should belong to the wealthy, it should belong to every working man and woman in the United States of America. And because of the work of this administration, that is happening. And of course, Mr. President, you yourself talked about the inflation mess that we inherited under the Biden administration. Maybe the most striking and even shocking statistic of the Biden administration is that housing costs have gone up by 100% over the 4 years of the Biden administration, literally doubled, making the American dream of homeownership unaffordable. We've made great strides and great progress already, but to the American people who are listening, there's a lot more
Things
to
are
do. We're gonna keep
expediting on
working hard at
QQQ.
it, but it's an honor to
I
do
can't
this
say the
job
same about
under the
SPY.
president's leadership and with this very great team that you've assembled. So we've done a lot, but there's a lot more work to do, and we're very cognizant of it. Thank you, sir.
Top of the algo range hit on QQQ.
Scott?
Good, sir. As we've said very often, economic security is national security.
Okay.
Our country has never been so secure, thanks to you.
Top of the algo range hit on
Brought us
QQQ.
back from the edge. You have the overwhelming mandate.
That is what we're at right now,
From the American people.
9:55.
You're restoring confidence in government. A topic that is on the front of everyone's mind. The
We're
Federal
finding
Reserve.
support here, guys.
The
Be
Federal
careful
Reserve's
long, be careful
independence
short. Let's
comes
see what
from a
happens.
political arrangement
It's rejecting. It's
between
going lower.
itself and the American
Come on, go.
public.
Just go hit
Having
VWAP. I know you want to.
trust
Time is
is the only
150.
thing that gives it
Time is
credibility.
150.
And
Come
you,
on.
sir, are restoring trust to government. You are
This thing could bounce here
weeding
too.
out
We gotta watch out.
the waste, fraud, and abuse, and the old ways of
150
doing
rejection.
things are not good enough.
155 coming
We
in
are
4
seeing
minutes.
a blue collar boom. In the first 7 months of your administration, real blue collar wages have
Man, this is
taken
the same
off.
thing as yesterday.
And
Same thing as yesterday, man.
70 years was in your previous term.
This is insane.
Your efforts on tax, trade, and deregulation have boosted paychecks for American workers while slowing the pace of inflation and lowering the cost of energy. Inflation has plummeted to just 1.9% since you took office, and the economy rebounded with real GDP surging 3% last quarter. The blue collar boom coincides with a CapEx comeback. In anticipation of your one big beautiful bill becoming law, CapEx increased by American businesses by nearly 14% in the first half of this year. And as you and I talk about frequently, and as that chart or that photo attests, we are going to see I believe, a bigger CapEx boom from here. This is just the beginning. Just the beginning. You have saved this country by making it the best place in the world to do business again.
VWAP might not be coming.
These new provisions, as well as no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. This weekend, I will be
We went up, made HOD, and dropped $1.
To discuss the positive impacts of the pro-labor reform
That is
on no tax and tips. And I have to tell you,
news right
thanks
there.
to you, when I
Catalyst.
go into a restaurant or stop by a Hotel Dorman, I am the most popular person there. And since my first job at age 9 was as a busboy getting tips, I am going to spend Labor Day going from restaurant to restaurant talking to
155 coming in 2 minutes.
who receive substantial amount of tips.
155 is here. Best safe exit is here, guys. Most likely it's the yellow line. Top of the algo range. QQQ already hit. 955 is about to hit right now in SPY.
Now, we can also talk, that is domestic. On the international front, you have leveled the international trading system whereby countries took advantage of us, and that's over. It's over. The Treasury Department is taking in record tariff revenues that I had been saying was running at a rate of $300 billion a year. You chastise me for saying that it's not, that number is too low, and as usual, you're right, that we had a substantial jump from July to August, and I think we're going to see a bigger jump from August to September. So I think we could be on our way.
I'm about to leave in a minute.
$500 billion,
Okay, when that shit fills.
Towards the
I think it's gonna put me at like 950 or something.
This administration, your
I'm at 900 right now.
Meaningful dent in the
Here we
budget
go.
deficit.
Puts are
The
spiking.
average
Everything is
budget
spiking to the
deficit
maximum
during this
tits. Let me the fuck out. Go,
26%
go, go. I'm at
less
1.9k if
than
I had 2, but I only have 1 now. Go, 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 go.
And we don't agree with CBO on
Come on.
everything, as you said.
I know you're about to hit it. Just do it.
Last
Time is
Friday,
155.
Summer Friday, had to admit
Wait, somebody fucking printed
that
big
they
time from the
believe
tippy top.
over
I'm like,
the
holy
next 10
shit.
years,
Come on,
the
155 is here.
budget deficit will be
153.
$4 trillion
Best safe
lower
exit. This is the candle
than
most
they
likely to leave and to
previously
run it.
scored. $4 trillion,
There we
3.3
go.
trillion of tariff income, 700 billion
Okay, I'm out.
of lower interest
$950.
costs, and I would expect
$930.
that number to
Booked.
go up from here. So, Mr. President, your return to the White House marked the return of the American
I'm out.
worker. Thank you
I
for
don't give a
reclaiming
fuck. It hit, right?
Labor Day
Look
for
at
the
that.
American
Perfect,
people,
perfect,
growing the economy for
perfect,
everyone,
perfect,
especially the middle
perfect
and lower
hit.
income
Holy
households
crap.
suffered disproportionate
Same thing as yesterday. Look where we are in QQQ. Previous day, 9:30 open.
to do this under your leadership.
Great job. You're doing great. Thank you very much, guys.
Now just fucking dump it. Let my spies.
So,
Come on.
son off of college last week, and I wasn't planning to say this, but just listening to everybody, I want to put a little bit of a personal touch.
There's
on
so many bulls up there now. So weird.
He started his freshman year yesterday at Texas A&M. For all my SEC friends in the room.
Previous day,
Thank
9
you for
everything
setting
crossing
off.
south.
By the way,
Bulls
we're
are in
all very
full
grateful.
control. Super bulls, super bears, super bears, super bears coming. Super bears.
It just feels different.
Super bears are here.
Often
Man, that shit went to 1K, 1.1K. Oh my god. Super bears.
there's a
Super
phase
bears.
going through, especially with our younger Americans, and for those of us with kids in college, I know we feel.
Time is
And
1:55.
I
Holy
experienced
shit.
it
Previous day, 4 p.m. close. Everything.
my other
Everything.
older son as well. As we move toward Labor Day, you have made a lot of dreams come true for a lot of people, but one of my longtime dreams was for the right to recapture Labor Day. And I've been talking about this for almost 20 years in a row.
This is a Trump dump. Presidential dump.
Celebrating the American worker to the Democrats, because this is our day, perhaps of any day of the entire
Presidential dump.
This is our day.
Man,
America
what?
was founded and fought for by
155.
fishermen and farmers and workmen and etc. The Genesis, the first book of the
Man.
Bible, talks about the righteousness of work in the
We're
art
at the
of
midpoint.
creation. And so to be part of this effort to represent the farmers, the
Man,
ranchers,
what the f
agriculture
did I say? I
industry
told you guys
at
VWAP
this
is coming,
moment in
right?
time, which I do believe
Who
will have
shorted
a
into that?
revolution.
Who left a massive
1776
profit?
was the first one.
Who shorted at the who shorted at the pure top?
This is the
Can anyone say if they shorted at the pure top? I was in that shit the whole fucking time. That is crazy. Who shorted at the pure top, or who shorted at like 140 when I was like they're deducting to go into one something like that, right? I said that somewhere here too. I was like, oh, they're deciding at 140 to go lower into 145. Oh, blah blah blah. Oh, blah blah blah. Like that is wild. I expected this touch, but I did not expect this one candle after that. Now I'm hoping everything's gonna come back. But like, yeah, this is crazy.
For our row croppers and others.
Man, Adam said near the top times 3. You 3x'd? There's no way. My lord. Alright, that means be careful, guys. Somebody printed ton on puts real quick from the HOD, so that means they could bear trap now. That is crazy. What? I wish I held that one candle. How much did the puts go to? What the dude, you know what's crazy? I had the 2 SPX puts. I was thinking I was gonna get out for 2K. I was thinking I was gonna get out for 2K, but I would have right now if I held. Even right now, I'd be at 2K. But like that is absolutely disgusting. If somebody got that massive spike at the end, fucking big time congrats. Big time congrats, because I left right before that. That thing went from literally the true bottom, $450 to $1,500, so truly 3 times in 25 minutes from the HOD. That is crazy. QQQ dumped. Look at that QQQ cycle going from 1220 to, look at that, right? 155. This is the true direction. Okay? On QQQ. And then look what happened on SPY. That is disgusting. Something like this. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Now bear trap trying at the previous day. 4 p.m. close, 9:30 open. 155 into 2.
And I believe we are changing the conversation around the kitchen table.
Time is 2.
Everybody knows, my job is to steward HUD. And we have
that whole presidential pump, the news pump, got dumped.
About the dignity of work.
Got dumped.
And the dignity and the honor of family formation through work.
And we are at the middle, basically. We are at the previous, say, 9:30. We bounced above it. All we did was test it, and now we are at the top range of the algo range. So you gotta be careful here, going long or short, basically. Yeah, that is true. Time is 2. All puts are trapped until the low of the 155 breaks on this cycle. So you don't even think about puts until that low breaks or something, is what I think. Super bearish cycle, there could be a bounce. Real or not.
Work requirements. Work
9:30, previous day 4.
Time limits is a great word to incentivize.
That is a crazy hold. And then dump into VWAP. I should have held into VWAP, but like that is crazy. I probably would have left in that candle anyway. 153. Time is 2.
Revitalization means to bring new life.
Time is 2.
And I believe we're bringing new life to America, Mr. President, through work. And through all the jobs that people are doing around this table. And with the One Big Beautiful Bill, the most extensive tax break in American history, opportunity zones are now made permanent. And you know how passionate I am, and you are too, sir, about opportunity zones. And so this will allow us to continue to build affordable housing around our country. And Mr. Vice President, I'm coming your way. I'm coming to Columbus later this week. And to see how we can continue to build affordable housing in our country with opportunity zones. And 1 million people, Mr. President, were lifted out of poverty because of opportunity zones. $90 billion of private money was invested in opportunity zones, urban, tribal, and rural. And now that they've been made permanent, we're looking for millions more to be lifted out of poverty. $100 billion.
I don't know if he was talking to me or something else. I had to check.
Hundreds of thousands of jobs to be created. Hundreds of thousands of units of housing to come online. And so, sir, I sit here very excited about the future of this country. I'm very proud to be at this table, humbled to do so. And HUD, we're on a good path. So thank you for all your support and helping us, sir.
Thank you very much. And I want to give credit to Tim Scott great senator from a place called South Carolina that we love, right? And Tim really came up with opportunity zones, and we did a good job of working with him, and together we created something.
Time is
that
2 p.m.
Nobody speaks of very much, but it's probably the most successful
Time is 2.
thing that's ever been done of its kind. It's been amazing. So Tim Scott deserves a lot of credit for that. Thank you. So Russell, go ahead.
I was too busy with my SPX puts, and I was too busy like wanting more, I guess, that I didn't leave my SPY. Nothing came back anyway. We're really high up from where we were down here. That's true. So 642s are basically toast to her. But still, it would have been a 50% exit. I'm up for the day, so would have been up even more if I fucking got a 50% exit and I was stuck.
In 1 year, basically 8 months, we are at 245 deregulatory initiatives planned by these agencies. That comes out to 30 for one. So we are making incredible strides. And you know, as you're focused on the details of each one, I mean, these aren't small things. Endangerment finding is one of the most deregulatory things we've in the history of this country. NEPA reform, incredibly deregulatory.
And calls got dumped so hard on that drop. That is actually unbelievable.
Is doing incredible work when it comes to deregulatory, and we add that to the work being done to get us going on energy, reduce spending. We're going to lower costs for the American people. We're going to be able to have innovative jobs and get them back to work. So thank you for your leadership, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job, Russell. Appreciate it. John, central passing, I thought.
Well, Mr. President, I'm grateful to be with everyone today as we're talking about jobs and workforce. At CIA, consistent with your directives to all of us, we've embraced your mantra for a leaner, more effective, more efficient workforce.
5 minutes.
But at CIA, Mr. President, we had an additional challenge because, as you know, at times our workforce had been misdirected. Its focus put on political narratives, some that even worked against you and always worked against the American people.
I heard about that.
But under your leadership and your direction, we have been focused back on the core mission of what CIA is supposed to be doing, which is to provide you.
You know what's crazy, dude? When I went to go eat, when we were running up,
Decisive strategic
I think my chat went down from like 100 to like 70 views. And then when it started going down, everybody came back. Like, bro, that is weird. Alright? That is weird. Time is 2:05.
But flawless military operations are subject to flawless intelligence. And as you know, Mr. President,
2:05.
CIA was the backbone in terms of its intelligence operations in providing that flawless execution that allowed you and your team to obliterate Iranian nuclear facilities.
They've been talking all day.
The nuclear program by years. Likewise,
Yeah, I've been
with regard
talking
to
all
your
day.
ability
The
to
Mac be
prevent
coming
and
in
to
bullish.
preempt wars between India and Pakistan, between Armenia and Azerbaijan, between
Testing
Rwanda and the Democratic
what?
Republic
Bottom
of
range of
Congo. On those
1250.
bases,
Now
CIA
pulling back to
supported
top of the
you and your
950 or
entire
what?
team in making that possible. It's not just you, it's folks around this table, Secretary Besson, Secretary
POC
Trade Representative
is up
Greer,
there.
and their
Where we were
great
chopping
successful
earlier.
negotiations
POC
on
is
trade and tariffs. Again, was a CIA workforce working to enable them to accomplish your
Down
goals.
there.
So as we roll into Labor Day, I tell you that the CIA workforce at the Trump CIA is grateful to be focused on what it's supposed to be, which is helping you prevent and end wars and to make America safer.
Thank you very much. You've been really fantastic, but I'm not surprised. I've known John a long time. I'm not surprised at all. Thank you very much. Steve, please.
Mr. President, working for this government, for you, is the greatest honor of my life. I tell it to everybody, and I really do feel that way, and I thank you, because it's a privilege to go out there and represent you in your humanitarian effort, in your goals of
pulling back to the top of the 955 algo range.
more than 7 conflicts that you put to bed in the last 8 months. And I hear these. I travel all hostage square, they talk about you reverentially. It's really quite amazing. I sometimes wish that I had a cam recorder with me and I could put you right
We hit the
there as
middle
I
of the
listen
drop.
to it.
The
I was
midpoint of the
Gaza
drop has
first
been hit,
American
205.
diplomat
That is, looks
on
like
your
that's the
behalf,
midpoint since
and as we
130 to
delivered food and
155.
aid pursuant to
So
your
that
new
may
aid
be a
initiative,
support or target for now.
pushed
KQ2
forth
gapping up in the
by,
1 minute
your
candle.
great Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who it is a privilege for me to work alongside. The people were applauding you. The signs were up. I mean, these are people who I just don't think you get the proper credit for it all. We are negotiating
Marquee is coming back
multiple
with bullish
entries into the
trying.
Abraham
There is
Peace
a gap
Accords
here.
because of
QQQ.
your vision. Azerbaijan, all these different conflicts that we're out there on your behalf on, these are people who have never really seen the world change in this way. Peace through strength really, really works. Russia, Ukraine, Iran, Israel, Hamas.
Yeah,
we're
we
having
pushed up on a
meetings
bearish
this week
MACD.
on
That
all
was a
three
very,
of
very
those
abnormal
conflicts,
push on
and we
news
hope
too.
to settle them before the end of this year. Your team
We
is
pushed
nothing
up on a
short of
bearish
incredible.
MACD. We made an
There's only
HOD
one thing I
and we
wish
dumped
for,
off of HOD.
that noble committee
And then the bearish MACD pulling
finally
back
gets
since
its act together and realizes that you are the
150 as
single
well.
finest candidate since the Nobel Peace, this
We're
Nobel
deciding
Award
what
was
to do
ever
at 205 at
talked
the middle
about
of the drop.
to receive that reward.
What to
Beyond
do into 210.
your
I made
success
210 actually. So.
is game changing out in the world today,
Times
and I hope
210.
everybody one day wakes up and realizes that.
Thank you, Steve. Jameson, please.
Mr. President, I like to think of Labor Day as the Trump trade policy day. Because everyone around this table and everyone listening knows that one of the major reasons why American workers and organized labor voted for you is because of your trade policy.
You know, did you guys notice we broke out, set a HOD on that SPI SPY 1 minute gap filling,
in the past few months,
and then they dumped it.
and
So
it shows
it
that
was a long to break HOD. It's just you had to leave right after the break. The majority of the people in the world do not leave into that,
weekly earnings
and then
fell
they get
2.1%.
cycle.
In the first quarter of your term,
Now the bears are getting trapped in the QQQ
and that's why we're doing the trade
SPY
policy. We're doing
scene
it to help
as well.
workers and
Time is 210.
And they're the best in the world, but they
Calls
can't do it without
are
a level playing field. And you have flipped the script.
Winning off
For
of
many years, the other countries
155
have high
into
tariffs and high
2 into
non-tariff
205
barriers.
into
While we were
210.
open to, right, to all of their labor and services and goods and capital, you flipped it. Now we have the tariffs, and they have lowered theirs and non-tariff barriers. We could have
1 third, 2 third, 3 third.
So between the tariffs and the deals, the hot streak.
And then bear trapping those folks too
Thank you.
into the brand new cycle.
Really good job. by the
QQ,
way.
different cycle
It's
from
good
1220 to 155, 1220 to 110 lower, 110 to 130 higher, 130 to 155 lower, 155 to 210 higher. Cycle shows, time confirmation shows. We hit the bottom of the 1250 algo range. Let's see what happens here. The setup is always there, folks. You know what I'm saying? The setup is always there. They leave that shit on purpose. They break it down on purpose. They leave that. They fill that. They break up. They trap them. Break algo range test. Block. You know what I mean? The setup is always there. You get what I'm saying? The setup is always there.
And now we have veterans who
SPY QQQ showing a big bounce, and we're at the midpoint. QQQ going to the middle as well of the drop. Almost here.
They see the jobs. They see the
Somewhere here,
care
right?
that they're
At the
getting.
midpoint.
And these veterans can look at their country with pride, knowing that we're taking care of them, just like you told me to do.
Times
When your
210.
only statement you said to me, I asked you what to do, you said go take care of my veterans. Well, that's what we're doing. One of the other things we're doing right now is, for many of you, I love to hear how you're deregulating everything, and I've worked from Congress and worked with many of you before. I get to do the same thing with the largest bureaucratic organization in the government. We're deregulating from the inside. And it's amazing to me because we have such a powerful workforce at the VA who really want to do good, but yet they kept tripping themselves up. They kept making their own, they'd take one step forward and put a regulation in that put them 3 steps back, and it always hurt our veterans at the end. We're taking that away. We're making community care again, Mr. President. We talked about this yesterday. We're making community care a part of our direct care system. So if a veteran wants to get into the community, they have our direct care, and they also have the ability to go into the community. Something that the previous administration decided they wanted to keep
that's
everybody
an
inside.
unbelievable
because they
push
thought it was
now.
a fiefdom they were building.
Off of
I'm telling you, we're not building a fiefdom at the VA. We're
trying to take care of the service
Bottom now,
organization that
155
takes
into
care of veterans. So how
220,
do we do that?
210.
We made Best Medical
Past
Insurance
the
for
midpoint on
doctors and send
QQQ as
veterans
well
to the
now.
community
This little
a lot
drop.
quicker without having to worry about miles and time logged and wait time. Just get them the help they need. We've actually expanded out
210,
and it's made a
unbelievable
difference in
push.
this regulation, and also unleashed a workforce that is now free of the collective bargaining agreements and other things that have kept them from being able to do the job of national security that they've been intended to. I'm actually giving them the benefit of the doubt to actually go be
Wow.
the workers that they're called to be, and that's what Labor Day is about. The VA is going to have the best workers, but just to let you know how that's working out, wait times at our hospital are
What a
going down
crazy bounce.
because we're getting them in our hospitals or in the community care. And then one for you, Mr. President, you heard about this a lot, and that was backlogs.
What
And
a
the backlog when I
crazy
first
bounce.
came in, and I've said this before, in February we had over 260,000 backlog. That means over 125 days of not getting an answer. In just a little over 4.5 months, we've dropped that over 100,000. We're under 150 and heading down to historic lows. We'll be within the next month lower than any time under the previous administration at all. That means our veterans are getting the help they need. So when you look at it this way, we've
They're
opened new
burning
facilities,
all those late
we've put new
chasers
facilities
now.
in places where workers can get to. We've expanded out hours, over 1 million extra hours, so veterans, younger veterans in particular, can get off of work and bring themselves and get their appointments in after hours on Saturdays. That's what it means.
210 is
to be a
rejecting
Trump
into
administration.
215.
That's what it means to take care of veterans.
I did not short that.
That's what it means for
I
Labor
low-key
Day.
wanted to, but
Because
I
you
might
can't
just
get
watch
the
right
ones
now.
who
Time is
follow us,
2:15.
this type of today.
I can't go long either. They passed the midpoint on QQQ, so long was somewhere here, and then they nuke up, and then they leave into that, and then you see what happens.
I hear it all the time. We have a 93% approval.
Rejection
rating
into
to VA.
215 trying.
And you know what
215
it
in
was
28
before. It
seconds.
was Thank you very much.
President,
This is
I was
crazy
listening to
fast, guys.
conversation about
Crazy
the
fucking
Pete and
fast.
Bobby challenge. I would just note that I don't
Okay,
think
look
people
at all the
can
algo
hold
ranges being
sticks
tested,
for
though.
2.5 hours. If they want that to be the challenge, so be it. But I think 50 pull-ups and 100 push-ups might be
You know,
easy
it is
compared to.
You didn't have this problem with Biden.
Time is
He was
2:15.
in and out very quickly.
So kudos on Labor Day to the audio team that's holding the sticks. But Mr. President, it's pretty great to celebrate Labor Day with Builder, who loves labor, who loves the men and women who built this country, the people that sweat, that have great skills. They have
No
grit,
confirmation
they do
shorting.
great
There's
jobs
no
for
shorting
America,
here,
they make this
basically.
country
There's
great.
only
You know
shorting
that
at the
very well
tippy
because
top,
you have
and then they
done
left
great
into
Trump
this.
projects have come from the very men and women who
No,
are
no, no.
into
Time
this
is
weekend to
2:13.
celebrate. We all want to claim Labor Day in our departments, but I'm going to claim this at DOT because, you know, roads, bridges, pipelines, shipbuilding, rail, passenger, and freight all fall under the great men and women who wear boots.
Getting an inside candle again.
And at DOT, we don't want to have the Congress spend money. We want to take the money that Congress gives us and actually deploy it and put these men and women to work building the great projects of this country. That you said, the big, beautiful projects that connect this country. And that's why we have got rid of the DEI. We've got rid of the green. We've done what we can to streamline the regulation to move these projects faster. Time is money. And time has been money. Even Democrats agree now that it takes too long to go through the regulatory process. So we're going to move these projects faster, putting the great American worker back to work. I want to make a quick comment. We've all probably talked about this horrific accident in Florida. And I appreciate the help of Christy and Marco on this very issue. But in May, we said, listen, it's a safety issue if you can't proficiently speak the English language. And we gave states a little over a month to comply. And Washington, California, and New Mexico have refused to comply. And by the way, this individual in Florida received a CDL from Washington, from California, and received a speeding ticket after our rule went into place, and they didn't stop him.
Time is
And had they
2:15.
taken him out of service, he wouldn't have been in Florida, and we would have 3 beautiful people alive today. And I make that point because it's the work that maybe no one sees that then, you know, shines a light when horrific things happen, but also that your cabinet works together and teams up to make a difference for the American people. Real quickly, so we have a safety mission at DOT. I don't know that you'd think of the transit unions in the greatest cities of the country, New York maybe being one of them, that support us, but they do. because the violence in the subways and on our buses across the country, the transit workers are the ones who take the most abuse. And they're grateful for the mission of everybody around this table fighting to make their communities safer. So I appreciate everyone's help on that. But they, again, the transit unions love the effort that all of us have put in together. One quick FAA. We are about to put out a request for proposals for a big, beautiful bill. We got build. We got 12.5 billion in the big, beautiful bill. We need more, but this is a great start. I expect the middle till the later part of July, we'll be through the process to bring the proposed integrators to you for selection. So we're looking forward to that. We will have the most. I'm learning from you. This is going to be the greatest contract ever crafted in the federal government for this build for air traffic control. Really, we're just innovative, and we have unique tools at FAA. It's going to be a great contract. Bobby left me out of the windmill conversation, Bobby, but so there was a study done in the last administration that said if you build windmills 1.2 miles, within 1.2 miles from a roadway, it can mess up the automation and technology in a car.
QQQ.
Same thing 1.2 miles from rail. The last administration buried that report, Mr. President. And so now what we've said is, what we're going to do is say, listen, I'm sorry, it is a safety risk to build windmills this close to roads. By the way, they want to build them by roads and by rail. We're going to say no more. It is a safety risk, and we have a report to show that. And just real quick.
Good idea. That's great.
Good team effort. I wasn't invited to the party, but I'm still going to invite to the party. Maybe next time, Bobby. One last thing. We have this Mars to Moon mission at NASA. Moon to Mars mission. Sorry about that. But sometimes people think that space doesn't matter to them. But if you look at every rocket that's launched, the machinists, the truck drivers, the electricians, the welders that build these rockets, and the industry that has developed over the course of the last 10 years in space, it's truly remarkable. It's not just rich guys sending up rockets in partnership with NASA. There's a whole industry of working men and women who we celebrate this weekend that build, refurbish, design the rockets that are making America the leader in space. So thank you for your leadership, and happy to celebrate this weekend with you.
Really good. And he is doing a good job at NASA too, and we are, I think we'll have some pretty exciting announcements, and you enjoy it.
Fun.
I said, how about temporary? He said, well, can I go a little bit longer? He loves it. He loves it, and he's doing
Time
a
is
really good job.
2:20.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Howard, please.
So, making America great again is one of the key statements, and people don't always understand what you mean. So, we always talk about 1870 to 1913, but in the mid-1980s,
they're running this
America
into HOD.
owned
Crazy.
more of the rest of the world than they owned of us. We owned $140 billion of the rest of the world net of what they owned of us. And when you came into office this time, the rest of the world owned $24 trillion more of our assets than we owned of theirs.
Wow, they
And
really
so
about to
when
break
people argue
HOD.
with you about
4 p.m.,
the trade
9:30, open
deficit
AM
is
tested
nothing.
everything and breaking above
The trade
every
deficit
single algo range
sends
now.
1.2 trillion of our dollars to them. And what do they do with it? They buy the great America. Because when we learned in college, what we learned was that if you keep printing these dollars, they're supposed to devalue. But the problem is we're too smart. We invented the light bulb, the transistor, the GPU, so they keep buying us. And the only president ever
I'm taking
to
2
understand
cheap
that you
SPX puts
understood
for
in the 80s
$500.
and the 90s, and I used to see you on TV and you'd say, God, what are these people doing? And finally we've changed it. So let's go over what we've changed. So Japan and Korea, they're never going to open their markets to us. So we've negotiated $900 billion that they're giving you to invest in national and economic security in America. The European Union, the second largest economy, $20 trillion. And all the experts said, you'd never get a deal done with them. And watching you in Scotland was my favorite thing, right? 15%, they'll pay us 15%, and we will pay 0. So we can export to their $20 trillion economy, and they can pay to come to the great American consumer. right?
QQQ at
So,
POC, SPY right
couple
below
other
HOD.
things. 4 days before you took office, 4 days before you took office, the Commerce Department, which had the CHIPS money, they set up this thing called NatCast, which was a make-believe not-for-profit. And they signed contracts to wire them $7.4 billion. This was just nonsense. So we stopped the payment. We've got the money. It's an illegal thing to try to set up a department that's not the Department of Commerce, that kind of acts like the Department of Commerce. And what was it filled with? All these people who work for the Biden administration. I mean, it's exact corruption that you talk about. $7.4 billion now clawed back. Last week was the most fun. In 1 week, Intel came in, right? The Biden administration had given $11 billion to Intel, given it to them, done. Corporate just gift. And you turn that into really, you know, it was like less than 5 minutes of conversation, and Intel agreed to give us 10% of their company, which of course was worth $11 billion. So it's not socialism. This is capitalism. If you give someone $11 billion, who's just building in America, they're not doing something special, they're building in America. And their CEO told the president he didn't need the grant. And you said, well,
I
then
can't
why don't
believe
we
this
get
live
something
stream
for
lasted
it?
a whole day.
So it's amazing.
The White House
You go
cabinet
and
meeting
watch
was all day.
Semiconductors come home, right? We don't produce semiconductors. We've got 165 billion for TSMC, but you're going to watch the whole ecosystem come home.
That is
because
wild
Donald
work.
Trump's the only president who understands. The magnet to make them come home is one word, which used to be a favorite word. Now it's dropped to number 4, which is tariffs. Right? Tariffs are going to bring semiconductors home. They are going to empower Bobby to execute MFN.
I'm in
Tariffs are going to
6445s.
be one of those tools that he's
I
going to
took it
use
for
to do that.
$2.50.
We're going to do it for furniture. We're getting autos. We got steel, aluminum. I mean, it has been a blast, a blast. So, 2 more things. The Department of Commerce is going to start issuing its statistics on the blockchain because you are the crypto president, and we are going to put out GDP on the blockchain so people can use the blockchain for data distribution, and then we're going to make that available to the entire government so all of you can do it. We're just ironing out all the details so we can do it.
I mean, that was one hell of a bull run too, you know what I mean? I just thought that was unusual, and I couldn't go long when I literally said best safe exit, and then I just saw them run like that, but that was one hell of a bull run too. Except that's like the other side of the setup, right? They make everybody bearish, and then they can run it and kill all the late chasers and go through every single algo range. That is
Don't you think it's fair that the United States of America and the taxpayers
one hell of a
are
print
funding
too. It's just that you got to be careful at
piece
the
of
end.
that, right? So we wrote a letter to Harvard, so Linda and I working together. I mean, it's so
Yeah,
much
this is
fun
a
to
cycle
work with
confirmation
everybody here. I
happening.
mean, we just have a blast.
225
you know,
time is-
Linda's hitting Harvard, and Chip
If
says, what
220
do we
high
do?
breaks, then I leave.
Now we send them a patent letter, and we'll hit them again. So we're having fun
I
together.
have very,
This
very out of the
is
money
the
SPX
greatest
puts
cabinet
that basically
working
got
for the
destroyed.
greatest president, and I
I'm
just
just
want to
taking
say
a chance
thank
at the
you. I'm having
roof.
the time of my
I
life,
know the HOD can
working
break.
for you.
Right, more likely than not, it should break, technically speaking. But I mean, there's many, many things at you know, at play, basically. 950 algo range. We are near the roof. We should break the roof, technically speaking. There's a crap ton of bears here, so puts are not good. But we are overextended. So there's many, many things at play. MACD pulling back bullish slightly. Time confirmation happening, but no shorting until the low of 1421 breaks.
It was social
221.
justice, it was political correctness, it was divisive ideologies.
Or you would be
seeping into
going,
the ranks and changing
or you would be
how well
trying
we
to
do our job. No more. Now it is
deduct
only
before the market does
merit-based,
something.
gender neutral, colorblind. The best of the best from the top to the bottom. That's our expectation. And so
Time
you
is 2:30 in
enabled
2
that.
minutes.
So from the troops directly, which they ask me to say all the time, thank you for your leadership, for your boldness, for your clarity, for common sense, for providing a shield for the rest of us to put America first and to apply peace through strength. We're in the strength business. That's our job, is to stand behind everybody here and alongside John in everything they do to keep the country safe. And
the world is noticing, and I wish everybody could.
If we pull back,
two
then it's
meetings
somewhere
yesterday
here. The
that detailed
midpoint would be
story.
best safe
One
exit
was
643,
today
11
happens to be
first, and then
4-year
figure it out.
anniversary of what happened in Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. Mr. President, you had the families in, who you've met with multiple times, who, when the cameras were on and not on, acknowledged.
We do not have to.
"Sir,
We can bear
you were
trap
the
everybody
only
here.
one that gave them
Time is
that
2:26,
recognized what
2:30,
they
and
gave
50 seconds.
Their sons and daughters in the debacle that was the withdrawal in Afghanistan. That we will.
If this bounces here,
bring
it's
accountability
225 rejection, 225 bounce into 230, right? So
But at the same time, the world sadly took notice. Whether it was Israel, whether it was Ukraine, those wars never would have started. if
time
you were
is
president.
2:30.
Instead, they looked at the foolishness of Joe Biden.
And 36
Under
seconds.
your military, your Pentagon, we are restoring deterrence. Whether it's Midnight Hammer and those beautiful B2s,
Bullish Shrine off the
37
POC.
hours straight, whether it's counter-drug operations in our own hemisphere, whether it's the border, working with Christie and the national security team, whether it's LA, whether it's
50-50 right
Washington,
now.
D.C., you name it, whether it's Europe. Our allies paying 5%, now our allies in the Indo-Pacific stepping up to do the same. That's a recognition that American leadership is here. And then in the second meeting, we were talking about what we're doing in D.C. and Pam's taking the lead. I have to say, just pause for a second. When I look around this table, yes, there's a national security team of Steve Witkoff and John and Scott and Howard and the vice president and Susie and Christy.
Time is
and
2:30.
Tulsi, but to every person here, we work together on a daily basis. And if you call me and I call you, if the answer is yes, how do we do it together? I think that's exceptional.
Time
It's what the
is
American people deserve, and you demanded that,
2:30.
sir. So I very much appreciate it. In that meeting on DC, I started my sentence by saying, the
QQQ
Department
going
of
higher
Defense,
into 2:30.
to which you said that just doesn't sound right. So maybe next time we're here, my card will be Department of War. We'll see. But it's not. Here's the thing. Here's what people miss. It's not just about words. It's about the warrior ethos.
We could boom up,
It's
we
about
could
what the
reject. It is
department
so
supposed to
50-50
do.
right now.
George
QQQ wants to
Washington
go
started
higher
the
somewhere here.
Department of War because he wanted us to win our wars. They did. Our founders didn't want endless foreign entanglements. They
QQQ
didn't
is
want
literally saying
endless
let's go higher
contingencies
into
and deployments.
2:30, and
They
there's
wanted
still
an
like 3
empowered
more minutes in
military
2:30.
that was- the
SPY
handcuffs were
is
taken off
rejecting
to
off the
fight,
roof,
to
trying, but
win, and then bring those troops home. So my platoon in Guantanamo
forced
Bay, our
to
motto
show.
was, those who long for peace must declare for war. We must prepare for war. We don't want war, we don't seek it. You are the peace president, sir. Because we are strong, our enemies know what we will do. And so whether it's Secretary of War or Secretary of Defense, that warrior ethos is changing. We're going back to basics. Our drill instructors can be drill instructors again, sir. So from the minute of the tactical of standards to the strategic of B-2 bombers, we're focused on what matters. Had a meeting yesterday on Golden Dome for America, which is on track to deliver strategically for the American people. Munitions and the Deputy Secretary making sure our stockpiles are overflowing. That's our job. I'm honored to be a part of it, sir. Thank you for your leadership.
I think I like Department of War better, but we'll make that decision, right? But you've been great. Thank you very much. So Marco, go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, first of all, everyone's made this comment already and needs to be echoed again. You were elected as the President of Working Americans, and that's why this Labor Day is so meaningful. For me personally, this is the most meaningful Labor Day of my life as someone with 4 jobs. And so, but on the point of, you made it very clear from the outset, even in foreign policy, everything we did has to be pro-American. It has to make America stronger or safer or more prosperous. And there's just a few things I want to touch to because it involves your team under your leadership making it happen. The first is, for the first time in the modern era, we are truly on offense against organized cartels that are pumping poison, killer poison, into our cities. And that's a team effort.
Calls are
Christie's
coming in.
team, it's Pete's team, it's Pam's team, and obviously it's
Time
under
is
your
2:30,
leadership.
going for
And by the way, we're
HOD.
getting incredible economic, international cooperation. Countries just in the last week, Ecuador, Paraguay,
What the f-
Guyana,
is that massive
Trinidad,
volume?
today Argentina, all joining us or trying to
Yeah.
be helpful in
What the
financing
f-
this.
is that
And it's
massive
just,
volume?
you know, one thing is there, we're going to stop drugs from coming in and we're having record seizures.
Bad.
But another thing is to build an international coalition against the scourge on the international stage. The second is mass
Combine.
migration, illegal mass migration, which is dangerous for the country but harmful for American workers. What's happening on the border is essential, but it's not just what's happening on the border. And again, Christy and her team have been essential in this. We have countries all over the world that are actually helping us, whether it's through safe third country agreements, whether through its stopping the migration
At the
flow from coming here in the first
QQQ
place,
as well.
incredible international cooperation. You redefined our border. It's no longer just our physical border. We are doing things ahead of time to prevent this from happening and getting cooperations from countries that we've never seen before. And last, I would say, and Steve touched upon this. So by the way,
QQQ not hitting HOD.
Steve is both a great negotiator and he's also
I
a nice
ran
guy,
that
which
thing
is
like
tough
fucking
things
nothing
to
on
pull
that
off.
no Mackie volume and then
But
pumped it
it's
up.
incredible. But
2
we both
minutes.
work for the peacemaker in chief. Think about it, how fortunate we are as Americans to have a president who's made peace a priority. And just since the last time we've met, there was a war going on in Cambodia and Thailand, between Cambodia and Thailand. The president just picks up the phone and tells them to stop fighting, and within 72 hours, the fighting had stopped. You know, there's no other leader in the world that could have done it. And the fact that you were willing to spend time to do that and to make it happen is, of course, essential. And then the war that didn't happen because of Azerbaijan and Armenia coming here to sign that peace deal, which is historic in so many countries. You know how many countries said out there it's never going to happen, it isn't possible, and it occurred, Mr. President, because of your leadership. And then on a point of personal privilege, I wasn't even going to raise it. I haven't even talked to you about this. It's a little controversial, but I think I need to bring it up at this time of year. This thing about people getting married on Saturdays during college football season is a scourge, Mr. President. It's dividing families. I don't know if we can have an executive order on this. I'm just saying, but it's really difficult. There's 7 other months in a year that people can get married, so I just wanted to say that. It's very, very difficult. Thank you.
Fantastic. Doug, please.
Well, Mr. President, you've heard from around the table how people are grateful to have an opportunity to be part of this team, have an opportunity to work for you, and have an opportunity to serve the American people. And I would say as we head into this Labor Day, the thing that really differentiates you and your leadership and everybody around this table is one word, and that's respect. Because this is a group of people that respect our farmers and ranchers. We respect the people that are in law enforcement. That's a huge change. Respecting the people that are in uniform, respecting our veterans, respecting our shrimp
You
fishermen.
know, I'm thinking like, imagine somebody grabbed like a fucking $1,000 with the like dog shit SPX puts up there, and then they dumped it. Like from here, bro. Like, I don't want to do it because I'm fucking stuck. But like, damn, that is fucking nuts.
What have you done? You've led an opportunity for us to
HOD,
have
the wind is north.
lower taxes,
QQQ.
way lower deregulation, record amounts of investment that's coming into this country. We're going to be seeing lower interest rates. All of those things coming together is a gift to the working people. The policies are lifting everybody up. There's 140 million Americans that get up and go every day and drive to work. They
Wind
commute.
is
And
north.
one of the most obscene things of the prior administration was their energy policies was creating a hidden tax on those people. The poorer you were, usually the further you had to drive because you couldn't afford the housing if you were working at a hotel, if you were working in a service industry. We were taxing them a hidden
Dude, they've been
tax on
talking
them
for 2
with high
hours.
cost
Can you
of
guys
energy.
believe that?
You were the
They've been
only-
doing
perhaps
this
one of the
since
only leaders in the world that
11
understood the
or
connection
12,
between
15.
peace
We've
abroad and prosperity at
We've
home
been doing this for
was
two and
directly
a
connected to
half
energy
hours.
policy. You came in and said,
Right?
we're going to sell energy
Yeah,
to
but
our
these people
friends
are
and
grabbing
allies.
puts at the tippy
We're gonna
top,
bring
and they're
prosperity
fucking gonna
to
leave
homes
or
and
some shit.
policies
This is
here by having
stupid.
lower energy prices, and we're going
I'm
to
not
stop
doing
funding
it. The
wars
risk is so
abroad with
crazy.
energy
The wind is
policies
north.
that help their
Everything's
adversaries
going
and
north,
hurt
north,
us.
north.
You said we're going to sell energy to our friends and
That is so
allies, and
dumb.
the work that Jameson
If that
and
truly
Howard
happens
and
though, if
Scott
some
and
weird
everybody's
cycle
done
happens and we
trading,
pull
we're
back,
gonna have
then
an
that's
opportunity
literally
to
what
have a
happens. But
renaissance in American energy, selling energy to the
643,
world, which is going to help bring
76,
peace
74.
abroad. But the real key thing, in closing, I want to say is
Look at that QQQ 1 minute gap too. Like this is abnormal bullishness after this little bear trap, right? And then they boom up and trap everybody.
Oldest uniform law enforcement group in the nation.
They basically did this on purpose to allow it. But
But
like, yeah, that is
before they
crazy.
went out on the surge. Not only are carjackings down, muggings down, homicides down, everything down. Morale is through the roof. Just like Pete saw, we've got record people signing up to want to be part of our military. You have breathed life back into the profession of law enforcement. Your respect for law enforcement is so incredible. It's making a difference.
I still have my
And us
2
giving them
SPX puts that I bought for $2.50. It's at $1.95. I saw that thing literally go to like $1 and like 60 something, and I was like, bro, imagine somebody grabs like 10 right now and they fucking sell it to a pullback. I'm not saying it's going to, but I'm just saying like, you know, just because everyone's thinking HOD, like that would be fucking retarded. Which is why, you know, I'm thinking there's a QQ1 minute gap over there.
We started to take off.
Which is
They
stupid,
chased
but
him.
yeah.
They stopped him, and then the bad guys. Some of these were in cars that had stolen plates, so they take the plate off,
Time
they
is
steal them off somebody else's car, they
2:35.
know the plate doesn't match, they know they're doing this. The
There's
bad
so much
guys in the
time
car
left,
said,
that's the thing,
What,
like-
you're not supposed to chase us.
Still
Like you're
an
breaking the
hour and a
rules. The
half.
bad guys are telling us, no, we're back in action. So it's like, and so we.
That's the only thing. The wind is going north. There is a QQQ I'm gonna get, but there's an hour and a half. So what if they waste the time for 40 minutes, 20 minutes to hover here, and then do it real quick and then come back up?
Not only our
That would
sacred
kill
monuments
data,
of
kill
democracy
everything.
here,
So
but also the Statue of Liberty and the Golden Gate. This is a great group, but on behalf of all law enforcement, we say thank you.
it's truly
And,
going crazy
and
hot.
as Chris Wright was talking about electricity, I want to
6:43.
close with that.
Just 'cause
We've solved
QQQ looks
amazing things
weird,
in
like
7
this
months,
is
but the big challenge we have against
straight up.
remaining is, I mean,
They let the
solving
thing pull
Iran's
back.
nuclear thing, that was an existential
Yep.
threat. China beating us in the AI arms race, that's an existential
Break out of
threat.
the wedge
We
and
finally
nuke
have a
almost.
president who talks about it. You talked about it in your opening remarks.
235.
You've signed executive orders. You understand that essentially we used to say hundreds of years ago, people started saying that knowledge is power. But now, for the first time in history, we can take electricity and we can convert it into intelligence. So it's flipped. It's no longer knowledge is power. Power is also knowledge. And while we're ahead on the technology, we're way behind China on the amount of electricity they're bringing online. And your strong position to support affordable, reliable energy using our nation's resources, including those across the Department of Interior, bringing back coal mining, bringing back mining, bringing back timber. All the industries that have been killed in this country are coming back to life because
Going
of you.
even
And
higher.
with your leadership, we have a chance to not only win
That is
the AI arms race,
crazy.
but
Time
actually
is
dominate it
2:40.
the way we're dominating in other things. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And we're leading that race right now by a lot. And we're gonna keep the electricity
Going
coming. You know,
even
in China,
higher.
they do it very quickly. They have one person that says, do it, and that's it. But essentially, we have one person that says, do it. And we've given that order, and the job they've done has been amazing. And I wanna thank again, Lee, what you're doing in that regard is so important. And, rapidity, just as fast as them, because it's a question of, a
What
week
the fuck?
versus a
That's
day. That's
absolute.
not gonna make the difference, but you've done fantastically. And Doug.
Should have waited and waited and waited, but that's
amazing
crazy.
job. So we've done this for a little while now. I don't think you've ever seen anything like it. And, you know, I think Sean was right. These guys that are holding this up, if you ever try holding your hand out for 2 hours, that's a long time. These are pretty strong characters. You've been doing that a long time, I guess. Congratulations. Are you getting tired? Are you getting tired? I'm looking at these guys. They look like they have no problem. It's amazing, actually. It's, I think they would have beaten you guys in the test. So I want to thank you. If you want, you know, it's been a long time. If you want, we can go in and we can call it a day. And feel free then to ask some of the questions here. Look, I believe in very open, you know, we want to be open, above board. We want to be honest with the media. I wish the media was totally honest with us, but I think they're getting better, to be honest with you. And so we'll see. But
They're at
if you wanna take a few
175 right now.
questions.
On a serious note, when it comes to Fed Governor Lisa from
There's
Governor
no
Bessent,
confirmation
that
to
they're gonna be
short
filing a
at
lawsuit
all.
challenging legal
Know that.
action.
We are near the HOD on QQQ.
Oh, sure.
Know
Oh,
that.
we always have legal fights. Look, I had a legal fight that went on for years with crooked people, with very horrible people, people that have been
Only
found
thing
out
is there's a
about between
QQQ
John
1 minute
Radcliffe
gap
and
down there.
Tulsi and Pam.
And all these algo
the
ranges.
things that we found out, of course. It's a very, very
And there's a gap above.
sad group of
But that's a
people.
9:30 a.m.,
No,
not
she,
a 4 p.m. That's not a gap.
Seems to have had an infraction.
That's just a
and
level.
She can't have an infraction, especially that infraction, because she's in charge of, if you think about it, mortgages, and we need people that are 100% above board, and it doesn't seem like she was. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, first, I would love to ask you a serious question, but I have to tell you the biggest pop culture news of the year broke while we were in this cabinet meeting. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are engaged, and the world wants your reaction, sir.
Well, I wish him a lot of luck.
Thank
No,
you,
I think it's, I think he's a great player. I think he's a great guy. And I think that she's a terrific person. So I wish them a lot of luck.
On a serious note, Mr. President, in May, Secretary Rubio said that they were aggressively removing visas of Chinese students. Yesterday, you said you wanted to allow 600,000 Chinese students to study in the United States. Could you and the Secretary clarify what is the policy on Chinese students in the United States?
Well, all, we think we're, look, we're getting along very well with China. And I'm getting along very well with President Xi. I think it's very insulting to say students can't come here because they'll go out and they'll
Getting
start building
shredded.
schools and they'll be able to survive it. But I like that their students come here. I like that other countries' students come here. And you know what would happen if they didn't? Our college system would go to hell very quickly.
Time
You'd
is
have- And it wouldn't
2:40.
be the top colleges. It would be colleges that
Higher and higher and higher and higher and
struggle
higher.
on the bottom. And you take out 300,000 or 600,000 students out of the system.
No
I
cycle
like
confirmation shorting.
and I told this to
No
President Xi,
confirmation to
that
short
we're
at all.
honored to have
Going
their
for a
students
gap
here.
fill now.
Now,
Holy shit.
with that, we check and we're careful. and
Time
we
is
see
2:40
who's
showing
there.
almost.
Marco wants that. We spoke. We're in the same position.
HOD testing
But
on
we have a
QQQ.
tremendous college system, the best in the world. Nobody even close. That's why China sends them here. And you can call it an
Wow.
industry if you want, but you're talking about millions of people. And I'm honored to have the students from
Abnormal
China come
candles
here.
now.
And they're
Abnormal
we're just getting
candles.
along
HOD
very
did
well
not
with
break
China.
yet.
It's a different relationship than we had for
We might get
years
another
where
we might get
they
another
took
green candle into
hundreds of
242
billions
and
of
clear the
dollars, just
divergence
sucked it
into
right out of our
240.
country. They respect us again. I respect them.
What the
relationship
candle
is
is
very
this
good.
going
I think
on?
it's important that these are two very major powers, nuclear powers at that, but two very important powers. You know, when I get along with Putin, when I get along with President Xi, when I get along with these people, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. We're tough and we're smart and we're strong. We get along. It's a lot better than not getting along. You had somebody in here before. The war should have never started with Ukraine and Russia. It would have never started. And Putin said that himself. President Putin said that himself. So we want to see college students come in
Man,
from
they're
countries.
building
There
a
are
bear
some
trap
countries
still,
that we
technically, because the HOD
can't
did not break on
necessarily say that.
QQQ.
These are places that have
High today, still
ideologies
there.
that we can't live with. So there are some areas, some countries that we can't say that. But we're honored to have the students come here. Please. Yeah, please.
Yesterday you said that within 2 to 3 weeks we have a conclusive, pretty good conclusive end to the war in Gaza. What did you mean by that? And can you
On what?
in the war in Gaza?
Yeah, what about it?
You said in 2 to 3 weeks you would have a conclusive end, or pretty good conclusive.
There's no conclusive. It's been going on for a long time. You're talking about, I guess if you really add it up, Steve, you're talking about thousands of years, okay? It's been going on for, there's nothing conclusive, but hopefully we're going to have things solved very quickly with regard to Gaza and also with regard to
Last
Ukraine
1
and
hour,
Russia.
157. Into 240. Crazy pump up.
Well, we have some very good people for that position.
Crazy
And,
pump
I
up.
think we have some very
155
good
to
people. We're down
240.
to-
Holy shit.
I mean, I think I maybe in my own mind have somebody that I like, but I
Crazy
deal
stuff.
with Scott and I deal with Howard, and we're dealing with a lot of people actually that are going to be involved in that decision, though, because it's a very important decision. As we see, I mean, I got a bad recommendation when I went with Jerome Too Late. You know, it's just, he's too late. Nickname is Too Late, costing us a lot of money, hurting the housing. I mean, our housing industry is good, but it could be phenomenal. Most of this country, in terms, economic terms, has been phenomenal. We've never seen anything like it. Because of him and his high interest rates, the housing is less than it could be. We're going to get that straightened out very quickly. He gets out very quickly, fortunately. He's been the wrong guy.
There's a lot of bulls.
Not a
That
bad
is true.
person, I don't think, but you know, I
The
do
volume
think he has
hasn't picking up
motives,
only
by the
on
way, but
5
I
minute,
don't
but it
think
is
so.
not
I've dealt
super
with
bullish.
worse.
The only thing really
But,
happened was a
he
bearish
hasn't
MACD
done the job.
completely
The
died, and then
recommendation from a certain
same
person
MACD
was
into
not a great
240 basically for
recommendation.
now.
That person vouched for him, but we're doing a very careful study. We'll see what happens. Look, we just put a very good man in one position.
Time is
We
240.
might switch him
5.
to the other. It's a longer term and pick somebody
Did
else,
not
but
break
we're
the
very happy
HOD.
with the person we have in there. And we'll have a majority very shortly, so that'll be great. Once we
Making
have a
shorting
majority,
dangerous.
Housing is going to swing and it's going to
And going long
great.
kind of hard
People
too.
are paying too high an interest rate. That's the only problem with housing. We have to get the rates down a little bit, and when we do, it's going to be a tremendous difference. The country is doing so well. It sort of blows through the fact that we have a man who's too late and not doing a very good job. Please,
Mr. President, regarding crime in D.C., something that might help especially ladies is being able to carry. I know you talked about reciprocal carry.
you say carry, I assume you're talking about carry what we're talking,
Conceal
right?
or.
In other words, carry a gun. Is that right? Would you like to carry a gun?
I would like to, yes, sir.
You'd feel a hell of a lot better, right?
45.
I agree with you 100%, okay?
Okay, great.
But I'll tell you, within another couple of weeks, it's hard to believe what's been accomplished in 12 days, but within another couple of weeks, you won't have to carry. You're not gonna have to carry. You're gonna be safe. People are safe now. The turn has gone fast. I knew it was gonna go fast, but this turn has gone really fast. And within a month or two, this is gonna be one of the safest places in the country. I have no doubt about it. And we'll do an extension. We'll work with Congress, or I could declare an emergency, but I don't think that's gonna be necessary. We'll work with Congress. We're gonna be working with Congress. I spoke with our great speaker.
245,
and I
one
will be
single cycle
speaking to
rejection.
John Thune,
240 into
and
245,
we're getting
240 into
tremendous support from
245.
Congress, especially maybe here. Everybody wants to see our capital be great. You say be
No
great again.
confirmation
You know,
shorting.
it's such a beautiful place, but if you have crime, nothing looks beautiful. So, but you won't need to carry a gun, but if you do,
Well, I would like
it's
to
gonna be
have
your
the
choice.
option, just in case.
Well, a lot of
Sir,
people feel that.
Also in other blue cities, you've got Karen Bass in Los Angeles, Brandon Johnson in Chicago. It seems to be very popular here, the fact that people can walk around, go to restaurants, shop, and
Yeah.
not have to worry about their safety. If blue city mayors oppose those efforts in their cities, do you anticipate the Democrat voters are gonna take it out on them?
I think so. I think that crime is gonna be a big thing. And we are the party, the Republicans are the party that wants to stop crime. We're against crime. The Democrats like crime. I don't know why. I mean, we talk about common sense. I think I got elected on talking about common sense. The border, we have to have a wall. We don't want transgender for everybody. We don't, as I said before, we don't want to have men playing in women's sports. I mean, you see the difference. Weightlifting. Take a look at weightlifting. Take a look at long distance running, where a runner came in 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of another runner, both champions. One male, one female. It's not fair. It's demeaning to women. It's so bad. But they have another one, and I think this is the beauty of them all. Crime. They're against crime prevention. You can't do that. You can't do that. And I think to myself, I say, is there some game? You know, they're smart people. Is there anybody that can cheat like that in elections is smart, okay? And there's never been in history anybody that could cheat like that. They're smart. They're brilliant in many ways. I say, is there some trick to this? When they say, Trump is in Washington, D.C., stopping crime. He's a dictator. And people are being mugged like your
250.
brilliant associate here. I don't know how you're alive. I mean, based on that story, you got very lucky. He didn't just go. All he had to do is this.
Bears
right?
are getting trapped.
And you know, it's pretty amazing.
Was it a
So,
intentional
so
trap?
we have something. I think we have two things. I think what Bobby was talking about with respect to drug prices is unbeatable. Nobody else could have done it but us. And I think that crime. I think crime will be the big subject of the midterms, and will be the big subject of the next election. Think of it. They are, instead of saying, Trump's right about crime, it's really bad in Chicago. You have a guy in Illinois, the governor of Illinois, saying that crime has been much better in Chicago recently.
3 p.m.
and
we
Trump
see
is a
power hour.
dictator.
Bulls step in or bears step
And
in.
most people
3
say,
p.m.
if you call him a dictator, that if he stops crime, he can be whatever he wants. I'm not a dictator, by the way, but he can be whatever he wants. I think it's going to be a big subject for the midterms, and I think the Republicans are going to do really well. They called it a trap. This Democrat consultant, they said, he's put him in a trap again, because these are all traps. You know, 80-20, but they're not 80-20. They're almost 100 to nothing, all these issues. But I would say that crime is stronger than men playing in women's sports. I think it's stronger than transgender for everybody. You know, it's transgender for everybody, according to them. It's stronger. Of course, this is the cause of it, open borders. Open borders gave us a lot of this crime. So, you know, so they're sort of on an equal footing, I guess. But crime is going to be a very big subject. And you know what he should do if he was smart? Illinois or New York, if they want, or Gavin Newsom. they should call me and they should say, you know, we've got a problem. You know, we could solve with this team, different players, but work the same way, because you'd leave them here. You don't want to take them out and let it go to hell. Everybody's so happy in what, I bet you walked over here today and you had no fear. Nobody has any fear anymore, for the last 12 days. But what, if they, it would be so smart. Gavin has called me up, say, you know what, we have a big problem. We have the Olympics coming up. We want to do well. We have tremendous problems on crime and other things, and would love some help. Chicago in particular, maybe right now. I mean, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. We could solve their problem in, it's bigger than this, let's say 2 months. Okay, working with their police. I know their police very well. I have a big project in Chicago. I was so proud of it. It's the best site in Chicago. I got it. Nobody else got it. I was happy as hell. That was when I was a real estate guy, and I got it. The Sun Times site, they call it. And I built a building. It's a great building. And I'm so embarrassed when I see the kind of crime stats coming out there. So embarrassed. And if I were a
Time
governor,
is
a Democrat
2:51.
governor,
3 p.m.
or
and
mayor
9
or
minutes.
anybody having to do, I'd call up President
Bears
Trump. I'd
stepping
say,
in. Let's see
President Trump,
if they
we need
truly
your
push
help.
it down or not.
We saw what
Mac
you've done in
beat,
DC in a period of
slightly,
12 days.
slightly.
This is 12 days. We haven't even started. This is going to be
Slightly.
so safe. It'll be the
Pulling back.
safest place on earth. And
Candles coming in.
we'll do the same thing in Chicago. But I'd like to be asked as opposed to just going in and doing it. Because, you know, when you go in and do it, then they start screaming, oh, he shouldn't be here. We don't need him. We're doing so well. And then the better we do, they take credit for it. So it's really pretty unfair.
Mr. President,
Yes, go
on
ahead.
crime, for a lot of victims, like myself, a big concern is long-term sustainability. Can you share with the American public about your plan in ensuring that DC is safe in the long term?
Longer term, yeah.
Years
Well,
ahead?
it's a great question. Number one, we want to stay there for longer than 30 days, as you know. We have an absolute mandate, and I can extend it, but I'd rather not have to declare a national emergency, because by that time, I mean, right now, there's not an emergency. We've done, as you sort of said yourself, it feels like a different world. We've got under arrest and prosecution, and we've taken some, and we're in the process of taking hundreds out of our country that shouldn't be here. And these are hardcore professional criminals. They were born to be criminals, in my opinion, but they're seriously bad people. Murderers, drug dealers, you know them all. You see them all as you walk beautifully to work, and every once in a while somebody puts a gun to your head, because that's what happened in your case. We're getting a lot of them out of the country. We're putting a lot of them in prison because we're afraid to bring them out of the country. They could come back. You know, as good as we're doing, they could come back. We don't want them back. And that's going to solve a lot of it. We also think there should be a presence here for long enough. We should also work with our police department, because you have very good police here, very good. We're working very well with them, by the way. And we have to work together for a while. We have some people that are very tough and very strong. Working with the police, they're going to be able to handle it. And you know what? If it gets a little bit bad, a little bit, just a little bit, I'll bring them back in and we'll straighten it out and we'll make it perfect. You're going to be so safe in the city. And you're going to have the city beautified. We're going to be giving out, we're working with Clark, as you know, construction. They're the biggest. They're working with me also. We're building a beautiful ballroom for the White House. They've been after it for 150 years, employs a lot of people. It's going to be as beautiful a ballroom as has ever been built. And Clark is the big builder in this city. They've done, I guess, a majority of the good work, the big work. And we're working with them on the beautification, the fixing up of the roads, the fixing up of the medians, you know, between the roads, so cars don't wrap into each other. They wrap into, I have one piece sitting on the ground for weeks. This was a year ago when I had to come in, unfortunately, for fake court cases. And I looked at the condition. We have it fixed up a lot right now. You know, the tents are removed and a lot of things have taken place. But I'd come into this city and I'd say, boy, does it look bad. The filth on the roads, the medians were broken and always laying down, and nobody would fix them. And all of that, well, we're going to have new medians. We're going to have a nice topping put on the road. We're not going to rip the roads apart and start a construction project that lasts for 2.5 years as they rebuild the road, which they don't have to do. And we're going to have this place so beautiful. It's going to be a part of it. Now, the biggest part is crime, but it's also a part, you know, when you see a dirty city, It's like I told, I don't know, it became the number one thing viral. I said my father, he's a smart guy, he's a great guy, he's a loving, wonderful father, but he could be a little on the tough side. He told me that, son, when you walk into a restaurant and you see a dirty, filthy door going into the restaurant, don't go there because the kitchen's dirty also. When they see a dirty Capitol, the rest of the world, they lose a lot of respect for our country. This Capitol is going to be so beautiful.
Absolutely.
We're going to have new poles, new lights, new fences. It's stuff that, when you add it up, it's money, but it's peanuts compared to what we're talking about. And we're also going to have great safety.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask you on crime and also a question on foreign policy that maybe other officials can weigh into. And on crime, Iris shared her story, and you mentioned, people going
That was
to their...
a terrible story. Because I'm just amazed she's here. When the gun is, Pam, when the gun is put to the head, did they ever capture these people, by the way?
I kept calling, but haven't heard back about this guy.
It'd be really
I
great
can't
if
believe
you could
SPX
maybe
calls
get the
went from
information.
$93 to
She's very good at
$450.
capturing people, you know? She's very good. If you could
One
give
full
that
hour.
information to...
What the fuck?
Would you do that?
Man,
Wouldn't you like to see what you'd like to see?
that is crazy.
You just can't... Yeah, take a good look at that.
But,
Go ahead, so go ahead.
Just a few weeks ago, I was out to dinner with my husband, and then, we're taking the metro back, and then we get attacked on the metro. They're throwing things, some teenagers, throwing liquid.
Time is 3.
Oh, they're throwing things. They throw... How about where they chop down the granite curbs and the concrete curbs, but the granite curbs so expensive. Those granite curbs, nobody uses them because they're so expensive. And you see a guy chopping them and handing out big chunks of them like a brick because they couldn't get in because people were stopping them from walking out. A little bit unusual when you walk out with a bag of bricks. Generally speaking, Sean, that's not a good sign, right? It's not a good sign. But they now come in with hammers. They can disguise a hammer, and they start pounding the concrete and the granite, and they hand out chunks, and those people take those chunks and start throwing them at cops, or they stand on the top of bridges and they drop them down into the windshield of your car, and you get killed running into a light pole. Those days are over.
I wanted to ask you, Governor Kathy Hochul said that she spoke to you on the phone, and you said you might send National Guard troops to New York. You mentioned that. So will you?
I'd love to do it. If she'd like, I get along with Kathy. If she'd like to do that, I would do it. You see, look, New York has difficulty like other, and I don't want to make this I want to make this like friendly. But the places we're talking about happen to be virtually all Democrat run. Now, take a look at your 25 places that are most troubled. Everyone, except maybe one, and it's
I'm
way
gonna get
back
2
in
more. I
number
don't care.
24,
You can call me
25, but
crazy.
essentially 25 out of 25
I'm just waiting, or I'm about
are
to do
run
it
by
now.
Democrats, and cashless bail was a disaster. When they did that, and
Just
I
on the
believe it was
QQQ 1 minute
instituted
gap
first
into
in New
close.
York,
That's
but
what I'm
when
doing.
they did cashless bail, that was a tragedy for this, because that's when it really started getting bad. When somebody kills somebody, you don't say you can come out, you don't have to put up anything. You put that person in jail, and you find out whether or not it's true, but you don't give cashless bail with a promise to come back in a couple of months, we'll start talking to you. Because they go out and they kill other people, and you can't do that. The cashless bail has been, it's just a woke thing. It's got to stop. You see that, Christy, better than anybody. It's got to stop. It causes
spike.
unbelievable, and we're doing that. We're stopping it in
HOD
D.C.
broke at 3.
I would love to have the governor of Illinois call me and say, look, we have a problem in Chicago.
Okay, I'm gonna do it right now.
We will stop that problem in Chicago in 2 months, maybe less, 2 months. We'll stop it. These are tough cookies we have working for us. These are tough cookies. These are not
HOD broke.
politically correct soldiers. That I won't go into definitions of what that means. But these are not politically correct soldiers. These are rough guys. I watched it last night. I see it. I saw them the other day when we went down and we spent some time together with them. These are tough cookies. These are not people that you're going to laugh at and spit in their face and they're not going to do anything about it.
I have 6.
And these people, they're afraid. These gang members who are bad people too. These are bad. These are just bad people. Ours are bad, but they're bad in a good sense, right? You don't understand that, Scott? And we can solve Chicago in
Gap
2
filled.
months. Now, then, as per your statement before, we have to keep it going, and we'll be able to keep it going. The first thing you have to do is get it down. we are very close to being in that position in DC, and within a month, we will be, within a month from when we started, which is quicker than I thought, you're gonna feel very, very safe. I think you feel very safe right now.
Mr. President,
But I would love it to have these governors, mayors call me and say, we'd like to invite you into our community because we have a problem and you can handle the problem and we can't. One other thing, sanctuary cities, they should be terminated. They're sanctuary for criminals. They're safety and security for criminals. They are very, very bad, and all of these places have big sanctuary cities, and all they're doing is protecting criminals. Okay.
Mr. President, thank you. A couple questions about Lisa. You have spoken out very strongly for a long time about what you see as the weaponization of government.
Yeah.
Is your administration weaponizing
No.
government by digging into the mortgage records of officials you don't like?
No, they're public. I mean, you can find out those records. You can go check out the records yourself, and you should be doing that job, actually. You wouldn't do that because that's not the kind of reporter you are. But you should be doing that job. I shouldn't have to be doing it. If you did your job properly, we wouldn't have problems like Lisa Cook.
But
Go
would
ahead.
you
were going to say
sir,
something?
Would you be trying
Go.
to fire
Blue?
Lisa Cook if she had
Mr.
voted to
President,
lower
on-
interest rates?
On national
Please.
security.
I think we
a
have to have
follow-
lower interest rates.
A follow-up question for you and Madam Attorney General on national security. We've heard from Stephen Miller yesterday in the Oval Office that there are street criminals here in D.C. who are actually found to be doing business with transnational criminal cartels
That's right.
overseas.
And we know who they are, and we know who they're doing business with. And we're arresting the people, very strongly arresting, and we're keeping them there because, you know, your laws here make it very difficult. And one of the other laws we're trying to get done, because you have 14-year-old kids that are just as tough as a 25-year-old kid, just as dangerous, and they carry the same gun. And we have to make a provision where they're treated like older people, because these are seriously tough, bad. They're children, but they're criminals, and they're really bad criminals. And they're used by older people because they never get charged because you can't do anything to them. But we are getting that change, Pam, I hope, because you have 14-year-old kids that are evil, they're sick, and they have to be put away. Something has to be done, because you can't have a society where they're allowed to walk the street. You know that better than anyone.
On your way to Alaska.
I can't believe it. You're not tired holding that?
I have a few more questions.
How strong are you? How strong are you? Look at him. He's been holding that thing for 3 hours. You're a good fisherman.
Well, I should give that a try.
Go
On
ahead.
the way to Alaska, you had mentioned that there would be severe consequences if Vladimir Putin did not agree to a ceasefire.
Yeah.
After that summit that was rolled back, given the negotiations, is he back on the clock now?
I want to see that deal end. It's very, very serious what I have in mind if I have to do it, but I want to see it end. I think that in many ways he's there. Sometimes he'll be there and Zelensky
The Bears are
won't be
coming
there.
after the gap,
You know,
and
it's like,
divergence clear at the
what do we
HOD.
have today? I got to get them both at the same time. But I want to have it end. We have economic sanctions. I'm talking about economic, because we're not going to get into a world war. I'll tell you what, in my opinion, if I didn't win this race, Ukraine could have ended up in a world war. We're not going to end up in a world war anymore, but it would have ended up possibly in a world war. That would have been they were ready to trot. But just like India and Pakistan, we're going to end up in a nuclear war if I didn't stop them. You know, it's sort of strange. I saw they were fighting. Then I saw 7 jets were shot down. I said, that's not good. That's a lot of jets, you know. $150 million planes were shot down. A lot of them, 7, maybe more than that. They didn't even report the real number. I'm talking to a very terrific man, Modi of India. And I say, what's going on with you in Pakistan? Then I'm talking to Pakistan on trade. I said, what's going on with you in India? And the hatred was tremendous. Now, this has been going on for a hell of a long time, like sometimes with different names for hundreds of years. But I said, what's going on? I said, I don't want to make a trade deal. No, we want to make trade deal. I said, no, I don't want to make a trade deal with you. You're going to have a nuclear war. You guys are going to end up in a nuclear war. And that was very important to them. I said, call me back tomorrow, but we're not going to do any deals with you, or we're gonna put tariffs on you that are so high, you were there, Howard, right? They're gonna put tariffs on you that was so high, I don't give a damn, your head's gonna spin.
I don't know if
You're not
SPX is
end
going to
up
roll
with-
down, but
Forget
QQQ
about
is headed.
5 hours, it was done. It was done. No, maybe it starts again, I don't know, I don't think so, but I'll stop it if it does. We can't let these things happen. The Russia-Ukraine situation, last week, 7,012 soldiers, 7,012 soldiers died. They were Russian, they were Ukrainian, they weren't American, so a lot of people would say, what do you care? They're not American. I care. There are 12,000, over the last couple of weeks, over 12,000 people died in like in 2 weeks. You know, we're talking about crime where somebody's killed here or somebody. Think of it, you have your son leaving Russia, leaving Ukraine, their little house, wherever they live with their parents, they're waving goodbye, just like our parents would wave goodbye. And they're waving goodbye, son. And then a week later, his head's blown off in a stupid war by a drone, a whole new form of military problem. So, no, I'd like it to stop. I want to get it to stop. And it will not be a world war, but it will be an economic war. And an economic war is going to be bad. And it's going to be bad for Russia, and I don't want that. Now, I have to also see, because not everybody, you know, Zelensky's not exactly innocent either, okay? You know, it takes two people to tango, and I say it all the time.
Time is
You got to
3:10.
get them together. I get along with Zelensky now, but we have a much different relationship, because now we're not paying any money to Ukraine. You know, stop that. We're paying money to ourselves. What's happening is NATO is buying all of the equipment and paying in full. But even with that, forget about that. I want to get it stopped because it's a lot of lives that are being lost. Every week it's 7,000, 5,000, 6,000. I get the reports, and I see battlefields. I'd rather not see them.
What did
And you know,
Putin
you
say
read
in your
about
phone call?
Gettysburg. You read about Gettysburg, and you see, you know, those 600,000 people. But in that war in particular was really bad, like 150,000 or something, just dead body. I'm seeing the same. I see pictures. I see satellite pictures of heads over here, arms over here, legs over here. And this is like a modern age. It's no different than the worst wars that I've ever seen. And if I can stop it because I have a certain power or a certain relationship, I had a very good relationship with President Putin. Very, very good. That's a positive thing again. And I think I'm probably the only, Steve Witkoff would tell you I'm the only one that can solve it. I don't know, you've told me that a few times, unless he was saying that just to build up my ego, but it's not really. I have no ego when it comes to this stuff. I just want to see it stop. Thousands of young people, mostly young people, are dying every single week. If I can save that by doing sanctions or by just being me, or by using a very strong tariff system, that's very costly to Russia or Ukraine or whoever we have, you know. But I stopped 7 wars, and 3 of those wars were going on for more than 30 years. You know, if you look at Congo, if you look at, just look at any of them, almost all of them were going on for an extended period of time. Now, interestingly, one had just started. It was 2 days old, and you know that one. And we did that one when we were in Scotland negotiating. It was 2 days up, but there were 2,000 dead bodies laying on the border, and I got that one stopped too. And I'm very honored by that, but I still, the one that I thought would be the easiest is turning out to be the hardest. That's President Putin and President Zelensky, but I think I'll get it done.
Why do you
Can
think
you
that
stop
is?
the
Why is it
famine in
harder than you
Gaza?
thought it would be?
You never know. It's war.
Can you stop the famine
With
in
war,
Gaza?
you never know, right? War's very tricky, very horrible, but with war, you never know. Things change. People go into war, think they're going to win the war, and then they get their asses kicked, and they lose their country, they lose millions of lives. Nobody goes into a war thinking they're going to lose. They go in. I'm sure that Ukraine thought they were going to win. It's going to be, you know, we're going to win. You're going to beat somebody that's 15 times your size. Biden shouldn't have let that happen. Biden shouldn't have. I mean, the man was
Yeah.
grossly incompetent. He should have never been there. That would have never happened. But you don't go into a war that's 15 times your size.
Say it.
Fed just put out a statement saying that
That's all right, whatever it
And it
is.
says the Fed will abide by any court decision.
Thank you very much for
Will you
reading
abide
it.
by a court decision?
I abide by the court, yeah. I abide by the
So
court.
the
Yes,
court-
please.
Try to force her.
It's enough, it's enough.
Mr.
Go ahead.
President, what other companies are you thinking about taking a stake in?
Well, you know, we didn't take a stake in the sense that it was reported. Everyone said, I bought a stake in Intel. No, I got it for free. I said, I was with the, is that correct statement? Howard was there.
Absolutely correct.
Scott knew all about it. They came in, a man was charged with something by a very good person, Senator Cotton, made some statements about the gentleman that was running Intel. When he came in, and I said some rough things
Time
about
is
him, I said, I'm not happy
3:10.
with it, and they called, and he was very devastated at what I said. I said,
QQQ bounced at
he resigned.
310. SPY bounced
And
at
he came to see
305
me,
into 310.
And I was very impressed by him, actually. And he made a mistake, or factors happened where something like this could have taken place. In the meantime, his board was staying down. And I said to him, and took the bet, I would say less than 35 seconds. I said, you know, you should.
What the hell?
And he looked at me and he said, I do that. I said, I just made $11 billion for the United States. And remember that I didn't pay with a check.
Fucking weird.
With Thrivent, your personal finances aren't just personal. We help your money make a difference for the ones who matter most. Because helping you serve others is at the heart.
And he said, I'll do that. I said, I just made $11 billion for the United States. And we made the deal. I didn't pay, we didn't write a check. Now, I guess Biden, with his stupid CHIPS Act, handed money to all these people that didn't need any money. It didn't do anything. You know, they're giving billions of dollars to everybody. They all have so much money, and they have more money. But there's no commitment that you had to build. They just took all this money. I don't know, it's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. See, with tariffs, they have to come in. Because if they don't come in, they can't sell into our country. So it's power, and you don't have to give up any money. But I said to him very simply, I mean, I'm glad we're straightening this out, because everyone thinks I bought in. No. I said, it would be great, we'd be a great partner for you. And I want to see Intel
Ate my
do
money.
well. You know, Intel was a great company, and it can be a great company again. But I said, I think it would be good if we own 10% of your company. He said, I'll make that deal. And it happens to be worth $11 billion. So we made $11 billion for the country. And then I was criticized by some of the fake news media. That's not the American way. Actually, it is the American way. Now, if I can help other countries or do those deals with others, I would do that. I think it's great. It's good. Builds up our balance sheet. Let me tell you, our country is becoming very rich again. You don't see it. When the CBO came out on Friday and said, we just found $4 trillion, and that goes to reduce our deficit. $4 trillion. It was from the tariffs. Our country is becoming very, very rich again. I hope you get used to it. You know, you're going to have to get used to it.
In addition to reducing the deficit, and he updated
And it turned into a shit day. Fuck.
initially giving Americans a tariff rebate check.
Well, we have a lot of money coming in, rebate check for the
A
Americans.
weird day.
And, it's coming in at tremendous numbers. Don't forget,
They
I would
killed
say,
calls into
Scott,
155 and then
we
killed
probably are
puts.
talking about
Like
right now
fucking nothing.
50%, maybe even less than that. With all the
Fucking
money
nothing.
you're hearing is coming in, you're talking about, you know, a lot of it hasn't kicked in yet. And when it really kicks in is in 2 years when these plants are built and opened and the money starts pouring in, right? But, I mean, there's
We
a
are
concept of making a,
Previous day
you could call it a
9:30 open.
dividend, as we would say.
Fucking nuts.
Making a dividend to the people in this country who have had to suffer through stupid leadership. And they paid a lot of taxes
What the
and they got
fuck is
nothing
this?
for it. Or they got attacked like you were, okay, for it. No, there's a possibility.
Time is
Primarily we
3:15.
want to pay down debt, but there's a possibility that we take a piece of it and pay some, make a dividend to the people.
Mr. President, I have a question for Steve Witkoff.
Damn.
Yeah.
This past week,
illegitimate. Just wondering if the Russians have been relaying this to your team, if they view Zelensky, as the leader worth signing a peace deal with, if they will.
Doesn't matter what they say. Steve can answer, but I can answer too. Doesn't matter what they say. Everybody's posturing. It's all bullshit, okay? Everybody's posturing. Steve, do you have a different answer?
I agree with you, sir.
In New York City, there are 500 people short on the police department, police. In New York City, it's 3,000. In Chicago, it's 1,300. Would they have had to bring in troops from the National Guard if the police departments in this country were fully staffed, defund the police? How bad did that turn out for America?
It's an interesting question. I was surprised when I heard how many police were here. It's not a really big area, and I think they said they're down to 3,200 police or something like that. I said, that's a lot of police. And I was a little bit surprised, because to me that's a big force. And it's not a big area, but it is what it is. There's a lot of crime. You have a lot of, don't forget, you have a lot of police that weren't allowed to do their job. When I came in, as you remember, we made tremendous strides in a little conflict that we had going at the time, because I allowed our military to make the decision.
Time is 3:20.
I said, you can make any decision you want. I gave it to the colonels in the field. I gave it to the captains in the field. You remember that, where everything went through Biden, meaning one of the people, and everything went through Obama before him. Everything went through. They had to make the decision as to whether or not to attack the Taliban. So they'd find 30 people together, they'd call up Washington, and they'd go to a political hack who knew nothing about it. My first night, I got that same call. Like, they called me, and they said, we have I got a call at 3 o'clock
Time
in
is
the morning.
3:20.
I listened to the system, and they were calling me, and they were asking me whether or not they could attack a group of people having to do with you-know-what war I'm talking about. And I said, I know nothing about this. Wait a minute. And then I said, who is he? Let me speak to the people calling. They're calling from Afghanistan. And I said, let me speak to the people. I want to speak to them. And it was a colonel. I said, where'd you go to school, Colonel? I went to West Point, sir. Were you a good student? I was, sir. I was a very good student. So you're calling the White House to ask for permission to attack. And by the time you get the answer, how long does it take? Sometimes 2 or 3 weeks. So by the time you get the answer, the people that you want to attack have already left, right? He said, how did you know that, sir? I said, let me ask you, so you're a good student, you went to West Point, and
All goddamn day you've been talking.
you make the decision. And I gave all those guys that went to all these great schools,
Holy
and they're all military people, I gave them the right to make their own decision, and we kicked ISIS's ass. Don't forget, ISIS was supposed to be, was supposed to take 5 years to terminate him, and we had a man named Raisin Kane, who happens to have done the whole thing in Iran. He's a great general, and he's a wonderful guy too, believe it or not. But he's a great soldier. We let them do their work, and we defeated ISIS. We defeated everybody. Every fight that we had militarily that I had, I won. And I let these great soldiers do some make a mistake, I guess. But like this colonel, I'll never forget it. Where did you go to school? I went to West Point, sir. I did ask him a question. I like good students as opposed to bad students. He said, I was a good student, sir. And I said, you do what's necessary. And, you know, I don't want to sound overly vicious, but he wiped out the entire group of very bad people that want to kill us. So you have to let them do their job. In Washington, they're not allowed to do their job, okay? They're not allowed. You have great police. You have great police, but they're not allowed. Hello. Go ahead.
On Congress, Mr. President, would you be open to a year-long continuing resolution?
I'm always open to whatever is necessary. Look, here's the problem in Congress. You have Democrats that will never vote for anything. I could say that we're going to lower your taxes by 50%. We're going to guarantee you free cities, safe cities. Nobody will ever get touched, molested, beat up, shot in the head. We're going to give you the greatest country ever. We need your vote. And they won't vote. And they do it in unison. The only thing they do good is cheat on elections and unite. You know why they unite? Not because they're good or they're loyal people. They unite because they're afraid. They're afraid of the radical left.
Man,
And you can't
UHOD.
get their vote. So we have a vote coming up at the end of September.
320.
And I think we're going to
No
pass it because we
thing.
have the majority. And I think almost every Republican will vote for an extension. Because no matter what deal you make with these people, look at Schumer. He made a deal a year and a half ago, and after making the deal,
HOD
he's been
break
almost
into
run out of the
everything.
party. He's not the same man. He's not the same man. He's finished. He aged 20 years. He's become a Palestinian, by the way. We call him our great Palestinian senator. But Chuck Schumer, and I wrote him a letter. I said, Chuck, that was really great. Thank you very much. And somebody gave the letter to the press, not me. And he was destroyed because they thought I was being sarcastic, and I wasn't. He made a great decision. It kept our country open. That was a positive. But
Man.
you can count on almost no vote. I mean, I see things. I'll give you an example, crime. So we're going to pass a bill to stop crime. We may not get one Democrat vote. Okay. We may not get one. So when you say continuing resolution, I guess so. And it's going to be passed exclusively by Republicans.
Mr. President, why do you use mentioned in
What
Iowa
a fucking pump.
the H-2A visa program for farm workers?
Right.
You mentioned in Iowa that you want
Dude, a call from the bottom just went from $200 at
Well, I love both
155
groups, and we take care of
to
our
literally
farmers, and we also
1.6K
take care
right
of the
now.
people that want bad
What
people
the
out of our
fuck?
country, and we're working on something that's going to work really well.
Time
we take
is
care of our
3:20.
farmers, but we also have to take care of those people that voted for me because they don't want criminals in our country. And we're working on
shit.
something where we can take care of both.
What the fuck?
On that, when you were talking about the CBO report that two of your cabinet members were talking about, I remember back on Liberation Day, many of us
Crazy
covered
bullish.
your detractors, people saying that it was going to explode the deficit and therefore explode the debt. Who all has called you to say I was wrong?
320.
That's very good. You know the answer to that. Okay, yeah, please.
Governor Pritzker said yesterday that he, at a press conference that he would encourage nonviolent
Fucking
resistance
unbelievable.
to the National Guard if they were sent to Chicago. What's your response to that?
He said what?
That he would encourage nonviolent resistance if the National Guard is.
What in the just happened?
This guy doesn't know what
Wow.
resistance is or nonviolent.
Look at that one
resistance
5-minute candle.
He's a bad politician.
Wow.
It's amazing. I mean, if he didn't have the money, he wouldn't get any votes because
Or
there's no
above.
compelling reason to vote for him.
Previous
That's a
day
major
9:30
loser.
open like crazy.
But it would be nice if he would call me. I would change my mind immediately. He said, you know, because everybody knows Chicago is a hellhole right now. Everybody knows it. It's not like he's saying Chicago has much better numbers, right? Well, what's much better? You mean 100 people are going to be murdered? It's going to be much more than that. So I would have much more respect for Pritzker if he'd call me up and say, I have a problem. Can you help me fix it? I would be so happy to do it. I don't love, not that I don't have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the President of the United States. If I think our country's in danger, and it is in danger in these cities, I can do it. No problem going in and solving, his difficulties. But it would be nice if they'd call and they'd say, would you do it? And we do it in conjunction. Now, we work very well with the police because we naturally get along with the police. So the police and us work really well together, whether the mayor is opposed or whether, you have a really rotten mayor there, too. He's got a 6% approval rating in Chicago. And I see black women wearing a red MAGA hat last night on television. Please let the president come in. My son was attacked. You have a force of black women.
This shit makes me want to go into one DTU play.
Only Trump.
What the
They
fuck?
want Trump to come in.
Man.
And you see them. They're all over the place in Chicago.
What a nuke.
Because they're afraid to go out, and they don't want their son or their daughter killed, just like your parents didn't want you killed. And we have a tremendous... Look, it's not about winning elections because we want to have nice, fair elections. It's not politics. We want to see a safe country. You have people that want to see a safe country, and they're great people. You have great people in Chicago. The mayor is at 6% approval. He's an incompetent man. He should have never been put in a position like that. He can't handle it. You have an incompetent governor there. You have an incompetent governor in California, Gavin. I know him very well. He's incompetent. He's a nice guy, looks good. Hi, everybody. How you doing? He's got some strange hand action going. I don't know what the hell his problem is. It's a little weird, to be honest. There's a little something shaky going on there. But, you know, all he has to do is call me and say, we have the Olympics coming up. We want to make it really good and safe. And I'll put some really good, great American patriots in there, and you won't have any problems. Don't forget, it's loaded up with some stone cold killers, some really bad people, some people that were just born to be bad. They're criminals, bad criminals, dangerous, and we can solve the problem for them very quickly. Okay, you know what I think? I think this. You have not had this happen for 4 years. You sat and you'd ask one question to Biden, and it was always the ice cream question, right? What flavor ice cream do you like best? I like vanilla. And that was the end of the conference. I think now we've done enough. These people are very busy. I want to just thank, this is the greatest, this has never been done before. First of all, a cabinet meeting was sacred. You'd never let the fake news media in. But the fake news media isn't all fake. It's a lot of it.
Man,
it's not all.
what a
I think it's a great
fucking
thing.
run.
Maybe it's going to be done in the future. I hope it's going to be done.
What a
But you really
run.
get the word out. I mean, we had, each one of these people spoke. I think each one, if I thought one of them did badly, I would call that person out. I would say, Christy, what the heck are you doing? No, but no, seriously, you have a very talented group of people. They get along, they work along together, and there's something really nice about just, you know, the openness of what we're doing. It's government. It's an open government. That's what we are. And we haven't made too many mistakes. Maybe we'll, but we haven't made too many mistakes. We've called it right. And I think you can be very proud of your country. We are a respected country again. We are really, right now, respected at the highest level, and we're doing great. And we're a very rich country again, very rich. And that's a good thing, because
Damn,
when
all
we're
my
rich, we
zero
can take care
DTs are
of poor.
fucking burnt.
And that's what we're doing. And we're taking care of crime. And I hope, just in finishing, I hope that Illinois, I hope that New York, I hope that California, I hope they call me and they say, I'd love to have you come in and help us out. I will be a totally different person with them. I will respect them for doing it. Thank you all very much. Thank you, everybody.
Holy fucking move. Manipulation at its fucking finest. Holy shit. Wow. Wow. Time is 3:30. Crazy shit. Yo, a SPX call at 155 went from $98 to $1,000. What in the fuck? Fucking nuts. Fucking nuts.
644.50. Let's look at SPX real quick. We are so high above POC. I'm about to take a big put. Man, they keep going fucking higher. This is nuts. Time is 3:30. HOD. Divergence being created. High today. Going continuously higher. On SPY. QQQ not yet. That is fucking wild. It's 572 on QQQ. We are in a bull flag. We are in a bull flag breaking up on QQQ. We have the video earnings coming out tomorrow as well. NVDA. Man, that shit fucking ate everything. Almost $800 on SPY puts that I did not leave at 600 here. Completely killed, right? SPX completely killed. All 6 puts completely killed. Like $700, $600. Or maybe even more. Time is 3:30. We're so fucking high up. Time is 3:30. There's a divergence at the roof. I don't know if I should do QQQ or SPX, to be honest with you. And I don't know how far out. This is fucking nuts. Today, they're running this thing crazy. We're only up 0.35% on QQQ too, but still. That is wild. The SPX put to call ratio being sent. Bulls are still buying calls. Time is 3:35. Fucking crazy. I think I'm gonna do it. Shit is crazy. One DT puts too. Fucking big. I'm in for 2.3k. One DT. Look, I'm probably gonna hold this shit into tomorrow open, okay? I am not doing 0 DTs right now. I got fucked on that, so. And we can go higher. Nothing says we can't. Nothing says we can't open up higher tomorrow either. Right. People are weird though, bro. Do not join my WhatsApp group. They literally get happy when they do good, and then they get screwed one time, and they're like, "Oh, haha, I can't." Like, dude, we don't want you in here anyway. Go to Josh's community. I'll say that to you straight to your face. I don't care. I don't need, flaky. I don't need no, oh, please tell me what to do type of people, because you're not paying me anyway. Right? If you're paying me, that's a big different story, but it's not like, I'm running an alert service for you. So, no, I straight up tell people, dog, like I care. They a lot of you crazy over there, right? I mean, it's not my fault some people believe that like crazy. The majority might, but I mean, at the end of the day, you know how fucking easy it is to emulate shit and then show you fake shit on the WhatsApp chat? That is some sad shit if you're paying a man $1,000 thinking that's real, but yeah, just letting you know. Time is 3:40. Like I give a fuck, man. Seriously. Right? I'm not though. I don't fucking risk 100K in one trade and lose everything in a moment and be like, oh, I lost my fucking shit. So I mean, I don't fucking do that shit. So nor do I promote people I do that shit and say, oh, you small print, you make little money and you go up, haha, and then you lose everything in one trade, right? So get the fuck out of here with that horse shit. I don't need any of that. Please. Bye bye. Like, come on. Don't even join. I really don't understand why people literally join. Right? It's kind of weird. Time is 3:40. Time is 3:40. Like you can join the YouTube chat, right? And you could say hi and then you could leave whenever you want. I don't care about that. But if you are gonna stick in the WhatsApp group and then literally leech profits and then be like, oh, one bad trade, you suck, I'm out, blah blah blah, then you have a problem because that means you don't know how to trade yourself. That's reality. So I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Please don't join the WhatsApp group and do that shit, please. Like I care. Okay, time is 3:40. The WhatsApp group is not there for people like that. It is not there for people like that. Right? It is literally there for active members, like I said from day one. Time is 3:40. There is literally just no cycle confirmation dumping out from 3:30. This is absolutely crazy. Just no cycle. This is absolute, just pure. We're extended as fuck. Grab some puts at the tippy top and we print it like a motherfucker type of deal. Right? That's the only thing I can say. I don't fucking know, man. This is fucking nuts, right? They overinflated that bitch to the max moon tits and then brought it back to previous 9:30 open in 10 minutes.
Yeah, right. I mean, at least I tell people like things, and then they could deduct themselves, right? I don't really look at the candles and the colors and be like bullish, bullish, bearish, bearish, guys. Ha ha ha! You guys missed out. Ha ha ha! Guys, look, I just made 35% of all my losses this entire day. I lost $100,000, but I made 35K in this lotto that you guys missed out. But I verbally told you guys I was in. Ha 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 ha! Lol 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 lol. You know what I'm saying? That's a fucking troll. I tell you guys, right, this shit's about to happen, it might happen, and if they play out, right, and then I'm in, and I print, and I'm out. I tell you, that's literally before it happens. I'm not gonna fucking sit here and be like, oh, I was in that, ha ha ha, you weren't, ha ha, look, ha ha. Follow me, 1,000K a month. Okay, you suck, okay, follow me, you can be a good trader. You know what I'm saying? That is literally horseshit. That is literally lies. Like, oh my god. Alright, previously 9:30 open, bounce at 3:40 trying. We are at under POC. Right, this is a really good place to book profits, right? Especially if you're 0 DT. Right, especially if you're 0 DT. But I'm not gonna say in my opinion, but I'm pretty sure there's a crazy degen out there with 0 DT QQQ puts that's about to go here into close. I mean, not Robinhood clearly, but I don't know how far SPX will pull back, but yeah, we'll see. It might not even too. Right, time is 3:45, and we made a roof at 3:20. We made a roof at 3:30. That's all it is. Time is 3:45. Time is 3:45. We passed the POC at 3:40. We passed the POC at 3:40. 3:45 we're touching the previous day 9:30 open on SPY. QQQ is going into 3:45. This is no fucking cycle, just pure dumping from the top. No cycle. Not dumping, but pullback. QQQ is a lot more than SPY. 9:30 holding on SPY. No, that's straight up hoping. You put in 100 contracts just because you're breaking out. You put in 100 contracts just because you're breaking down. Like, what the f are you talking about? Every single situation is different. You know what I mean? So, what risk? What reward analyzation? What little profit are you gonna go up? Like, if you're losing like crazy every fucking time, if you're losing 50% of the times, crazy money. You know what I mean? People that absolutely have no idea, people that have not been trading for the last 20, 30 years that have, that have been doing that, are gonna lose 90% of the times. You know what I'm saying? That's a fucking crazy amount of times with big amount of money. Like, there's no fucking way someone's gonna go up, go up, go up. There's no way. You're just gonna go down and lose everything instantly. What little money are you gonna go up on? You know what I mean? But like I say, right? Like I've been saying with my best friends, why is someone out there charging people $1,000 a month like it's their fucking lifeline, like it's their business, their only money they can make if they can trade? And we'll leave it at that. Time is 3:45. Time is 3:45. Should I just take this little profit and call it, or should I fucking just wait until that is true gambling? I ain't gonna lie, that is true gambling. But setup yesterday was to dump into 4 p.m. in 2 minutes and then use that power, open under 4 p.m. close, and then pump it above everything today. And now we're pushing everything high into 3:30. There's a 1 minute gap QQQ below. $3.45. right? They could either push it down, fill the gap, and then close in between the two pivot points somehow, or we could nuke up off a previous say 930 open, clear the divergence at the roof into 350, 355, and then revert into 4 p.m. That is literally what people are thinking. What is going on? What can happen now? Time is 3:50. Time is 3:50. I don't know how these people do it, but they kill everything, man. Over like a couple of days. It's just like what day to what day is perfect. Fucking crazy. Yeah, MACD volume, everything all dying. Trying to push into 350. Wow. Mega spike candle coming on QQQ and SPY to break the HOD now. What in the hell? Super spike. And HOD into 350, 55 happening now. That is super. What in the that is a crazy super pump. 350 HOD. 350 or 355 HOD is happening in one single minute. HOD happened in 1 minute. Absolutely super bullish into close. 350 or 55. That is crazy. I did not leave at the end. That is fucking nuts. I'm absolutely fucking trapped now. Crazy. Alright, they're dumping all puts even into tomorrow. That is fucking nuts. Now they're testing the top range of yesterday. Trying. Or maybe we will tomorrow. 6470s, well yeah. 6460s we are at. 6460s we are at SPX. That is absolute. Wow. It's crazy, but I'm holding. Into tomorrow. Into tomorrow. And there's 0 DT, so tomorrow will be a big fucking day. HOD at 355. Right. High today, 355, reverting and closing into 4 p.m., leaving the QQQ 1 minute gap. Okay, we boomed up at 350 into 355. We boomed up at 350 into 355. Alright, so we will see what happens into tomorrow, but this is basically a whole bullish cycle, right? And now this is turning into a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 at the end too. So if they're gonna close it like this and they're gonna leave it, we'll see what happens into tomorrow. Time is 3:55. $355 into 357, 359 still, technically speaking. 645.11. Closing higher than when we opened yesterday. Closing higher than where we opened yesterday. 353, 356, signifying 355. Imagine it goes to all-time highs in 2 minutes. High today, 357, running into 350, pushing like crazy into 355. Big time bull push. I'm in 6.460s for tomorrow. Wish me luck, 6.460s. And crazy run in the last 3 minutes now too. Crazy run into 358, 355 HOD still. Right, SPY is crazy running into close. Look at that crazy one into close. Absolute. Absolute. That is insane. That call from literally, right, 1:55 p.m. was $950. It is at $1,600. 4 p.m. close. $359 with 358 HOD, 355, and then revert into 4. 354 or 353, revert into 4. Alright. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm in fucking deep. So, we'll figure it out tomorrow. See you guys.